is point 58. Proudhon goes on to argue in myth-laden and biblical language that on the first day of creation Prometheus emerges from the womb of nature and begins to work, on the second day he discovers the division of labor, and on the third Prometheus invents machinery, discovers new uses in things, new forces in nature. 59 The goal of society, understood in such Promethean terms, is to create the greatest economic value and variety for society and to realize this proportionately for each individual, according to the just distribution of economic rewards in accordance with labor time. This is, for Proudhon, the socialization of labor, which can be built on the foundations of the existing society. Wherever labor has not been socialized, there is irregularity and dishonesty in exchange and society is inharmonious. Providence, represented not by God, but by Prometheus, who is both God and not God, that is, alienated humanity, bourgeois and proletariat, points to a law of proportion that leads towards a more harmonious condition. Point 60. For Proudhon, the essence of the antagonism between proletariat and society lay simply in the division of labor, which appeared to prevent a harmonious development. The problem then became one of demonstrating the synthesis which, retaining the responsibility, the personality, in short, the specialty of the laborer, will unite extreme division and the greatest variety in one complex and harmonious whole. The answer was machinery, the embodiment of Proudhon's mechanistic Prometheanism, the key to progress and providence. Every machine, he wrote, may be defined as a summary of several operations, a simplification of powers, a condensation of labor, a reduction of costs. In all these respects machinery is the counterpart of division. Therefore through machinery will come a restoration of the parcelle laborer, a decrease of toil for the workman, a fall in the price of his product, a movement in the relation of values, progress towards new discoveries, advancement of the general welfare. Hence, through machinery, Prometheus, like Neptune, attains in 3 strides the confines of the world. 61. This same tendency to discover harmony in the socialization of existing economic forms was to be found in Proudhon's analysis of rent, in which he argued, based on a muddled discussion of Ricardian rent theory, that it had become necessary at this point in development to bind man more closely to nature. Now rent was the price of this new contract. In essence and by destination, then, rent is an instrument of distributive justice. Rent, or rather property, has broken down agricultural egoism and created a solidarity that no power, no partition of the land could have brought into being. The moral effect of property being secured, at present what remains to be done is to distribute the rent. 62. For Marx, these ideas of the later Proudhon represented a direct theoretical challenge to the budding socialist movement and required a full-scale critique. In The Poverty of Philosophy Marx contested Proudhon's entire system of economical contradictions and in the context expanded much more fully than hitherto his own developing critique of political economy and materialist conception of history. Marx argued that Proudhon, rather than explaining the historical genesis of social relations, by recognizing that human beings are actors and authors of their own drama, and that history is in this sense profane, instead had recourse to reified notions, immutable laws and eternal principles such as his references to the laws of proportion, Prometheus, a queer character, completely divorced from the original myth but representing Proudhon's own mythology, and above all Providence. Proudhon's way of explaining things, Marx writes, referring to Prometheus' creation of the social world in 3 biblical days, savors both of Greek and of Hebrew, it is at once mystical and allegorical. Later, in the Grundrisse, Marx was to make this criticism even more explicit, by explaining that nothing was more convenient for a thinker like Proudhon than to give a historico-philosophic account of the source of an economic relation, of whose historic origins he is ignorant, by inventing the myth that Adam or Prometheus stumbled on the idea ready-made, and then it was adopted, etc. Such commonplace thinking was in fact ahistorical since it ignored all historical development and hence historical specificity. 63 Mechanistic Prometheanism of this sort was therefore a form of reification, the translation of real human relations into relations between things, and hence a form of historical forgetting that reinforced the status quo. In The Poverty of Philosophy, Marx attacked Proudhon's whole emphasis on providence, arguing that providence, providential aim, this is the great word used today to explain the movement of history. In fact, this word explains nothing. It is at most a rhetorical form, one of the various ways of paraphrasing facts. If one were to say that the providential aim of the institution of landed property in Scotland was to have men driven out by sheep, one could capture the form and substance of such providential history. And yet behind the mere word providence, Marx argued, lay a whole history of the expansion of landed property, the production of wool, arable land turned into pasturage, the abolition of small estates, the enclosures, the forcible removal of the peasants from the land, in fact, the real, material substance and course of history. In placing providence at the center of his analysis, Proudhon, Marx argued, despite his irreverent comments on God, essentially adopted a kind of theological position, or, in other words, had invented a teleological approach to nature and society. 64. Marx was particularly critical of Proudhon's mechanistic Prometheanism, his derivation of machinery directly from the division of labor and the treatment of this as the working out of a providential aim. The new Prometheus of Proudhon is a godlike image that hides the purely metaphysical view of machinery offered by Proudhon, which detaches it from social relations of production and exploitation, and sees it following its own technological logic. Rejecting Proudhon's notion that machinery is the synthesis, the solution to the division of labor, Marx goes into a lengthy and detailed account of the historical origins of machinery and its relation to the division of labor, including the international division of labor, the market, production, exploitation, and the degradation of the worker. M. Proudhon has so little understood the problem of the division of labor, Marx wrote in a letter to P.V. Annenkov, December 28, 1846, that he never even mentions the separation of town and country, which took place in Germany, for instance, from the 9th to the 12th century. For Marx, Proudhon's fetishistic approach to machinery, which gives it a reified Promethean character, and discards its historical origins and conditions, only produces a false, mechanistic teleology, characteristic of the worst of bourgeois industrial ideology. Nothing is more absurd, Marx writes, than to see in machinery the antithesis of the division of labor, the synthesis restoring unity to divided labor. 65. Social relations, technology, and ideas, in Marx's view, were constantly changing, and could only be viewed as fixed forms, through a process of reification in which their historical roots were forgotten. Ideas themselves, he wrote, are as little eternal as the relations they express. They are historical and transitory products. There is a continual movement of growth in productive forces, of destruction in social relations, of formation in ideas. The only immutable thing is the abstraction of movement. Mors immortalis immortal death lucretius. 66. Marx also provided an extended critique of Proudhon's view that society produces its most basic needs first, since these are the least costly, and only then turns to the more costly luxury goods. In contrast to Proudhon, Marx argued that the price of manufactured goods has tended to fall while that of agricultural goods has risen when compared to the Middle Ages. In our age, the superfluous is easier to produce than the necessary. For Marx, the production and use of products was conditioned by social production, which was ultimately based in class antagonism. Cotton, potatoes, and spirits are the most commonly used objects, but potatoes have engendered scrofula, cotton has replaced wool and flax, although the latter are of greater utility, and, finally, spirits are produced in preference to beer and wine, though the much more poisonous character of the former is recognized. Why are cotton, potatoes, and spirits the pivots of bourgeois society? Because the least amount of labor is needed to produce them, and, consequently, they have the lowest price. In a society founded on poverty, the poorest products have the fatal prerogative of being used by the greatest number. 67. Marx was no less critical when it came to Proudhon's notion that rent is a means of binding man to nature. He wrote, Rent has so completely divorced the landed proprietor from the soil, from nature, that he has no need even to know his estates, as is to be seen in England. As for the farmer, the industrial capitalist and the agricultural worker, they are no more bound to the land they exploit than are the employer and the worker in the factories to the cotton and wool they manufacture. They feel an attachment only for the price of their production, the monetary product. Rent for Marx cannot be an accurate gauge of the fertility of the land, Proudhon notwithstanding. Since every moment the modern application of chemistry is changing the nature of the soil, and geological knowledge is just now, in our days, beginning to revolutionize all the old estimates of relative fertility. Fertility is not so natural a quality as might be thought, it is closely bound up with the social relations of the time. Contrary to Proudhon, then, rent, instead of binding man to nature, has merely under capitalist conditions of production bound the exploitation of the land to competition. 68. Proudhon's bourgeois socialism, or rather Proudhon's mistaken attempt to make bourgeois production more social, without altering its essential character, is revealed most explicitly, for Marx, by the former's position that justice has to do simply with proportional distribution of labor time, that is, the universalization of the principle of to each according to his labor. For Marx, in contrast, the determination of value by labor time, the formula M. Proudhon gives us as the regenerating formula of the future, is merely the scientific expression of the economic relations of present-day society, as was clearly and precisely demonstrated by Ricardo long before Proudhon. For Marx, Proudhon's stance is an inadequate solution to the problems posed by capitalist society, since a revolutionary strategy demands a break with the system of production and distribution according to labor time, and hence with the law of value of capitalist society, and the determination of relations of production and distribution according to genuine human needs. As he was to explain many years later in the critique of the Gotha program, the principle of to each according to his labor must be replaced with the principle from each according to his ability, to each according to his need. Hence, what was required was a decisive break with the law of value of capitalism, not its generalization. 69. For Marx, then, Proudhon's analysis was less than that of the scientific economist, such as Ricardo. Since he had to resort to magic, Marx has in mind the recourse to Proudhon's new Prometheus, to explain or rather explain away relations of production and distribution under capitalism. At the same time, Proudhon's system of economical contradictions fell short of the analysis of communism, which Proudhon had attacked, since it did not rise, be it even speculatively, above the bourgeois horizon. Against Proudhon's confused mysticism, even idealism, Marx counterposed the materialist principle, drawn from Lucretius, of mors immortalis, immortal death, or absolute pure mortality, that is, practical materialism and the recognition of the historical, contingent, and transitory nature of reality, which could only be approached, according to Marx, from the standpoint of material production, or the struggle of human beings to exist. 70. The view of the Communist Manifesto. The critiques of both Malthusianism and Proudhon's mechanistic Prometheanism were central to the argument of the Communist Manifesto, 1848, which presented the materialist conception of history in the form of a revolutionary manifesto, for the first time. The manifesto was commissioned in 1847 by the German Communist League. It had its origin in Principles of Communism, which Engels had drafted at the request of the League to counter a proposed set of principles called Confession of Faith, modeled after Moses Hess's earlier Fourierist Communist Confession of Faith, 1844. There were two confessions of faith written in response to Hess in the struggle over what was to be the credo of the Communist League. One of these, known as the Communist Confession of Faith, dated June 1847, was essentially a first draft, adopted provisionally by the League and showing Engels's influence. The second, in October 1847, was Engels's Principles of Communism. The success of Engels's principles, and the overwhelming influence that Marx and Engels exerted at the Second Congress of the Communist League in London in November-December 1847, resulted in the request of the League that Marx and Engels provide a final draft of the principles adopted. Drawing on Engels's principles, Marx drafted the anonymous masterpiece The Manifesto of the Communist Party, first published in London in February 1848. Marx and Engels were revealed as the authors in 1850.71. Given the nature of Marx's earlier critique of Proudhon's mechanistic Prometheanism, it is rather ironic that the Manifesto, when read from an ecological perspective, is often viewed as the prime locus of Marx's so-called Promethean view of the human-nature relation. According to this very common criticism, Marx adopted what the socialist environmentalist Ted Benton, himself a critic of Marx in this respect, has called the productivist Promethean view of history. Rainer Grundmann, writing in his Marxism and Ecology, contends that Marx's basic premise was the Promethean model of the domination of nature, a position that Grundmann attempts to defend. For liberal Victor Furkis, however, no such defense is possible. Marx's attitude toward the world always retained that Promethean thrust, glorifying the human conquest of nature. This view is supported by sociologist Anthony Giddens, who complains of the Promethean attitude that characterized Marx's treatment of the human-nature relation in his works overall, excluding his earliest writings, which meant that Marx's concern with transforming the exploitative human social relations expressed in class systems does not extend to the exploitation of nature. Social ecologist John Clark goes even further. Marx's Promethean man is a being who is not at home in nature, who does not see the earth as the household of ecology. He is an indomitable spirit who must subject nature in his quest for self-realization. For such a being, the forces of nature, whether in the form of his own unmastered internal nature or the menacing powers of external nature, must be subdued. Even the revolutionary socialist Michael Lowy charges that Marx adopted an optimistic, Promethean conception of the limitless development of the productive forces, which was totally indefensible, above all from the standpoint of the threat to the ecological balance of the planet. 72. This charge of Prometheanism, it is important to understand, carries implicitly within it certain anti-modernist, postmodernist or pre-modernist, assumptions that have become sacrosanct within much of green theory. True environmentalism, it would seem, demands nothing less than the rejection of modernity itself. The charge of Prometheanism is thus a roundabout way of branding Marx's work and Marxism as a whole as an extreme version of modernism, more easily condemned in this respect than liberalism itself. Thus postmodernist environmentalist Wade Sikorsky writes that Marx was one of our age's most devout worshippers of the machine. Capitalism was to be forgiven its sins because it was in the process of perfecting the machine. 73. Ironically, this criticism of Marx as Promethean, which has a very long history within Marx criticism, extending back to the early years of the Cold War, seems to have emerged in a very roundabout way from Marx's own critique of Proudhon in this respect. Thus, Marx's critique of the mythico-religious basis of Proudhon's analysis of machinery and modernity has somehow been transposed, among those who have lost sight of the actual history of this critique, into a critique of Marx himself, as if such views were characteristic of him, rather than Proudhon. Such criticism, in fact, follows a well-established pattern. As Jean-Paul Sartre noted, an anti-Marxist argument is only the apparent rejuvenation of a pre-Marxist idea. Hence, nothing is more common among critics of Marx, ironic as this may seem, than to attribute to him the views of other radical thinkers, Proudhon, Blanqui, Lassalle, and so on, that he sought to transcend. In the case of so-called Prometheanism, Marx's critique of Proudhon in this respect could not be more clear, except of course to those who failed to read Proudhon himself, and thus have no true understanding of the nature of Marx's critique. 74. For Marx, the Prometheus to be admired was the revolutionary mythical figure of Aeschylus Prometheus Bound, who defied the gods of Olympus and brought fire, light, enlightenment, to human beings. Like Bacon, he associated Prometheus with the appearance of science and materialism, and thus with the Enlightenment figure of antiquity. Epicurus. 75. The later image of Prometheus as a representative of mechanism was entirely absent from his writings except in the context of his critique of the mechanistic Prometheanism of Proudhon. The charge of Prometheanism leveled against Marx by thinkers like Benton and Giddens is directed above all at the Communist Manifesto, where Marx and Engels made reference to the subjugation of nature to man and the idiocy of rural life, points that, taken in isolation and at face value, may seem to reflect an inadequately critical, indeed Promethean, standpoint. Yet, the manifesto, despite its popular, polemical intent, already contained implicitly within it an understanding of the relationship between the materialist conception of nature and the materialist conception of history, as well as important ingredients of an ecological perspective opposed to the mechanistic Prometheanism of the later Proudhon that emphasized the necessary unity of human and natural existence. 76. Part 1 of the manifesto contained Marx and Engels' famous panegyric to the bourgeoisie, celebrating its revolutionary accomplishments through which all that is solid melts into air, and pointing beyond these accomplishments to the main contradictions that it brought into being: periodic economic crises and the birth of its own heir apparent in the form of the industrial proletariat. It was in the context of the panegyric to the bourgeoisie that Marx and Engels referred to the fact that capitalism has subjected the country to the rule of the towns. It has created enormous cities, has greatly increased the urban population as compared with the rural, and thus has rescued a considerable part of the population from the idiocy of rural life. Just as it has made the country dependent on the towns, so it has made barbarian and semi-barbarian countries depend on the civilized ones, nations of peasants on nations of bourgeois, the East on the West. 77. Simply because of the use of the phrase idiocy of rural life, this has sometimes been characterized as an anti-ecological position. It is therefore worthwhile to look more carefully at the place of this statement in Marx and Engels' analysis. First, Marx had a classical education and hence knew that the meaning of idiot in ancient Athens came from idiots, a citizen who was cut off from public life, and who, unlike those who participated in the public assembly, viewed public life, the life of the polis, from a narrow, parochial viewpoint, hence idiotic. Second, and more important, Marx and Engels were saying no more here than what they had already said in the German ideology in their discussion of the antagonistic division of labor between town and country. There they had observed that the division between town and country was the most important division of material and mental labor, a form of subjection which makes one man into a restricted town animal, another into a restricted country animal, and which serves to cut the rural population off from all world intercourse, and consequently from all culture. 78. Throughout his intellectual life Marx insisted that while the proletarian was deprived of air, of cleanliness, of the very physical means of life, the rural peasant under capitalism was deprived of all relation to world culture and the larger world of social intercourse. One portion of the exploited population had access to the world of social intercourse, as part of urban existence, but lacked physical health and well-being. The other frequently had physical health and well-being, due to the access to clean air, and so on, but lacked a link to world culture. Indeed, Marx took seriously David Urquhart's observation that society was increasingly divided into clownish boors and emasculated dwarfs as a result of the extreme division between rural and urban existence, which deprived one part of the working population of intellectual sustenance, the other of material sustenance. 79. All of this was used by Marx to explain why the proletariat was a greater revolutionary force than the peasantry. In being forced into the towns, the urban masses had lost their essential link to natural conditions, but gained forms of association that propelled them toward a more revolutionary social reality. One of the first tasks of any revolution against capitalism, Marx and Engels insisted, must therefore be the abolition of the antagonistic division between town and country. The point was not that nature was to be despised but rather that the antagonism between town and country was one of the chief manifestations of the alienated nature of bourgeois civilization. Marx and Engels saw the dependence of the country on the towns as a product in part of the enormous agglomerations of population that emerged within cities during the bourgeois era, an issue that they discussed in the paragraph immediately following their statement on the rescue of the proletariat from the idiocy of rural life. In Part 2 of the manifesto, which was devoted to the historically specific demands of proletarians and communists, they therefore insisted on the need to carry out a gradual abolition of the distinction between town and country, by a more equable distribution of population over the country, a possibility that could only be achieved through the combination of agriculture with manufacturing industries. Marx and Engels thus sought to reconnect at a higher level what had been torn apart, what Marx was later to call the human metabolism, with nature. Such measures were to be combined, further, with the abolition of property in land and the application of all rents of land to public purposes, and the bringing into cultivation of all waste lands, and the improvement of the soil generally in accordance with a common plan. All of these measures could be seen as a response to the Malthusian approach to the relation of population to the land. In contrast to Malthus, who proposed to sweep the peasants from the land so that the number of urban workers would be increased, Marx and Engels, inspired to some extent by earlier suggestions by Fourier and Owen, proposed the dispersal of the population, overcoming the antagonism between town and country that they saw as constitutive of the bourgeois order. 81 Rather than insisting, along with Malthus, that improvements in cultivation were very limited, placing extreme restrictions on the pace if not the extent of progress, Marx and Engels argued that such improvements could be achieved, particularly if directed by associated labor under a common plan. The main answer to Malthusianism, then, was the abolition of the alienation of human beings from nature. Obviously, though, this was not a position that argued that nature should be left untouched by human beings. Marx and Engels had already rejected purely sentimental notions of nature based on the illusion that nature was still in a pristine condition and could be left untouched. Like nearly all other individuals in their time, they decried the existence of wastelands where food supply was still a question. Their position, which became clearer as their writings evolved, was rather that of encouraging a sustainable relation between human beings and nature through the organization of production in ways that took into account the metabolic relation between human beings and the earth. The Communist Manifesto, as we have seen, is often criticized for its alleged straightforward advocacy of the mechanistic Prometheanism of Proudhon, which is often attributed to Marx and Engels themselves, despite Marx's early critique of Proudhon in this respect. Such criticisms often turn on Marx and Engels' statement in their one-sided panegyric to the bourgeoisie that the bourgeoisie, during its rule of scarce 100 years, has created more massive and more colossal productive forces than have all preceding generations together. Subjection of nature's forces to man, machinery, application of chemistry to industry and agriculture, steam navigation, railways, electric telegraphs, clearing of whole continents for cultivation, canalization of rivers, whole populations conjured out of the ground. What earlier century had even a presentiment that such productive forces slumbered in the lap of social labor? 82. Based mainly on the reference here to subjection of nature's forces to man and to the clearing of whole continents for cultivation, Marx and Engels have been frequently characterized as insufficiently critical, at the time that they wrote the Communist Manifesto, of the ecological contradictions of bourgeois production. 83 Certainly, they were sufficiently Baconian in their outlook to see the subjection of nature's forces to humanity, which they associated with the development of science and civilization, to be, on the whole, a good. Yet, this leaves open the whole question of sustainability, which they did not address in their panegyric to the bourgeoisie in the first part of the manifesto. Here it should be noted that subjection of nature's forces to man is open to different interpretations, and is entirely compatible with Bacon's most famous injunction, "We can only command nature by obeying her." 84 As for the clearing of whole continents for cultivation, this was something to celebrate, Marx and Engels believed, since famine, the Malthusian spectre, had, by this and other means, been pushed back by bourgeois production. None of this, however, suggested a mechanistic Prometheanism in which the machine and industrialization were celebrated unreservedly at the expense of agriculture, though it did point to the fact that the preservation of wilderness was not Marx and Engels' primary concern. Anyone who has read the Communist Manifesto has to be aware that the panegyric to bourgeois civilization that dominates the opening section of this work is merely a lead-in to a consideration of the social contradictions that capitalism has engendered and that will eventually lead to its downfall. No one would say that Marx, in presenting the capitalist as a heroic figure, or in celebrating the advances in the division of labor, competition, globalization, and so on, in Part 1 of the manifesto, simply dispensed with all critical perspective. Rather, the one-sidedness of these developments is brought out in dialectical fashion in the subsequent argument. Just as Marx and Engels recognized that the wealth-generating characteristics of capitalism were accompanied by an increase in relative poverty for the greater portion of the population, so they understood that the subjection of nature's forces to man had been accompanied by the alienation of nature, manifested in the division between town and country, which they saw as central to capitalism. Hence, the manifesto went on, albeit with desperate brevity, to address this problem in their 10-point plan, included in the less well-known Part 2. In their later writings, significantly, Marx and Engels were to make the consideration of such ecological contradictions a central part of their critique of modern civilization, and particularly capitalist society. Marx and Engels ended their panegyric to the bourgeoisie in the opening pages of Part 1 of the manifesto with the observation that capitalism, with its gigantic means of production and exchange, was like the sorcerer, who is no longer able to control the powers of the nether world whom he has called up by his spells. Although this referred ultimately to the proletariat, it also referred to the entire set of contradictions brought on by the one-sided nature of capitalist civilization. 85. In the remainder of Part 1 of the manifesto, Marx and Engels confined their argument to the contradictions that they believed were to play a role in the revolutionary transition from capitalism to socialism. Here ecological factors, such as the division between town and country, seemed to play no part. And it is only in their proposals on how to begin to construct a society of associated producers, at the end of Part 2 of the manifesto, that Marx and Engels emphasize what can properly be called ecological factors. The reason for this bifurcation of issues seems obvious. Marx and Engels did not generally treat environmental destruction, apart from the role that it played in the direct life of the proletariat, that is, the lack of air, of cleanliness, of the prerequisites for health, and so on, as a major factor in the revolutionary movement against capitalism that they saw as imminent. Where they emphasized ecological contradictions, they did not seem to believe that they were developed to such an extent that they were to play a central role in the transition to socialism. Rather, such considerations with regard to the creation of a sustainable relation to nature were part of even a distinguishing feature of the later dialectic of the construction of communism. Indeed, it was precisely because Marx and Engels placed so much emphasis on the dissolution of the contradiction between town and country, as the key to the transcendence of the alienation of humanity from nature, that they tended to see the ecological problem in terms that transcended both the horizons of bourgeois society and the immediate objectives of the proletarian movement. Careful to avoid falling into the trap of the utopian socialists of proposing blueprints for a future society that went too far beyond the existing movement, they nonetheless emphasized, like Fourier and some of the other utopian socialists, the need for the movement to address the alienation of nature in the attempt to create a sustainable society. In this sense, their analysis drew not only upon their materialist conception of history, but also on their deeper, materialist conception of nature. It therefore set the stage for Marx's mature ecological perspective, his theory of the metabolic interaction of nature and society. Chapter 5. The Metabolism of Nature and Society. Before the ink was even dry on the Communist Manifesto, a wave of revolutions broke out in Paris in 1848, quickly spreading across continental Europe. Although the manifesto itself played no immediate part in this new phase of bourgeois revolution, its timing could scarcely have been better, and events seem to underscore the importance of its revolutionary analysis. Both Marx and Engels participated in the uprisings then taking place in France and Germany, Marx starting up a revolutionary paper in Cologne, the Neue Rheinische-Zeitung, but the revolutions were quickly defeated and Marx, no longer welcome in Prussia, France, or Belgium, took refuge with his family in England, taking up residence in London. It was here that he was to live for the rest of his life, and where he was to write his great work, Capital, a critique of political economy. It was in Capital that Marx's materialist conception of nature became fully integrated with his materialist conception of history. 1 In his developed political economy, as presented in Capital, Marx employed the concept of metabolism, Stoffwechsel, to define the labor process as a process between man and nature, a process by which man, through his own actions, mediates, regulates and controls the metabolism between himself and nature. Yet an irreparable rift had emerged in this metabolism as a result of capitalist relations of production and the antagonistic separation of town and country. Hence, under the society of associated producers, it would be necessary to govern the human metabolism with nature in a rational way, completely beyond the capabilities of bourgeois society. 2. This conceptual framework was important because it allowed Marx to tie together his critique of the three principal emphases of bourgeois political economy: the analysis of the extraction of surplus product from the direct producer, the related theory of capitalist ground rent, and the Malthusian theory of population, which connected the two to each other. Moreover, Marx's concept of metabolic rift in the relation between town and country, human beings, and the earth, allowed him to penetrate to the roots of what historians have sometimes called the Second Agricultural Revolution, occurring in the capitalism of his day, and the crisis in agriculture with which this was associated, thereby enabling him to develop a critique of environmental degradation that anticipated much of present-day ecological thought. Analytically, Marx's critique of capitalist agriculture passed through two stages: 1. The critique of Malthus and Ricardo, a critique in which James Anderson's analysis played a central role, and 2. A consideration of the Second Agricultural Revolution and the implications of Justus von Liebig's soil chemistry, which compelled Marx to analyze the conditions underlying a sustainable relation to the earth. Overpopulation and the conditions of reproduction of human beings. At the heart of Marx's analysis was always his critique of Malthusian population notions, which Malthus had propounded with what Marx called clerical fanaticism. As Marx was to argue in the Grundriss, 1857–1858, his great preliminary attempt to sketch out his whole critique of political economy, what was at issue here was the extremely complex historical and theoretical problem of the conditions of reproduction of human beings, in which all human history was distilled, but which occurred under varying conditions in different social formations and different historic epochs. 3. Malthus's theory, Marx contended, was significant for two reasons: first, because it gave brutal expression to the brutal viewpoint of capital; second, because it asserted the fact of overpopulation in all forms of society. Although Marx did not deny, indeed he emphasized, the existence of overpopulation in earlier societies, he objected to Malthus's refusal to look at the specific differences that this assumed in different social formations at different phases of historical development, and his reduction of all these different cases to one numerical relation based in unchanging natural law. In this way he transforms the historically distinct relations into an abstract numerical relation, which he has fished purely out of thin air, and which rests neither on natural nor historical laws. Specifically, by reducing all questions of reproduction to two equations, one for plants and animals used for human subsistence, which Malthus insisted were limited to an arithmetical rate of increase, and the other for human beings, which Malthus claimed tended to grow by geometrical progression. When unchecked, Malthus had, according to Marx, committed both logical and historical errors. The claim that human population increased geometrically until checked externally, by such natural factors as high infant mortality, disease, and starvation, refused to acknowledge the historical and social character of human reproduction. At the same time, Malthus sometimes wrote as if plants and animals had an imminent tendency to be limited to an arithmetical rate of population increase. Indeed, Malthus initially had no explanation for his arithmetical ratio. In contrast, Marx suggested, there was no such clear imminent limit to the demographic increase of plants and animals, which were checked only externally. If they encountered no external barrier, the ferns would cover the entire earth. Their reproduction would stop only where space for them ceased. Hence, Malthus, according to Marx, had erroneously transformed the imminent, historically changing limits of the human reproduction process into outer barriers, and the outer barriers, that is, the external checks on the growth of food, into immanent limits or natural laws of reproduction. What was important in dealing with the question of overpopulation was the specific historical way it emerged in each case. In different modes of social production, Marx wrote, there are different laws of the increase of population and of overpopulation. How small do the numbers which meant overpopulation for the Athenians appear to us? Malthus's theory, Marx argued, abstracts from these specific historic laws of the movement of population, which are indeed the history of the nature of humanity, the natural laws, but natural laws of humanity only at a specific historic development. Malthusian man, abstracted from historically determined man, exists only in his brain, hence also the geometric method of reproduction corresponding to this natural Malthusian man. Point 4. Marx sided with Ricardo's criticism of Malthus, in which Ricardo had pointed out that it was not the amount of grain that was most significant in determining overpopulation, that is, the existence of paupers, but rather the amount of employment. But for Marx the point needed to be conceived more generally, and relates to the social mediation as such, through which the individual gains access to the means of his reproduction and creates them, hence it relates to the conditions of production and his relation to them. Overpopulation under capitalism was therefore determined not simply by the existence of a relative surplus population of workers seeking employment and thereby means of subsistence, but more fundamentally by the relations of production that made the continual existence of such a relative surplus population necessary for the system. A fuller critique of Malthus's population theory, however, required, as Marx realized, a critique of the classical theory of differential rent to which it was eventually linked. If Malthus did not offer any genuine explanation for his arithmetical ratio in any of the 6 editions of his essay on population, and hence, as Marx was wont to point out, the theory of rent was not proper to Malthus at all, it is nevertheless true that Malthus was to turn to the classical theory of rent in order to defend his arithmetical ratio at the end of his life in his summary view of the principle of population, and that this was the basis on which classical Malthusianism eventually came to rest. James Anderson and the origins of differential fertility. Although it is often assumed that Marx simply followed Ricardo in the realm of rent theory and the analysis of agricultural development, he was in fact a sharp critic of this theory for its failure to understand the historical development of the cultivation of the earth or soil. The main weaknesses of the Ricardian theory of rent, sometimes known as the Malthusian/Ricardian theory of rent, in Marx's view, derived from its failure to incorporate a theory of historical development, and the fact that the subsequent historical development of agriculture had made this theory antiquated. In this respect, Marx argued that the work of the real originator of the classical theory of differential rent, the Scottish political economist and gentleman farmer James Anderson, 1739 to 1808, was far superior to that of Malthus and Ricardo. Point 5. Anderson developed all of the key theoretical propositions of the classical theory of rent as early as 1777 in an inquiry into the nature of the Corn Laws, and continued to expand upon this in subsequent works. Rent, he claimed, was a charge for the use of the more fertile soils. The least fertile soils in cultivation generate an income that simply covers the costs of production, while the more fertile soils receive a certain premium for an exclusive right to cultivate them, which will be greater or smaller according to the more or less fertility of the soil. It is this premium which constitutes what we now call rent, a medium by means of which the expense of cultivating soils of very different degrees of fertility may be reduced to perfect equality. 6. For Malthus and Ricardo, writing decades later, the source of this differential fertility came to be seen almost entirely in terms of conditions of natural productivity independent of human beings. As Ricardo wrote, rent could be defined as that portion of the produce of the earth, which is paid to the landlord for the use of the original and indestructible powers of the soil. 7. Moreover, Malthus and Ricardo argued with the presumed backing of natural law that lands that were naturally the most fertile were the first to be brought into production, and that rising rent on these lands and diminishing agricultural productivity overall were the result of bringing lands of more and more marginal fertility into cultivation, in response to increasing population pressures. In contrast, Anderson's earlier model had attributed the existence of differential rent primarily to historical changes in soil fertility, rather than to conditions of absolute fertility. Continual improvement of the soil, through manuring, draining, and irrigating, was possible, and productivity of the least fertile land could rise to a point that brought it much closer to that of the most fertile land, yet the converse was also true, and human beings could degrade the soil. It was such changes in relative productivity of the soil, according to Anderson, that accounted for differential rent and not the conditions of absolute fertility as in the later arguments of Malthus and Ricardo. Where general failures in the improvement of soil fertility occurred, these were largely a consequence, Anderson argued, of the failure to adopt rational and sustainable agricultural practices. The fact that the land in England was owned by landed proprietors and farmed by capitalist tenant farmers, he argued, placed major obstacles in the way of rational agriculture, since the farmer tended to avoid all improvements, the full return for which would not be received during the term of the lease. 8. In a calm investigation of the circumstances that have led to the present scarcity of grain in Britain, 1801, Anderson contended that the growing division between town and country had led to the loss of natural sources of fertilizer. Every person who has but heard of agriculture, he wrote, knows that animal manure, when applied to the soil, tends to add to its fertility. Of course he must be sensible that every circumstance that tends to deprive the soil of that manure ought to be accounted an uneconomical waste highly deserving of blame. Indeed, it was possible, Anderson contended, by the judicious application of animal and human wastes, to sustain the soil forever after, without the addition of any extraneous manures. Yet London, with its gargantuan waste of such natural sources of fertility, which is daily carried to the Thames, in its passage to which it subjects the people in the lower part of the city to the most offensive effluvia, was an indication of how far society had moved from a sustainable agricultural economy. 9 Armed with this critical analysis, and a historical perspective, Anderson directly opposed the Malthusian view that the shortage of grain could be traced to rising human population and its pressures on a limited supply of land. 10. Marx studied Anderson's work as early as 1851, incorporating brief excerpts from 2 of Anderson's works into his notebooks. 11 Writing in the 1850s and 1860s in Theories of Surplus Value, his long, three-part exegesis on the development of classical political economy, Marx argued that the core of Anderson's contribution lay in the fact that the latter had historicized the issue of soil fertility. Anderson by no means assumes that different degrees of fertility are merely the product of nature. Instead, the differential rent of the landlords is partly the result of the fertility that the farmer has given the land artificially. 12 Marx originally emphasized the significance of Anderson's model in understanding the possibility of agricultural improvement, and how this was consistent with the theory of differential rent. But it also followed from Anderson's historical perspective, as he himself demonstrated in his later writings, that a general decline in soil fertility ought to be attributed, not, as in the Ricardian theory, to decreases in the aggregate productivity of the soil due to the cultivation of marginal lands, but to such factors as the failure to invest in the improvement of the soil due to the class conflict between capitalist tenant farmer and landed proprietor, or the actual impoverishment of the soil associated with the failure to recycle manure, because of the growing division between town and country. 13. Hence, in combining political economy with agronomy, Anderson developed at the end of the 18th century a body of thought that was unusually prescient, foreshadowing the concern with the interrelationship between soil fertility and soil chemistry, as well as such questions as the relationship between town and country, and between landed property and capitalist farming, that was come to the fore around 4 decades later as a result of the scientific revolution in soil chemistry. Anderson helped Marx to historicize the problem of capitalist ground rent, while more fully comprehending the conditions of the soil. It was the crisis of soil fertility in European and North American agriculture and the great advances in soil science in Marx's own day which were, however, to allow Marx to transform this historical approach to the question of agricultural improvement into an ecological critique of capitalist agriculture. Point 14. Anderson not only developed a historically based analysis of rent and agricultural improvement, and degradation, he also emerged at the very end of his life as one of the leading critics of Malthus's 1798 essay on population. Anderson's investigation was written largely in response to Malthus's essay on population and probably in response as well to Malthus's pamphlet An Investigation of the Cause of the Present High Price of Provisions, 1800. Anderson sent a copy of the investigation to Malthus, which was probably the latter's first introduction to the work of the former, and Malthus struggled repeatedly to answer Anderson in subsequent editions of his essay. Marx was to contend that Malthus's acquaintance with the relatively little-known work of Anderson, in the area of economics, allowed him to adopt without acknowledgement elements of Anderson's rent theory, without fully understanding it, in his own 1815 Inquiry into the Nature and Progress of Rent. Anderson's critique of Malthus's arithmetical ratio, which he also presented in the third volume of his Recreations in Agriculture, 1801, was all the more devastating because in presenting this ratio, that is, the assumption that the rate of increase in food could never go beyond a fixed increment, which he claimed was at best equal to the entire agricultural production for the year 1798, Malthus had offered as proof the fact that no knowledgeable observer of agriculture would contradict this. Yet, Anderson, who was certainly one of the most knowledgeable analysts of agriculture in his day, set out to refute Malthus's argument. Indeed, Anderson argued that if the population of any country shall advance, and if the people in it be chiefly employed in the cultivation of the soil, its productiveness will keep pace with that population, whatever it shall be, and they will have abundance at all times, and this the experience of all nations hath confirmed. Nevertheless, it was possible by the division of town and country, improper cultivation, and the failure to recycle organic wastes to create an opposite state of progression, until, by a gradual process of deterioration, the soil shall revert nearly to the original point from which it set out, that is, the benefits of all improvement will have been lost. In this latter case the availability of food could prove insufficient due to the distortions produced within society and in the cultivation of the soil rather than due to the inherent inadequacies of agriculture. Anderson went on to discuss the degradation of the soil in northern Africa, Sicily, and Italy itself in comparison to Roman times. 15. Liebig, Marx, and the Second Agricultural Revolution. If Anderson's historical approach to the question of agriculture, which emphasized the possibility of improvement, and also degradation, was far superior to that of Malthus and Ricardo that followed, it is nonetheless true that all of these early classical economic theories suffered from the lack of a scientific understanding of the composition of the soil. This was most evident in Malthus and Ricardo, who relied almost exclusively on a natural law conception. Although it is true that Ricardo recognized the possibility of improvement of the land through better manuring, rotation of crops, and so on, he nevertheless placed little emphasis on this, stressing that the room for improvement was quite limited. His theory saw the properties of the soil as generally fixed. Hence, the failures of agriculture could be attributed almost entirely to the cultivation of inferior grades of land in response to increased demand emanating from increased populations. Looking back in the mid-1860s at these early theories of agriculture and rent, when he was writing Capital, Marx was to place strong emphasis on the historical division separating such analyses from his own time, by observing that the actual natural causes for the exhaustion of land were unknown to any of the economists who wrote about differential rent, on account of the state of agricultural chemistry in their time. 16 Marx made this observation after reading Liebig's assessment, in the 7th edition of his Organic Chemistry in its application to agriculture and physiology, of the state of agricultural knowledge prior to 1840, the date at which the first edition of his landmark work had been published. According to Liebig, Agricultural knowledge prior to the 1840s had emphasized the role of manure and the latent power in the land or soil. Since the chemical properties of the soil were unknown at that time, the nature of plant nutrition was also unknown. Hence, the latent power attributed to the soil was frequently seen as inherently limited and at the same time indestructible. In no way could the real problems of agriculture be ascertained. Point 17. These observations by Liebig and Marx serve to underscore what some agricultural historians have called the Second Agricultural Revolution. 18. Although historians often still refer to a single agricultural revolution that occurred in Britain in the 17th and 18th centuries and that laid the foundations for industrial capitalism, agricultural historians sometimes refer to a second and even a third agricultural revolution. According to this conception, the first revolution was a gradual process taking place over several centuries, connected with the enclosures and the growing centrality of the market. Technical changes included improvements in manuring, crop rotation, drainage, and livestock management. In contrast, the Second Agricultural Revolution took place over a shorter period, 1830, 1880, and was characterized by the growth of a fertilizer industry and the development of soil chemistry, associated in particular with the work of Justus von Liebig. Point 19. The Third Agricultural Revolution took place still later, in the 20th century, and involved the replacement of animal traction with machine traction on the farm, followed by the concentration of animals in massive feedlots, coupled with the genetic alteration of plants, producing narrower monocultures, and the more intensive use of chemical inputs such as fertilizers and pesticides. Point 20. Marx's critique of capitalist agriculture and his contributions to ecological thought in this area have to be understood therefore in the context of the Second Agricultural Revolution occurring in his time. The beginnings of this revolution correspond closely to the origins of Marx's thought. Already in 1844, in Outlines for a Critique of Political Economy, Engels had referred to the scientific revolution associated with Liebig as a reason why Malthusian fears about the dearth of food for a growing population were misplaced. At the outset, Marx and Engels, like many other observers in their time, including Liebig himself, responded to this agricultural revolution by concluding that agricultural progress in the immediate future might outpace industry itself. Significantly, one of Marx's notebooks from 1851 opened with excerpts from Liebig, followed by excerpts from Malthus and various anti-Malthusian thinkers, and ended up, except for some very minor extracts that followed, with excerpts from James F.W. Johnston, a British soil chemist, whose work was closely related to that of Liebig. The overwhelming emphasis of Johnston's, as well as Liebig's, work at this time was the possibility of agricultural improvement, which Marx clearly regarded as a refutation of Malthusian assumptions about soil productivity. Yet, this optimistic assessment was to give way in the 1860s, in Marx's analysis closely reflecting the changing views of Liebig to a much more sophisticated understanding of ecological degradation within capitalist agriculture. Point 21. Liebig and the degradation of the soil. During the 19th century, the depletion of soil fertility was the chief environmental concern of capitalist society throughout Europe and North America, comparable only to concerns about the growing pollution of the cities, the deforestation of whole continents, and Malthusian fears of overpopulation. The critical nature of this problem of the relation to the soil can be seen quite clearly in the 1820s and 1830s, during the period of outright crisis that engendered the Second Agricultural Revolution. But the problem did not simply end with the science of soil chemistry. Rather, there was a growing recognition of the extent to which the new methods had only served to rationalize a process of ecological destruction. In the 1820s and 1830s in Britain, and soon afterward in the other developing capitalist economies of Europe and North America, pervasive concerns about soil exhaustion led to a virtual panic, and a phenomenal increase in the demand for fertilizer. European farmers in this period raided the Napoleonic battlefields of Waterloo and Austerlitz and reportedly dug up catacombs, so desperate were they for bones to spread over their fields. The value of bone imports to Britain skyrocketed from £14,400 in 1823 to £254,600 in 1837. The first boat carrying Peruvian guano, accumulated dung of seabirds, arrived in Liverpool in 1835, by 1841 1,700 tons were imported, and by 1847 220,000.22. This second agricultural revolution associated with the origins of modern soil science was closely connected to the demand for increased soil fertility to support capitalist agriculture. The British Association for the Advancement of Science commissioned Liebig in 1837 to write a work on the relationship between agriculture and chemistry. The founding of the Royal Agricultural Society of England, a leading organization in the British high farming movement, a movement of wealthy landowners to improve farm management, took place in the following year. 2 years later, in 1840, Liebig published his Organic Chemistry in its applications to agriculture and physiology, known as his Agricultural Chemistry, which provided the first convincing explanation of the role of soil nutrients such as nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium, in the growth of plants. 23 One of the figures most influenced by Liebig's ideas, as well as a rival whose discoveries challenged Liebig's own, was the wealthy English landowner and agronomist J.B. Laws. In 1842 Laws invented a means of making phosphate soluble, enabling him to develop the first agricultural fertilizer, and in 1843 he built a factory for the production of his new superphosphates. Following the repeal of the Corn Laws in 1846, Liebig's Organic Chemistry, together with Laws's new synthetic fertilizer, were seen by the large agricultural interests in Britain as offering the solution to the problem of obtaining larger crop yields. 24. Nevertheless, the new technology represented by Laws's fertilizer factory was slow to diffuse outside of Britain. The first factories for the production of superphosphates were introduced in Germany only in 1855, in the United States only after the Civil War, and in France only after the Franco-Prussian War. Moreover, the results obtained from the application of a single nutrient, such as phosphate, to the soil, though initially producing dramatic results, tended to diminish rapidly after that, since overall soil fertility is always limited by the nutrient in least abundance, Liebig's law of the minimum. Hence, Liebig's discoveries at first only intensified the sense of crisis with capitalist agriculture, making farmers more aware of the depletion of soil minerals and the paucity of fertilizers. Moreover, capital's ability to take advantage of these breakthroughs in soil chemistry was limited by the development of the division of labor inherent in the system, specifically the growing antagonism between town and country. Hence by the 1860s, when he wrote Capital, Marx had become convinced of the unsustainable nature of capitalist agriculture, due to two historical developments in his time: 1. The widening sense of crisis in both European and North American agriculture associated with the depletion of the natural fertility of the soil, a sense of crisis which was in no way alleviated, but rather given added impetus, by the breakthroughs in soil science, and, 2. A shift in Liebig's own work in the late 1850s and 1860s toward a strong ecological critique of capitalist development. The contradictions within agriculture in this period were experienced with particular intensity in the United States, especially among farmers in upstate New York and in the southeastern plantation economy. Blocked from easy, economical access to guano, which was high in both nitrogen and phosphates, by the British monopoly on Peruvian guano supplies, the United States undertook first unofficially and then as part of a deliberate state policy the imperial annexation of any islands thought to be rich in this natural fertilizer. Under the authority of what became the Guano Islands Act, passed by Congress in 1856, U.S. capitalists seized 94 islands, rocks, and keys around the globe between 1856 and 1903, 66 of which were officially recognized by the Department of State as U.S. appurtenances. In the last 10 years, Liebig was to observe in 1862, British and American ships have searched through all seas, and there is no small island, no coast, which has escaped their inquiries after guano. 9 of these guano islands remain U.S. possessions today. Yet guano imperialism was unsuccessful in providing the United States with the quantity and quality of natural fertilizer it needed. 25. Meanwhile, Peruvian guano supplies had begun to run out in the 1860s and had to be replaced increasingly by Chilean nitrates. Although potassium salts discovered in Europe gave ready access to that mineral, and both natural and artificial supplies of phosphates made that nutrient more available, the limiting factor continued to be fertilizer nitrogen. Synthetic nitrogen fertilizer was not developed until 1913, when the German chemist Fritz Haber, who was to go on to pioneer in the development of explosives and nerve gases for war production, originated such a process. The decline in natural fertility due to the disruption of the soil nutrient cycle accompanying capitalist agriculture, the growing knowledge of the need for specific soil nutrients, and limitations in the supply of both natural and synthetic fertilizers that would compensate for the loss of natural fertility all contributed, therefore, to a widespread sense of a crisis in soil fertility. In the United States this was further complicated by geographical factors. In upstate New York, which by 1800 had displaced New England as a center for wheat cultivation, the relative exhaustion of the soil was brought into sharp relief by the steadily increasing competition from new farmlands to the west in the decades following the opening of the Erie Canal in 1825. Meanwhile, the slave plantations of the Southeast experienced dramatic declines in fertility, particularly on lands devoted to the production of tobacco. In New York, farmers responded to the crisis by promoting a more rational agriculture through the creation of agricultural societies. In 1832 the New York Agricultural Society was formed. 2 years later Jesse Buell, an Albany newspaper editor, started The Cultivator, which sought to promote the kind of improved farming already being introduced in Britain, concentrating on such issues as manures, draining wet soils, and crop rotation. With the publication of Liebig's Agricultural Chemistry in 1840, New York agriculturists turned to the new soil science as a savior. In 1850 the Scottish agricultural chemist James F.W. Johnston, whom Marx was to call the English Liebig, traveled to North America, and in his influential work Notes on North America documented the loss of natural soil fertility, demonstrating in particular the depleted condition of the soil in New York as compared to the more fertile farmlands to the west. 26. These issues were embraced in the 1850s by the U.S. political economist Henry Carey, 1793–1879. In 1853 Carey observed in the Slave Trade Domestic and Foreign, a work that he sent to Marx, that it is singular that all of the political economists of England have overlooked the fact that man is a mere borrower from the earth, and that when he does not pay his debts, she does as do all other creditors, that is, she expels him from his holding. On January 11, 1855, a young agronomist, George Waring, 1833–1898, who began his career in the 1850s as an agriculturist and who later ended up as the leading sanitary engineer in the United States and the principal advocate and practitioner of the cleaning up of cities within the urban conservation movement, delivered a speech, entitled The Agricultural Features of the Census for 1850, to the New York State Geographical Society, in which he tried to demonstrate empirically that the soil was systematically being robbed of its nutrients. That speech was later published in the Bulletin of the American Geographical and Statistical Association in 1857. In an important essay in his Letters to the President, on the Foreign and Domestic Policy of the Union, 1858, Carey quoted extensively from a speech by an eminent agriculturist, Waring, in the speech referred to above, who had provided some rough national estimates on the loss of soil nutrients through the shipment of food and fiber over long distances in a one-way movement from country to town. Waring had concluded his argument by declaring, "W had with our earth butchery and prodigality, we are each year losing the intrinsic essence of our vitality. The question of the economy should be, not how much do we annually produce, but how much of our annual production is saved to the soil. Labor employed in robbing the earth of its capital stock of fertilizing matter, is worse than labor thrown away. In the latter case, it is a loss to the present generation, in the former it becomes an inheritance of poverty for our successors. Man is but a tenant of the soil, and he is guilty of a crime when he reduces its value for other tenants who are to come after him. 27. Throughout the late 1840s and 1850s, Carey laid stress on the fact that long-distance trade arising from the separation of town and country, an agricultural producer and consumer, was a major factor in the net loss of soil nutrients and the growing crisis in agriculture, a point later developed further by Liebig and Marx. Point 28. As the whole energies of the country, Carey wrote of the U.S. in his Principles of Social Science, 1858, quoting again from Waring, are given to the enlargement of the trader's power, it is no matter of surprise that its people are everywhere seen employed in robbing the earth of its capital stock. 29. Waring's and Carey's views were to have an important impact on Liebig. In his Letters on Modern Agriculture, 1859, Liebig repeated the entire statement from the eminent agriculturist, Waring, that Carey had included in his letters to the President, and went on to argue that the empirical agriculture of the trader gave rise to a spoliation system in which the conditions of reproduction of the soil were undermined. A field from which something is permanently taken away, he wrote, quoting the practical agriculturalist Albrecht Bloch, cannot possibly increase or even continue in its productive power. In fact, every system of farming based on the spoliation of the land leads to poverty. For Liebig, rational agriculture, in contradistinction to the spoliation system of farming, is based upon the principle of restitution. By giving back to the fields the conditions of their fertility, the farmer ensures the permanence of the latter. English high farming, he argued, was not the open system of robbery of the American farmer, but it is a more refined species of spoliation which at first glance does not look like robbery. Following Carey, Liebig observed that there were hundreds, sometimes thousands, of miles in the United States between the centers of grain cultivation and their markets. The constituent elements of the soil were therefore shipped to locations distant from their points of origin, making the reproduction of soil fertility that much more difficult. 30. A few years later, Liebig warned somewhat apocalyptically in the famous introduction to the 1862 edition of his Agricultural Chemistry, which influenced Marx, that, if we do not succeed in making the farmer better aware of the conditions under which he produces and in giving him the means necessary for the increase of his output, wars, emigration, famines, and epidemics will of necessity create the conditions of a new equilibrium which will undermine the welfare of everyone and finally lead to the ruin of agriculture. 31. What was needed, Liebig contended at another point in that same work, was the discovery of deposits of manure or guano, in volumes approximating to those of the English coal fields. 32. Ultimately, it was a question, as Liebig wrote in his familiar Letters on Chemistry, of the restoration of the elementary constituents of the soil, which had been withdrawn from it by the marketing over long distances of food and fiber and by the removal of cattle. 33. The problem of the depletion of the soil was also tied, according to Liebig, to the pollution of the cities with human and animal wastes. The relation between Liebig's treatment of the soil nutrient cycle and the waste problem in the large cities had already been taken up by Edwin Chadwick as early as 1842 in his report on the sanitary condition of the labouring population of Great Britain, which started the public health movement and greatly influenced Engels. 34. In his influential letters on the subject of the utilization of the municipal sewage, 1865, Liebig himself insisted relying on an analysis of the condition of the Thames. That organic recycling that would return to the soil the nutrients contained in sewage was an indispensable part of a rational urban agricultural system. If it were practicable to collect, without the least loss, all the solid and fluid excrements of the inhabitants of towns, he was to write, and to return to each farmer the portion arising from produce originally supplied by him to the town, the productiveness of his land might be maintained almost unimpaired for ages to come, and the existing store of mineral elements in every fertile field would be amply sufficient for the wants of the increasing populations. 35. Marx's theory of metabolic rift. Marx was deeply affected by Liebig's analysis when writing Capital in the early 1860s. In 1866, the year before the first volume of Capital was published, he wrote to Engels that in developing his critique of ground rent in Volume 3, I had to plough through the new agricultural chemistry in Germany, in particular Liebig and Schonbein, which is more important for this matter than all the economists put together. Indeed, to have developed from the point of view of natural science the negative, i.e. destructive side of modern agriculture, Marx noted in Volume 1 of Capital, is one of Liebig's immortal merits. 36. Under the influence of Liebig, whom he studied attentively, making extensive extracts from Liebig's work in his scientific notebooks, Marx was to develop a systematic critique of capitalist exploitation, in the sense of robbery, that is, failing to maintain the means of reproduction, of the soil. 37 Hence, both of Marx's two main discussions of capitalist agriculture ended with explanations of how large-scale industry and large-scale agriculture combine to impoverish the soil and the worker. Much of this critique was distilled in a remarkable passage at the end of Marx's treatment of the genesis of capitalist ground rent in Volume 3 of Capital, where he wrote, "Large landed property reduces the agricultural population to an ever-decreasing minimum and confronts it with an ever-growing industrial population crammed together in large towns. In this way it produces conditions that provoke an irreparable rift in the interdependent process of social metabolism, a metabolism prescribed by the natural laws of life itself. The result of this is a squandering of the vitality of the soil, which is carried by trade far beyond the bounds of a single country." Liebig. Large-scale industry and industrially pursued large-scale agriculture have the same effect. If they are originally distinguished by the fact that the former lays waste and ruins labor power and thus the natural power of man, whereas the latter does the same to the natural power of the soil, they link up in the later course of development, since the industrial system applied to agriculture also enervates the workers there, while industry and trade for their part provide agriculture with the means of exhausting the soil. 38. Marx provided a closely related and equally important distillation of his critique of capitalist agriculture in his discussion of large-scale industry and agriculture in Volume 1 of Capital. Capitalist production collects the population together in great centers, and causes the urban population to achieve an ever-growing preponderance. This has two results. On the one hand, it concentrates the historical motive force of society, on the other hand, it disturbs the metabolic interaction between man and the earth, i.e. it prevents the return to the soil of its constituent elements consumed by man in the form of food and clothing. Hence it hinders the operation of the eternal natural condition for the lasting fertility of the soil. But by destroying the circumstances surrounding that metabolism, it compels its systematic restoration as a regulative law of social production, and in a form adequate to the full development of the human race. Progress in capitalist agriculture is a progress in the art, not only of robbing the worker, but of robbing the soil. All progress in increasing the fertility of the soil for a given time is a progress toward ruining the more long-lasting sources of that fertility. Capitalist production, therefore, only develops the technique and the degree of combination of the social process of production by simultaneously undermining the original sources of all wealth, the soil and the worker. 39. What is common to both of these passages from Marx's Capital, the first ending his discussion of capitalist ground rent in Volume 3 and the second concluding his treatment of large-scale agriculture and industry in Volume I, is the central theoretical concept of a rift in the metabolic interaction between man and the earth, that is, the social metabolism prescribed by the natural laws of life, through the robbing of the soil of its constituent elements, requiring its systematic restoration. This contradiction develops through the growth simultaneously of large-scale industry and large-scale agriculture under capitalism, with the former providing the latter with the means of the intensive exploitation of the soil. Like Liebig, Marx argued that long-distance trade in food and fiber for clothing made the problem of the alienation of the constituent elements of the soil that much more of an irreparable rift. For Marx, this was part of the natural course of capitalist development. As he wrote in 1852, the soil is to be a marketable commodity, and the exploitation of the soil is to be carried on according to the common commercial laws. There are to be manufacturers of food as well as manufacturers of twist and cottons, but no longer any lords of the land. 40. Moreover, the contradictions associated with this development were global in character. As Marx observed in Capital, Volume 1, The fact that the blind desire for profit had exhausted the soil of England could be seen daily in the conditions that forced the manuring of English fields with guano imported from Peru. 41 The mere fact that seeds, guano, and so on, were imported from distant countries, Marx noted in the Grundrisse, 1857–1858, indicated that agriculture under capitalism had ceased to be self-sustaining, that it no longer finds the natural conditions of its own production within itself, naturally arisen, spontaneous, and ready to hand, but these exist as an independent industry separate from it. 42 A central part of Marx's argument was the thesis that the inherent character of large-scale agriculture under capitalism prevents any truly rational application of the new science of soil management. Despite all of the scientific and technological development in agriculture, capital was unable to maintain those conditions necessary for the recycling of the constituent elements of the soil. The key conceptual category in Marx's theoretical analysis in this area is the concept of metabolism, Stoffwechsel. The German word Stoffwechsel directly sets out in its elements the notion of material exchange that underlies the notion of structured processes of biological growth and decay captured in the term metabolism. In his definition of the labor process, Marx made the concept of metabolism central to his entire system of analysis by rooting his understanding of the labor process upon it. Thus, in his definition of the labor process in general, as opposed to its historically specific manifestations, Marx utilized the concept of metabolism to describe the human relation to nature through labor. Labor is, first of all, a process between man and nature, a process by which man, through his own actions, mediates, regulates and controls the metabolism between himself and nature. He confronts the materials of nature as a force of nature. He sets in motion the natural forces which belong to his own body, his arms, legs, head and hands, in order to appropriate the materials of nature in a form adapted to his own needs. Through this movement he acts upon external nature and changes it, and in this way he simultaneously changes his own nature. The labor process is the universal condition for the metabolic interaction Stoffwechsel between man and nature, the everlasting nature-imposed condition of human existence. 43. A few years previous to this, Marx had written in his economic manuscript of 1861–63 that actual labor is the appropriation of nature for the satisfaction of human needs, the activity through which the metabolism between man and nature is mediated. It followed that the actual activity of labor was never independent of nature's own wealth-creating potential, since material wealth, the world of use values, exclusively consists of natural materials modified by labor. 44. Marx utilized the concept of metabolism throughout his mature works, though the context varied. As late as 1880 in his notes on Adolf Wagner, his last economic work, Marx highlighted the centrality of the concept of Stoffwechsel to his overall critique of political economy, indicating that I have employed the word, for the natural process of production as the material exchange Stoffwechsel between man and nature. Interruptions of the formal exchange in the circulation of commodities, he emphasized, are later designated as interruptions of the material exchange. The economic circular flow then was closely bound up, in Marx's analysis, with the material exchange, ecological circular flow, associated with the metabolic interaction between human beings and nature. The chemical process regulated by labor, he wrote, has everywhere consisted of an exchange of natural equivalents. Building on the universal character of material exchange, upon which the formal exchange of economic equivalents in the capitalist economy was a mere alienated expression, Marx referred in the Grundrisse to the concept of metabolism, Stoffwechsel, in the wider sense of a system of general social metabolism, of universal relations, of all-round needs and universal capacities, formed for the first time under generalized commodity production. 45. Marx therefore employed the concept both to refer to the actual metabolic interaction between nature and society through human labor, the usual context in which the term was used in his works, and in a wider sense, particularly in the Grundrisse, to describe the complex, dynamic, interdependent set of needs and relations brought into being and constantly reproduced in alienated form under capitalism, and the question of human freedom it raised, all of which could be seen as being connected to the way in which the human metabolism with nature was expressed through the concrete organization of human labor. The concept of metabolism thus took on both a specific ecological meaning and a wider social meaning. 46. Much of Marx's discussion of the metabolic relation between human beings and nature can be seen as building on the early Marx's more directly philosophical attempts to account for the complex interdependence between human beings and nature. In 1844, in his economic and philosophical manuscripts, Marx had explained that man lives from nature, i.e., nature is his body, and he must maintain a continuing dialogue with it if he is not to die. To say that man's physical and mental life is linked to nature simply means that nature is linked to itself, for man is a part of nature. 47. Marx's later concept of metabolism, however, allowed him to give a more solid and scientific expression of this fundamental relationship, depicting the complex, dynamic interchange between human beings and nature resulting from human labor. The concept of metabolism, with its attendant notions of material exchanges and regulatory action, allowed him to express the human relation to nature as one that encompassed both nature-imposed conditions and the capacity of human beings to affect this process. Most importantly, the concept of metabolism provided Marx with a concrete way of expressing the notion of the alienation of nature, and its relation to the alienation of labor, that was central to his critique from his earliest writings on. As he explained in the Grundriss, it is not the unity of living and active humanity with the natural, inorganic conditions of their metabolic exchange with nature, and hence their appropriation of nature, which requires explanation, or is the result of a historic process, but rather the separation between these inorganic conditions of human existence and this active existence, a separation which is completely posited only in the relation of wage labor and capital. 48. Herein was contained the essence of Marx's entire critique of the alienated character of bourgeois society. According to Tim Hayward, Marx's notion of socio-ecological metabolism captures fundamental aspects of humans' existence as both natural and physical beings. These include the energetic and material exchanges which occur between human beings and their natural environment. This metabolism is regulated from the side of nature by natural laws governing the various physical processes involved, and from the side of society by institutionalized norms governing the division of labor and distribution of wealth, etc. 49. Given the centrality that he assigned to the concept of metabolism constituting the complex, interdependent process linking human beings to nature through labor, it should not surprise us that this concept also plays a central role in Marx's vision of a future society of associated producers, freedom in this sphere, the realm of natural necessity. He wrote in Volume 3 of Capital, can consist only in this, that socialized man, the associated producers, govern the human metabolism with nature in a rational way, bringing it under their own collective control instead of being dominated by it as a blind power, accomplishing it with the least expenditure of energy and in conditions most worthy and appropriate for their human nature. 50. To understand more fully the significance of Marx's use of the concept of metabolism to account for the human-nature relation through social production, it is necessary to look briefly at how this concept emerged. The term metabolism, Stoffwechsel, was introduced as early as 1815 and was adopted by German physiologists during the 1830s and 1840s to refer primarily to material exchanges within the body, related to respiration. But the term was given a somewhat wider application, and therefore greater currency, by Liebig's use of it in 1842 in his Animal Chemistry, the great work that followed his 1840 Agricultural Chemistry. In animal chemistry, Liebig introduced the notion of metabolic process in the context of tissue degradation. It was later generalized still further and emerged as one of the key concepts, applicable both at the cellular level and in the analysis of entire organisms, in the development of biochemistry. 51. In Liebig's animal chemistry, the material concept of metabolism was mixed rather inconsistently with the notion of vital force, in which Liebig here canned back to an earlier vitalism, identifying physiological motion with unknown, even mystical, sources, imponderables, that could not be reduced to material exchange. Liebig's contribution here fed into a whole tradition of analysis that has been called vital materialism, which tried to avoid mechanistic approaches to biochemistry. His analysis in this respect came under attack in 1845 from the German scientist Julius Robert Meyer, one of the four co-discoverers in the early 1840s of the law of the conservation of energy. In a paper entitled The Motion of Organisms and Their Relation to Metabolism, Meyer argued, in opposition to Liebig, that the notion of vital force was unnecessary, and that metabolism, Stoffwechsel, was explicable entirely in terms of a scientific materialism emphasizing energetics, the conservation of energy and its exchange. Hence, the whole notion of metabolism came to be linked in this way with the more general shift toward energetics in science, and was thus essential for the development of quantitative ecology. Marx's own use of the concept in the 1860s in order to explain the relation of human labor to its environment was consistent with this general shift toward energetics in science. 52. Nor was this merely fortuitous, since Marx was well aware of these scientific debates. He was a close follower of the work of the British physicist John Tyndall, who championed Mayer's work in the 1860s. Engels was also familiar with Mayer's contributions and the general scientific discussions in this area, no doubt imparting some of this knowledge to Marx. In addition, Marx in 1864 had studied, and was deeply impressed by, the work of the German physiologist Theodor Schwann, who in 1839 had introduced the notion of cellular metabolism, thereby influencing Liebig, Meyer, and others. 53. Beginning in the 1840s down to the present day, the concept of metabolism has been used as a key category in the systems theory approach to the interaction of organisms to their environments. It captures the complex biochemical process of metabolic exchange, through which an organism, or a given cell, draws upon materials and energy from its environment and converts these by way of various metabolic reactions into the building blocks of growth. In addition, the concept of metabolism is used to refer to the specific regulatory processes that govern this complex interchange between organisms and their environment. Eugene Odum and other leading system ecologists now employ the concept of metabolism to refer to all biological levels, starting with the single cell and ending with the ecosystem. 54. Given all of this, it is somewhat surprising to discover that in his concept of nature in Marx, 1962, Alfred Schmidt claimed that Marx simply took over the German chemist Jacob Molescott's theory of metabolism, though not without changing it somewhat. As his evidence for this, Schmidt quoted from a work by Molschott, authored in 1857, in which Molschott stated that the name metabolism has been given to this exchange of material between different forms of life. We are right not to mention the word without a feeling of reverence. For just as trade is the soul of commerce, the external circulation of material is the soul of the world. I make no bones about stating this, the pivot about which the wisdom of the present-day world turns is the theory of metabolism. 55. Yet, Schmidt's inference here, with respect to Molescott's direct influence on Marx, has little actual basis in logic or evidence. The term metabolism, Stoffwechsel, was already well established in the scientific literature by the time Molschott wrote this. Although Marx was aware of Molescott's work, in London he attended lectures by Molschott as well as Liebig, Tyndall, and Thomas Huxley, and this may have played into his use of the term. There is no evidence that he took it particularly seriously. 56. In contrast, Marx studied Liebig closely, and was undoubtedly familiar with his earlier, more influential use of the concept. Moreover, in his use of the concept in capital, Marx always stayed close to Liebig's argument, and generally did so within a context that included direct allusions to Liebig's work. Given Molescott's tendency to shift back and forth between mechanistic materialism and mysticism, Marx is unlikely to have found his analysis congenial. The widespread use of the concept of metabolism during these decades, a usage that cannot be attributed to any one thinker, although Liebig clearly played an important role, was pointed out by Engels in Anti-Düring, 1877 to 1878. The fact that metabolism, or the organic exchange of matter, Engels wrote, is the most general and characteristic phenomenon of life has been said times without number during the last 30 years by physiological chemists and chemical physiologists. Later he added in the Dialectics of Nature in a discussion of Liebig, Helmholtz, and Tyndall, all of whom had contributed to the shift to energetics in science in the 1840s and 1850s, that life is the mode of existence of protein bodies, the essential element of which consists in continual metabolic interchange with the natural environment outside them, and which ceases with the cessation of this metabolism, bringing about the decomposition of the protein. For Engels, such metabolic exchange constituted a primary condition of life, even in a sense its definition, but neither an exact nor an exhaustive one. Moreover, exchange of matter was also encountered in the absence of life. There would therefore seem to be no genuine basis for assuming that Marx, in employing this concept in the late 1850s and 1860s, was drawing primarily on mole shot, or indeed on mole shot at all. Point 57. More peculiar still, Marina Fischer-Kowalski, basing her remarks on Schmidt's interpretation, has stated that, according to Schmidt, Marx drew much of his understanding of metabolism from this source mole shot and imported a notion of trophical hierarchy, food chains, and nutrient cycling rather than an organismic, biochemical interpretation of metabolism. The fact that Marx's analysis in this area was primarily derived from Liebig, and was undoubtedly influenced by Meyer, Tyndall, and Schwann, however, contradicts the claim that his analysis was neither biochemical nor organismic in nature. Indeed, it is undoubtedly a mistake to try to separate issues such as nutrient cycling from the biochemical interpretation of metabolism, as Fischer-Kowalski has done, since the former is part of the metabolic process in the life of organisms. Thus Marx referred to man's natural metabolism when discussing the complex, interdependent biochemical process involved in the intake of nutrients and the production of human wastes or excrement. Point 58. More usefully, Marina Fischer-Kowalski has recently referred to the concept of metabolism as a rising conceptual star within socio-ecological thought because of the emergence of cross-disciplinary research on industrial metabolism dealing with the regulatory processes governing the throughput of materials and energy for a given industrial complex. Point 59. Further, the concept of metabolism is frequently employed in a more global context to analyze the material interchange between city and country, in much the same fashion as Liebig and Marx used the concept. For scholars working in these areas, it is now common to recognize, as Fischer-Kowalski has stated, that within the 19th century foundations of social theory, it was Marx and Engels who applied the term metabolism to society. 60. Environmental theorists working with the concept of industrial metabolism in recent years have often insisted that, just as the materials that birds use to build nests are commonly viewed as material flows associated with the metabolism of birds, so analogous material flows within human production can be seen as constituting part of the human metabolism. For example, Fischer-Kowalski includes as part of the metabolism of a social system those material and energetic flows that sustain the material compartments of the system. 61. Nevertheless, how such a system is regulated, particularly in the case of human society, is the big question. In Marx's case the answer was human labor and its development within historically specific social formations. Marx's analysis of sustainability. An essential component of the concept of metabolism has always been the notion that it constitutes the basis on which the complex web of interactions necessary to life is sustained, and growth becomes possible. Marx employed the concept of a rift in the metabolic relation between human beings and the earth to capture the material estrangement of human beings within capitalist society from the natural conditions which formed the basis for their existence, what he called the everlasting nature-imposed conditions of human existence. To insist that large-scale capitalist society created such a metabolic rift between human beings and the soil was to argue that the nature-imposed conditions of sustainability had been violated. Capitalist production, Marx observed, turns towards the land only after its influence has exhausted it and after it has devastated its natural qualities. Further, This could be viewed in relation not only to the soil but also to the antagonistic relation between town and country. For Marx, like Liebig, the failure to return to the soil the nutrients that had been removed in the form of food and fiber had its counterpart in the pollution of the cities and the irrationality of modern sewerage systems. In the third volume of Capital he noted that in London, they can do nothing better with the excrement produced by 4.5 million people than pollute the Thames with it, at monstrous expense. Engels was no less explicit on this point. In addressing the need to transcend the antagonistic division of labor between town and country in the housing question, he referred, following Liebig, to the fact that in London alone a greater quantity of manure than is produced by the whole kingdom of Saxony is poured away every day into the sea with an expenditure of enormous sums. It was therefore necessary, he argued, to re-establish an intimate connection between industrial and agricultural production together with as uniform a distribution as possible of the population over the whole country, an argument that Marx and Engels had made in the Communist Manifesto. Writing in Volume 3 of Capital, Marx was adamant in insisting that the excrement produced by man's natural metabolism, along with the waste of industrial production and consumption, needed to be returned to the soil, as part of a complete metabolic cycle. 62. For Marx, the metabolic rift associated at the social level with the antagonistic division between town and country was also evident on a more global level. Whole colonies saw their land, resources, and soil robbed to support the industrialization of the colonizing countries. Following Liebig, who had contended that Great Britain robs all countries of the conditions of their fertility and had pointed to Ireland as an extreme example, Marx wrote, England has indirectly exported the soil of Ireland, without even allowing its cultivators the means for replacing the constituents of the exhausted soil. 63. Hence, it is impossible to avoid the conclusion that Marx's view of capitalist agriculture and of the metabolic rift in the nature-imposed relations between human beings and the soil led him to a wider concept of ecological sustainability, a notion that he thought of very limited practical relevance to capitalist society, which was incapable of applying rational scientific methods in this area, but essential for a society of associated producers. The way that the cultivation of particular crops depends on fluctuations in market prices and the constant changes in cultivation with these price fluctuations, the entire spirit of capitalist production, which is oriented towards the most immediate monetary profits, stands in contradiction to agriculture, which has to concern itself with the whole gamut of permanent conditions of life required by the chain of human generations. 64. Marx's emphasis on the need to maintain the earth for the sake of the chain of human generations, an idea that he had encountered in the early 1840s in Proudhon's What is Property, captured the very essence of the present-day notion of sustainable development, famously defined by the Brundtland Commission as development which meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their needs. Or, as Marx, capturing the same essential idea, put it at another point, the conscious and rational treatment of the land as permanent communal property is the inalienable condition for the existence and reproduction of the chain of human generations. 65. Indeed, in a truly remarkable passage in Capital, Marx wrote, from the standpoint of a higher socio-economic formation, the private property of particular individuals in the earth will appear just as absurd as the private property of one man in other men. Even an entire society, a nation, or all simultaneously existing societies taken together, are not owners of the earth. They are simply its possessors, its beneficiaries, and have to bequeath it in an improved state to succeeding generations as boni paterfamilias, good heads of the household. 66. These issues became increasingly important to Marx near the end of his life, when, as a result of his investigations into the revolutionary potential of the archaic Russian commune, he developed the argument that it would be possible to form an agricultural system organized on a vast scale and managed by cooperative labor through the use of modern agronomic methods not fully or rationally employed under capitalism. The merit of such a system, he contended, would be that it would be in a position to incorporate all the positive acquisitions devised by the capitalist system without falling prey to the purely exploitative relation to the soil, that is, the robbery, that characterized the latter. Marx's focus on the literature of the Russian populists near the end of his life, and his growing conviction that revolution against capitalism would emerge first in Russia where economic, and more specifically agricultural, abundance could not be taken for granted compelled him to focus on agricultural underdevelopment, and the ecological requirements of a more rational agricultural system. 67. Marx did not believe, though such views are commonly attributed to him, that the answer to problems of agricultural development was simply to increase the scale of production. Rather, his analysis taught him the dangers of large-scale agriculture, while also teaching him that the main issue was metabolic interaction between human beings and the earth. Hence, agriculture could occur on a fairly large scale only where conditions of sustainability were maintained, something that he believed was impossible under large-scale capitalist agriculture. The moral of the tale, Marx wrote in Volume 3 of Capital, is that the capitalist system runs counter to a rational agriculture, or that a rational agriculture is incompatible with the capitalist system, even if the latter promotes technical development in agriculture, and needs either small farmers working for themselves or the control of the associated producers. Marx and Engels consistently argued in their writings that large landholders were invariably more destructive in their relation to the earth than free farmers. Thus Engels wrote in Anti-Düring that in North America the big landlords of the South, with their slaves and their rapacious tilling of the land, exhausted the soil until it could only grow furze. 68. Although focusing to a considerable extent on the contradictions of the Second Agricultural Revolution and its relation to the antagonistic division between town and country, Marx and Engels's materialist conception of nature meant that they also addressed, though much more briefly, other ecological problems, including the depletion of coal reserves, the destruction of forests, and so on. As Engels noted in a letter to Marx, the working individual is not only a stabilizer of the present but also, and to a far greater extent, a squanderer of past, solar heat. As to what we have done in the way of squandering our reserves of energy, our coal, or, forests, etc., you are better informed than I am. 69. Marx himself referred to the devastating effects of deforestation and viewed this as a long-term, historical result of the exploitative relation to nature that had characterized all civilization, not just capitalism. Up to that point, the development of civilization and industry in general, he wrote, has always shown itself so active in the destruction of forests that everything that has been done for their conservation and production is completely insignificant in comparison. 70. Marx also decried the fact that the forests in England were not true forests, since the deer in the parks of the great are demure domestic cattle, as fat as London aldermen. While in Scotland the so-called deer forests that had been set up for the benefit of huntsmen, at the expense of rural labourers, encompassed deer but no trees. 71. Under the influence of the ancient materialists and Darwin, Marx and Engels repudiated the age-old conception that had placed human beings at the centre of the natural universe. Thus Engels professed a withering contempt for the idealistic exaltation of man over the other animals. There is no trace in Marx and Engels of the Cartesian reduction of animals to mere machines. 72. In recent years, ecological economics has focused heavily on energetics and the entropy law. In this context, it has sometimes been argued that Marx and Engels were in error in refusing to acknowledge the importance of energy and material flows for a theory of economic value, in the context of their rejection of the work of the early ecological economist Sergei Podolinsky, who, beginning in 1880, had made some pioneering contributions in this area, and who considered himself a follower of Marx. This criticism has been leveled in particular by Juan Martínez Alier in a series of works. 73. Nevertheless, the entire body of evidence offered for this interpretation consists of two letters that Engels wrote to Marx, at the latter's request, assessing Podolinsky's analysis, 3 months before Marx's death. In these letters Engels accepted the general scientific basis upon which Podolinsky's analysis was erected, but criticized the shortcomings of his analysis of energy transfers, which failed to take into account energy transferred by fertilizers in agriculture and the importance of fossil fuels. In general, Engels believed that the obstacles to calculating accurately the energy transfers involved in economic transactions were so enormous as to make them impractical. This was far from constituting a rejection of the entropy law. Marx himself never replied to this letter from Engels nor commented on Podlinsky's work, and, given the fact that he died a few months later, even his silence tells us nothing. 74 If Marx was thus unable to take advantage of Podlinsky's work, however, the same was not true with respect to his incorporation of Liebig's insights into his analysis. Hence, it is significant that some ecological economists have seen Marx's work, in line with Liebig's, as offering the essential elements of a thermodynamic critique of capitalist agriculture. 75. A more prominent criticism of Marx, deriving from a failure to understand his approach to the question of sustainability, is that he allegedly denied the role of nature in the creation of wealth by constructing a labor theory of value that saw all value derived from nature, and by referring to nature as a free gift to capital. 76 Yet this criticism is based on fundamental misunderstanding of Marx's economics. The idea that the earth was a gift of nature to capital was propounded by Malthus long before Marx. Marx, while accepting this as a reality of capitalist production, nonetheless was aware of the social and ecological contradictions embedded in such a view. In his economic manuscript of 1861-63 he repeatedly attacked Malthus for falling back on this physiocratic notion that the environment was a gift of nature to man, while failing to perceive how this was connected to historically specific social relations brought into being by capital. 77. Nevertheless, this tenet of classical liberal political economy was carried forward into neoclassical economics in the work of the great economic theorist Alfred Marshall and persisted in neoclassical economics textbooks well into the 1980s. Hence the 10th, 1987, edition of a widely used introductory textbook in economics by Campbell McConnell states the following: land refers to all natural resources, all free gifts of nature which are usable in the production process. And further along we find, land has no production cost, it is a free and non-reproducible gift of nature. 78. To be sure, Marx agreed with classical liberal political economy that under the law of value of capitalism nature was accorded no value. The earth, he wrote, is active as an agent of production in the production of a use value, a material product, say wheat. But it has nothing to do with producing the value of the wheat. 79. The value of the wheat, as with any commodity under capitalism, arose from labor. For Marx, however, this merely pointed to the very narrow, limited conception of wealth associated with capitalist commodity relations and a system built around exchange value. Genuine wealth, he argued, consisted of use values, the characteristic of production in general, transcending its specifically capitalist form. Indeed, it was the contradiction between use value and exchange value engendered by capitalism that Marx considered to be one of the foremost contradictions of the entire dialectic of capital. Nature, which contributed to the production of use values, was just as much a source of wealth as labor, even though its contribution to wealth was neglected by the system. Indeed, labor itself was ultimately reducible to such natural properties, a proposition deeply embedded in the materialist tradition going back as far as Epicurus. What Lucretius says, Marx wrote in Capital, is self-evident: nil posse crere de nihilo, out of nothing, nothing can be created. Creation of value is the transposition of labor power into labor. Labor power itself is, above all else, the material of nature transformed into a human organism. 80. Nature, Marx wrote, builds no machines, no locomotives, railways, electric telegraphs, self-acting mules, etc. These are products of human industry, natural material transformed into organs of the human will over nature, or of human participation in nature. They are organs of the human brain, created by the human hand, the power of knowledge, objectified. Hence, human beings through their production give new form, that is, actively transform, already existing material nature. Labor is the living, form-giving fire, it is the transitoriness of things, their temporality, as their formation by living time. 81. Here Marx was building on Epicurus' notion of the transitory nature of things, of matter as mere embodied time, as Marx had put it in his doctoral thesis, see chapter 2 above. In line with this conception, which took into account both material nature and the transformative role of human labor, Marx insisted that labor, as he stated at the beginning of Capital, is not the only source of material wealth, i.e. of the use values it produces. As William Petty says, labor is the father of material wealth, the earth is its mother. In the critique of the Gotha program, Marx offered a trenchant criticism of those socialists such as Ferdinand Lassalle who had attributed what Marx called supernatural creative power to labor by viewing it as the sole source of wealth and setting aside nature's contribution. 82 Under communism, he insisted, wealth would need to be viewed in far more universal terms, as consisting of those material use values that constituted the foundations for the full development of human creativity, the development of the rich individuality which is all-sided in its production as in its consumption, expanding the wealth of connections allowed for by nature, while at the same time reflecting the complex and changing human metabolism with nature. 83. An even more important criticism frequently leveled at Marx in this area is that he had an extremely optimistic, cornucopian view of the conditions that would exist in post-capitalist society due to the development of the forces of production under capitalism. In this interpretation, Marx relied so much on the assumption of abundance in his vision of a future society that ecological considerations such as the scarcity of natural resources and external limits to production simply vanished. Thus Alec Nove has contended that Marx believed that the problem of production had been solved by capitalism, and that the future society of associated producers would not have to take seriously the problem of the allocation of scarce resources, which also implied that there was no need for an ecologically conscious socialism. 84. Yet, rather than arguing, as Nove contends, that natural resources were inexhaustible and that ecological abundance was simply assured by the development of capitalist forces of production, Marx insisted again and again that capitalism was beset with a chronic problem of production in agriculture, which could ultimately be traced to the unsustainable way in which production was organized. Agriculture in general, Marx argued, when it progresses spontaneously and is not consciously controlled, leaves deserts behind it. Persia, Mesopotamia, etc., Greece. 85. Within industry, Marx was aware of the enormous waste generated, and stressed the need for the reduction and reuse of waste, especially in a section of Volume 3 of Capital entitled Utilization of the Refuse of Production. Further, he gave every indication that these difficulties would continue to plague any society attempting to construct socialism or communism. Thus, although some critics, such as Andrew McLaughlin, argue that Marx envisioned a general material abundance as the substratum of communism, and hence saw no basis for recognizing any interest in the liberation of nature from human domination, this is contradicted by overwhelming evidence from Marx's texts themselves, where he demonstrates a deep concern for issues of ecological limits and sustainability. 86. Further, there is simply no indication at any point in Marx's vast intellectual corpus that he believed that a sustainable relation to the earth would come about automatically with the transition to socialism. Rather, he stressed the need for planning in this area, beginning with measures aimed at the elimination of the antagonistic division of labor between town and country. This included the more even dispersal of population, the integration of industry and agriculture, and the restoration and improvement of the soil through the recycling of soil nutrients. All of this obviously required a revolutionary transformation in the human relation to the earth. Capitalism, Marx observed, creates the material conditions for a new and higher synthesis, a union of agriculture and industry on the basis of the forms that have developed during the period of their antagonistic isolation. Yet in order to achieve this higher synthesis, he argued, it would be necessary for the associated producers in the new society to govern the human metabolism with nature in a rational way, a requirement that raised fundamental and continuing challenges for post-revolutionary society. 87. Toward the society of associated producers. For Marx, Capitalism was a class society characterized by an extreme division of the population within society, which was rooted in a no less extreme division of the population from the earth. All production, under all forms of society, he wrote in the Grundriss, is appropriation of nature on the part of an individual within and through a specific form of society. Yet, the system of capitalist private property, as distinguished both from communal property and from private property rooted in individual worker-farmer proprietorship over the land, arises through the severing of any direct connection between the mass of the population and the earth, often by forcible removal. Hence, a presupposition for the development of capitalist wage labor is the separation of free labor from the objective conditions of its realization from the means of labor and the material for labor. Thus, above all, release of the worker from the soil as his natural workshop. The very existence of capital, for Marx, therefore presupposed a process of history which dissolves the various forms in which the worker is a proprietor, or in which the proprietor works. Thus above all, 1. Dissolution of the relation to the earth, land and soil as natural condition of production to which he relates as to his own organic being. 2. Dissolution of the relations in which he appears as proprietor. This dissolution of the organic relation between human labor and the earth took the form of what the classical economists, including Marx, called original, primary, or primitive accumulation. In this process lay the genesis of the capitalist system. 88. At the end of Capital, Volume 1, Marx devoted Part 8 of his book, consisting of 8 chapters, to the description of so-called primitive accumulation, in which he described the lengthy historical process, beginning as early as the 14th century, whereby the great mass of the population was removed, often by force, from the soil and hurled onto the labor market as free, unprotected, and rightless proletarians. Moreover, this historical process of the expropriation of the agricultural producer, the peasant, went hand in hand with the genesis of the capitalist farmer and the industrial capitalist. 89. In England, where this process had reached its highest development at the time that Marx was writing, and which he took therefore as the classic form of primitive accumulation, the nobility, which had metamorphosed early on into a moneyed nobility, made transformation of arable land into sheepwalks, its slogan. The process of dispossessing the peasantry took the form of enclosures of common lands, thus separating the free agricultural laborers from the means of their production, turning them into paupers and proletarians who could survive only by selling their labor power in the towns. In developing his critique of this historical movement, Marx gave pride of place to Bacon's criticism of the depopulating enclosures in his The Reign of Henry VII, and to Thomas More's Utopia, where it was said that England was a curious land where sheep swallow down the very men themselves. The Reformation, and the seizure of church lands, gave new impetus to this whole process. The Catholic Church, at the time of the Reformation, was, Marx remarked, the feudal proprietor of a great part of the soil of England. With the seizure of church lands, innumerable peasants were driven out. So great was the increase in pauperization that Queen Elizabeth was forced to acknowledge it directly by the introduction of the poor rate, the beginning of the Poor Laws. In fact, the usurpation of the common lands and the accompanying revolution in agriculture, Marx noted, had such an acute effect on the agricultural laborers that, their wages began to fall below the minimum between 1765 and 1780, and to be supplemented by official poor law relief. 90. These changes also spelled the end of the yeomanry, which were, as late as the 17th century, much more numerous than the class of farmers, and had constituted the backbone of Cromwell's new model army. By the 18th century the yeomanry had simply disappeared. Numerous parliamentary bills for enclosure of commons were introduced to make lawful the seizure of the common lands. By the 19th century, the very memory of the connection between the agricultural laborer and communal property had vanished. 91. The process of enclosure, however, continued into the 19th century. As an example of the method used in the 19th century, Marx wrote, "The clearings made by the Duchess of Sutherland will suffice here." This person, who had been well instructed in economics, resolved, when she succeeded to the headship of the clan, to undertake a radical economic cure, and to turn the whole county of Sutherland, the population of which had already been reduced to 15,000 by similar processes, into a sheep walk. Between 1814 and 1820 these 15,000 inhabitants, about 3,000 families, were systematically hunted and rooted out. All their villages were destroyed and burnt, all their fields turned into pasturage. British soldiers enforced this mass of evictions, and came to blows with the inhabitants. One old woman was burned to death in the flames of the hut she refused to leave. It was in this manner that this fine lady appropriated 794,000 acres of land which had belonged to the clan from time immemorial. She assigned to the expelled inhabitants some 6,000 acres on the seashore, 2 acres per family. The 6,000 acres had until this time lain waste, and brought in no income to their owners. The Duchess, in the nobility of her heart, actually went so far as to let these waste lands at an average rent of £260 per acre to the clansmen, who for centuries had shed their blood for her family. She divided the whole of the stolen land of the clan into 29 huge sheep farms, each inhabited by a single family, for the most part imported English farm servants. By 1825 the 15,000 gales had already been replaced by 131,000 sheep. The remnant of the original inhabitants, who had been flung onto the seashore, tried to live by catching fish. They became amphibious, and lived, as an English writer says, half on land and half on water, and withal only half on both. 92. All of this meant that it became possible to incorporate the soil into capital, while creating the necessary army of surplus labor to feed urban industry. 93. However, where, Marx asks, did the capitalists originally spring from? For the only class created directly by the expropriation of the agricultural peasant is that of the great landed proprietors. Marx divides his answer to this question into 2 parts, the origin of the capitalist farmer and the origin of the industrial capitalist. The former emerged slowly, and can be said to have emerged out of the earlier form of the bailiff in the second half of the 14th century. It is at this point that the landlord begins providing seed, cattle, and farm implements so that the farmer can carry on the real work of agriculture. Eventually this takes the form of the developed system based on ground rent. The whole process was greatly facilitated, moreover, by the agricultural revolution that began in the late 15th century, and the enclosures. The usurpation of the common lands allowed the farmer to augment greatly his stock of cattle, almost without cost, while the cattle themselves yielded a richer supply of manure for the cultivation of the soil. 94. The degree of the division of labor is, as Adam Smith had pointed out, partly dependent on the extent of the market. For Marx, the genesis of the industrial capitalist was a story not so much of English history as of world history. It took place not gradually but all at once. This took the form of the pillage of the non-capitalist world and the creation of the triangle trade of the transatlantic slave system. As Marx famously put it, the discovery of gold and silver in America, the extirpation, enslavement, and entombment in mines of the indigenous population of that continent, the beginnings of the conquest and plunder of India, and the conversion of Africa into a preserve for the commercial hunting of black skins, are all things which characterize the dawn of the era of capitalist production. These idyllic proceedings are the chief moments of primitive accumulation. 95. The trade in scalps promoted by the British and the Puritans of New England, the slave trade in Java, the conquest and plunder of India, the opium trade, and so on, were all means in which capital created a world system under its control that extracted wealth and raw materials for capitalist industry for the benefit of Europe, while destroying communal systems of property elsewhere. All of this is part of the larger, global expropriation that provided the primary accumulation for the genesis of industrial capital. Hence, in Marx's words, it was not without reason that Carey accused England of trying to turn every other country into a purely agricultural nation, whose manufacturer is to be England. Within England itself, soon to be known as the workshop of the world, the change was profound. It transformed at one pole, the social means of production and subsistence into capital, and at the opposite pole, the mass of the population into wage laborers, into the free laboring poor, that artificial product of modern history. 96. Primitive accumulation, so called, constitutes the prehistory and the precondition of capital. The metamorphosis that it represents ushers in the system of capitalist appropriation, which rests on the exploitation of alienated, but formally free labor. And from this arises the whole historical tendency of capitalist accumulation, its imminent laws of development. For Marx, this is expressed most succinctly in terms of the new laws that govern population itself under these conditions, that is, what he calls the absolute general law of capitalist accumulation, the tendency of capitalist class society, built on the exploitation of the proletariat, to polarize so that more and more wealth is concentrated in fewer and fewer hands, while the great mass of the population, kept down by the continual reproduction of an industrial reserve army of the unemployed, finds itself in a situation of relative impoverishment and degradation. As Marx himself puts it, the greater the social wealth, the functioning capital, the extent and energy of its growth, and therefore also the greater the absolute mass of the proletariat and the productivity of its labor, the greater is the industrial reserve army. But the greater this reserve army in proportion to the active labor army, the greater is the mass of a consolidated surplus population, whose misery is in inverse ratio to the amount of torture it has to undergo in the form of labor. The more extensive, finally, the pauperized sections of the working class and the industrial reserve army, the greater is official pauperism. This is the absolute general law of capitalist accumulation. Like all other laws, it is modified in its working by many circumstances, the analysis of which does not concern us here. 97. In this way Marx points, in the last two parts of Volume 1 of Capital, to laws of population, though ones very different from the trans-historical, and essentially non-developmental, form which they take in Malthus's theory. The precondition of capitalism is the removal of the mass of the population from the soil, which makes possible the historical development of capital itself. This takes the form of the increasing class polarization of the population between rich and poor, the antagonistic separation of town from country, replicated on a world scale by the fact that some countries are turned into mere agricultural feeding grounds, mere sources of raw materials for the industrial development at the center of the system. For Marx, all of this was inseparable from, and indeed is a logical outgrowth of, what he called the differentia specifica of the system of capitalist private property, the fact that it was built on systematic alienation from all forms of naturally based need. Hence, under the artificial regime of capital, it is the search for exchange value, that is, profit, rather than the servicing of genuine, universal, natural needs, which constitutes the object, the motive, for production. The resulting extreme polarization between wealth that knows no bounds, at one pole, and an alienated, exploited, degraded existence which constitutes the denial of all that is most human, on the other, creates a contradiction that runs like a fault line through the capitalist system. Eventually the capitalist integument that so distorts and restricts the development of social labor is burst asunder, the knell of capitalist private property sounds. The expropriators are expropriated. 98. In all of this, however, Marx continually insists that the alienation from the earth is sine qua non of the capitalist system. Thus in his frequently disregarded last chapter to Volume 1 of Capital, on the modern theory of colonization, Marx points to Edward Wakefield's theory of colonization, whereby Wakefield argued that the only way in which to maintain a cheap proletarian workforce for industry in the colonies was to find a way of artificially raising the price of the land. Otherwise workers would quickly leave industry for the land and set themselves up as small proprietors. For Marx, this pointed to the contradiction of the separation and estrangement of the population from the land that constituted the foundation on which the whole system of formerly free labor rested. The transformation of property in the land by capital, Marx wrote in the Grundriss, clears, as Stoyart says, the land of its excess mouths, tears the children of the earth from the breast on which they were raised, and thus transforms labor on the soil itself, which appears by its nature as the direct wellspring of subsistence, into a mediated source of subsistence, a source purely dependent on social relations. The transformation of capitalism, the abolition of wage labor, and the creation of a society of associated producers thus necessitated the abolition of this alienation of human beings from the earth. 99. Hence, from the 1840s on, both Marx and Engels insisted on the need to transcend this form of alienation from nature upon which capitalism rested. Always their argument involved the abolition of the antagonistic relation between town and country through the integration of agriculture and industry, the dispersal of population, and what Marx referred to as the restoration of the metabolic relation between human beings and the earth. Marx quoted Hippolyte Collins as saying, "It is thanks to the individual appropriation of the soil that there exist men who only possess the strength of their arms. When you put a man in a vacuum, you rob him of the air. You do the same when you take the soil away from him, for you are putting him in a space void of wealth, so as to leave him no way of living except according to your wishes." 100. For Engels, following Liebig, the transcendence of the antagonism between town and country was expressed in ecological terms. Abolition of the antithesis between town and country is not merely possible. It has become a direct necessity of industrial production itself, just as it has become a necessity of agricultural production and, besides, of public health. The present poisoning of the air, water, and land can be put an end to only by the fusion of town and country, and only such fusion will change the situation of the masses now languishing in the towns, and enable their excrement to be used for the production of plants instead of for the production of disease. 101. Hence, in their conception of a future society, Marx and Engels proposed a higher synthesis in the relation between town and country that, as Bertel Oilman has observed, appeared to involve moving some industries to the country as well as greatly expanding the amount of unencumbered land inside cities for parks, woodlands, and garden plots. I suspect, too, that Marx would like to see the number of people living in any one city reduced, and more small and medium-sized cities set up throughout the countryside. 102. The close connection between Marx's vision of communism and ecological sustainability is evident in the utopian conceptions of the acclaimed 19th-century English artist, master craftsperson, designer, poet, and socialist activist William Morris, 1834–1896, who was not only a firm advocate of Marxian socialism but also one of the formative green thinkers in the English context. In his celebrated utopian novel News from Nowhere, Morris described a society in which the overthrow of the world market had led to the demise of wasteful forms of economic production geared to artificial necessities for the sake of profit, and the subsequent reorganization of production in such a way that nothing can be made but for genuine use. Free time for the pursuit of intellectual inquiry and independent craftsmanship was more readily available because society had given up its narrowly defined, instrumentalist ends, whereas work itself was seen as serving the needs of both human creativity and the fulfillment of social needs. In this post-revolutionary utopian social order, Morris wrote in the spirit of Marx, the difference between town and country grew less and less. Initially, following the revolution, people had flocked from town to country but yielded to the influence of their surroundings, and became country people with the population of the country more numerous than that of the towns. England in the 19th century, it was explained, had become a country of huge and foul workshops, and fouler gambling dens, surrounded by an ill-kept, poverty-stricken farm, pillaged by the masters of workshops. It is now a garden, where nothing is wasted and nothing is spoilt, with the necessary dwellings, sheds, and workshops scattered up and down the country, all trim and neat and pretty. The existence of this garden did not, however, preclude the preservation of wilderness areas, which were maintained for their intrinsic value. Population, meanwhile, had stabilized and been spread about, part of the program enunciated by Marx and Engels in the Communist Manifesto. 103. Morris's vision, so close to that of Marx, whom he read and reread, reminds us of the fully revolutionary character of Marx's analysis, which, from his very earliest writings on, took account of the alienation of human beings from the earth under capitalism, as a precondition for alienation within the regime of capital accumulation. Marx never moved very far in this respect from the Epicurean notions that nothing came from nothing and nothing could be reduced to nothing, that is, that all human production involved the transformation and conservation of matter. 104 Likewise he adhered consistently to the proposition, arising from this analysis, that the land needed to be conserved and cultivated for the sake of future generations. These constituted naturally imposed conditions of human production and existence, and the most general expression of the alienation of capitalism from the conditions of production in general. The revolution against capitalism required therefore not only the overturning of its specific relations of exploitation of labor, but also the transcendence through the rational regulation of the metabolic relation between human beings and nature by means of modern science and industry of the alienation from the earth, the ultimate foundation/precondition for capitalism. Only in these terms does Marx's frequent call for the abolition of wage labor make any sense. Chapter 6. The basis in natural history for our view. Darwin wrote the first short draft of his theory of the transmutation of species in soft pencil in 1842. 2 years later he wrote a much longer draft, of about 50,000 words, and gave strict instructions to his wife Emma that it should be published upon his death. It was not until 1858, 2 decades after he first articulated his theory in his notebooks, that he made it public in a joint presentation of papers with his young rival Alfred Russel Wallace, publishing The Origin of Species itself in the following year. And he only did so then when it appeared that Wallace would scoop him. This has raised the issue, as we saw in Chapter 2, of what Stephen Jay Gould has called Darwin's delay, a question which has been of increasing interest to Darwin scholars, particularly with the publication of his early transmutation notebooks. The traditional interpretation for the delay has been that as a rational scientist Darwin had simply been slowly accumulating evidence in order to construct a much stronger theory. But such an interpretation must explain why during these years he was engaged in activities such as the writing of a multi-volume work on the taxonomy and natural history of barnacles. Based on the evidence provided in Darwin's notebooks, historians of science have recently arrived at quite different conclusions, now almost universally held by Darwin scholars, that Darwin was a tormented evolutionist, reluctant revolutionist, and alarmed materialist, trying to reconcile his scientific discoveries with his traditional Whig and Anglican beliefs, fearful as well as of losing his respectability and his position within elite circles. 1 Still, it would be a serious mistake to attribute Darwin's delay to cowardice. Rather, he needs to be understood not simply as a scientist, but as a complex social actor in a time of turbulent social change, trying to advance his scientific views, which were rooted in materialism, while defending a particular class position. The grandson on his maternal side of industrialist Josiah Wedgwood, living on his estate at Down House in Kent, his money and his wife's money, invested in railroad stock, Darwin was a strong believer in the bourgeois order. His science was revolutionary, but Darwin the man was not, and therein lay his inner dilemma. 2. England in Darwin's day was a seething cauldron of discontent. In August 1839, when he was attending a meeting of the British Association for the Advancement of Science in Birmingham, he found a city on the verge of martial law. The Chartist convention was being held in the town, and socialists and red Lamarckian evolutionists were in attendance with 500,000 pamphlets denouncing property, marriage, and the uncooperative state being distributed. In 1842, while Darwin worked on his evolutionary sketch, the entire country was paralyzed by a general strike organized by the Chartists. The Riot Act was read in many of the industrial towns, and in some demonstrators were shot and killed. Meanwhile, the atheists had recently founded an illegal penny paper, the Oracle of Reason, which was selling in the thousands. It attacked religion with geological tidbits and revolutionary Lamarckianism. William Chilton, writing for the Oracle, presented materialism in revolutionary class terms, coupling this with evolutionary concepts. Man was just a collection of organized atoms. The Oracle attacked Paley's natural theology as a pernicious justification of the status quo. In August 1842 the Oracle editor, George Holyoake, was tried publicly and uttered such blasphemies as the non-existence of God and the inability of the poor to support parsons during economic bad times. Darwin meanwhile had been reading William Cobbett's Rural Rides, with its attacks on Parson Malthus and the Corn Laws. With an uprising feared, the old Iron Duke, the Duke of Wellington, called up the guards and special units of the police. The zoologist Richard Owen, a colleague and collaborator of Darwin's, drilled with the Honorable Artillery Company and was called out to reinforce the police. Day after day, up to 10,000 demonstrators massed on the commons all over the capital. Darwin and his wife Emma, in relief, left London in the fourth week of the general strike to take up residence in the rural surroundings of their new home at Down House in Kent. 3. The new setting did not, however, lessen the magnitude of the dilemma in which Darwin was caught, when writing up his theory for the first time. As Adrian Desmond and James Moore observe in their biography, Darwin, The Life and Times of a Tormented Evolutionist, 1991. Of course Darwin could not publish. Materialism petrified him, and one can see why, with it condemned by the forces of church and state as a blasphemous derision of the Christian law of the land. He was too worldly wise not to sense the danger, the damning class implications. He had no illusions about how he would be treated. By netting man and ape together he risked being identified with atheistic lowlife, or with extreme dissenters cursing the fornicating church. The whole fabric was ready to be ripped apart without his help. As the old world totters and falls, he could not be seen aiding the demolition. Ultimately he was frightened for his respectability. For a gentleman among the Oxbridge set, priming itself to guard man's soul against the socialist levelers, publishing would have been tantamount to treachery, a betrayal of the old order. 4. Evolutionary ideas had long been associated with materialism, each implying the other, and were seen as first arising from the ancient materialists Empedocles, Epicurus, and Lucretius. It was in Lucretius that the notion of species survival through adaptation to the environment, and more importantly the idea of the extinction of species that failed to adapt, known as the elimination theory, was most clearly stated in antiquity. Lucretius died in 55 BC, and evolutionary thinking on the origins of life did not re-emerge until the mid-18th century. Hence, as Paul Sears states in his book Charles Darwin, The Naturalist as a Cultural Force, 1950, after Lucretius, speculations as to the origin and development of life lay dormant for 18 centuries, only to be revived by thinkers like Jean-Baptiste Lamarck, 1744 to 1829, and Erasmus Darwin. Until the publication of Darwin's Origin itself, however, such views were mostly confined to the materialist underground, excluded from the realm of respectable science and establishment thought. Moreover, they lacked any clear explanation of the mechanism of evolution. 5. We now know that Darwin was exposed to materialist theories of evolution by his walking companion and early mentor, the Lamarckian biologist Robert Grant, while he was still a young medical student in Edinburgh. It was at Edinburgh, moreover, that he saw materialist views raised and then censored within the Pliny Society. Although later on, at Cambridge, Darwin found himself still attracted to Paley's natural theology, entranced by the logic of the argument and the emphasis on the perfect adaptation of species to their environment, which was viewed as evidence of design. These materialist evolutionary doubts lingered with him. In his Cambridge years Darwin had considered himself to be a devout Christian, but there is no doubt that his immediate family background gave impetus to the tendency toward free thinking that he was always to display, and that became stronger subsequent to his voyage on the Beagle. His grandfather Erasmus was a weak deist, his father Robert an unbeliever, his uncle Josiah Wedgwood a Unitarian, and his brother Erasmus, by the time that Darwin returned from his voyage on the Beagle, was also an unbeliever. Darwin's free-thinking family background thus placed him in potential conflict with the leading naturalists in his day, since, in the words of Ernst Mayr, virtually all the naturalists in England at that time were ordained ministers, as were the professors at Cambridge who taught botany, J.S. Henslow, and geology, Adam Sedgwick. 6. Darwin's evolutionary speculations had been strengthened enormously by his reading of Charles Lyell's Principles of Geology, the first volume of which he took on his voyage on the Beagle, where he served as the ship's naturalist. It was Lyell's conception of an extremely slow, uniform process of geological change over what then seemed to be almost interminable time that provided the basis on which Darwin was able gradually to erect his notions of transmutation of species, although Lyell himself at that time rejected the hypothesis of the transmutation of species. In his notebooks Darwin continued these speculations, and drafting and redrafting his theory, in the early 1840s, but conditions did not seem propitious for publication. Hence, while building up his scientific reputation publishing his journal on the voyage around the world on the HMS Beagle, which immediately made him famous in both scientific and non-scientific circles, and authoring works on the geology of South America, coral reefs, and volcanic islands, Darwin continued to develop his most important idea, the theory of natural selection, in the hope of eventual publication. The botanist Joseph Hooker, one of Darwin's few confidants, had written to him in 1847 saying that no one has a right to examine the question of species who has not minutely described many. Although Hooker did not actually have Darwin himself in mind in writing this, the latter nonetheless took it personally, and felt partly compelled for this reason to carry out his comprehensive study of barnacles, thereby earning the right to pronounce on species transmutation. Contemplating a theoretical scientific revolution that was as significant, and as threatening to established views, as the Copernican revolution had been, Darwin sought first to create a reputation for himself as an empirical scientific investigator that was unassailable. This in itself, though, was a delaying tactic of sorts, since Darwin's chief problem was that he felt unable to publish his theory due to the social implications and the climate of the time. 7. By 1854 Darwin had finished his study of barnacles and returned once again to his work on natural selection. He commenced writing a work on the transmutation of species in 1856. His task was made easier this time around by the fact that historical conditions had changed considerably since he had first drafted his theory. By 1851, when the Great Exhibition was held in London, the age of revolution appeared to be gone, replaced by the age of capital. The Great Exhibition celebrated Britain's hegemonic position as the industrial workshop of the world. The abolition of the Corn Laws 5 years earlier reflected the increasing dominance of the British economy by manufacturing capital. These conditions meant that materialist evolutionary science, insofar as it was compatible with the system of industrial capitalism, could no longer be as easily suppressed. As Thomas Huxley, 1825–1895, wrote in 1859 at the time of the first publication of The Origin, the transmutation theory, as it has been called, has been a skeleton in the closet always threatening to break out into the open. Why, it was frequently asked, did the realm of biology, of life, not conform, as part of a consistent whole, with those material laws that had been shown to govern astronomy, physics, chemistry, and medicine? In the decade of the 1850s the question of transmutation would not go away. One way in which it was raised was through the anonymous publication The Vestiges of the Natural History of Creation, 1844, by Edinburgh publisher Robert Chambers, 1802–1871. Chambers's book quickly became a bestseller. 4 editions appeared in the first 7 months and it eventually went through 10 editions. By 1860 it had sold 24,000 copies. Chambers aimed the Vestiges not at the scientists, much less at those that he referred to as the dogs of clergy, but at the ordinary educated Victorian. His arguments, though flawed, were impressive, convincing enough that for the first time the evolutionary doctrine became an open topic of discussion among the educated public at large. The Vestiges was of course full of weaknesses, and was savaged, not only by the likes of Sam Wilberforce, the Bishop of Oxford, and Adam Sedgwick, the Cambridge geologist and defender of natural theology, but also by Thomas Huxley, later to be known as Darwin's bulldog. Nevertheless, its role in drawing the poison, and thus preparing the way for Darwin's later success, is not to be underestimated. By the mid-40s, Desmond, and more right with the vestiges in mind, transmutation was moving off the streets, out of the shabby dissecting theatres, and into the drawing rooms. The great English romantic John Ruskin had at one time seen nature in teleological terms, but by the early 1850s was suffering doubts. "If only the geologists would let me alone," he wrote in a letter in 1851, "I could do very well, but those dreadful hammers. I hear the clink of them at the end of every cadence of the Bible verses." 8. Darwin in the late 1850s had decided to publish his ideas on a grand scale, overcoming all opposition through the massive nature of his research. By 1858 he had written a number of chapters of what was intended to be his great work on natural selection. But in June 1858 the mail brought a score of pages from Alfred Russel Wallace outlining his own theory of natural selection, developed independently, providing an argument very similar to Darwin's 1842 sketch. A panic-stricken Darwin was thus forced to present his theory, together with Wallace's, in a joint presentation of papers, carried out by Charles Lyell and Joseph Hooker, with the two principals absent, that very year, followed by the rapid completion of The Origin of Species, which Darwin persisted in viewing as a mere abstract of a longer work that never materialized, in the following year. The Origin of Species. Like many great discoveries, the essential idea of Darwin's work, the full title of which was On the Origin of Species by Means of Natural Selection, or the Preservation of Favored Races in the Struggle for Life, was quite simple though endlessly complex in its inner workings and ramifications. The fundamental theory laid out in the opening chapters of the work was developed as follows: all organisms are characterized by superfecundity, or the tendency to produce many more offspring than can survive. These offspring vary among themselves, and are not simply replicas of an original type. Part of this variation is passed down to future generations. Darwin did not know the laws of heredity at this time prior to the development of genetics, but the fact of heredity was of course well known. Since not all offspring survive, Darwin concluded, there must necessarily be a struggle for existence among these numerous offspring, and those best fitted by this process of innate variation to the limited conditions of the local environment in which they lived would tend, statistically, to have a higher survival rate, thereby passing on these variations, at least to some extent, to their offspring. The accumulation of such favorable variations over the very long span of geological time would result in the evolution of species or descent with modification. 9. Darwin made it clear in the introduction that the chief contribution of his work lay not in the mere postulate of transmutation of species, which had already been proposed numerous times, such as in the work of the author of the Vestiges, but in explaining the specific mechanism natural selection by means of innate variation through which such transmutation occurred. Moreover, the aim of his theory was to account for the marvelous adaptation, and co-adaptation, to the environment to be found everywhere in nature and so heavily emphasized by the natural theological tradition. Darwin's strategy of presentation was simple and elegant. He started in Chapter 1 with what his readers knew best: the conditions of the variation under domestication of plants and animals, drawing on the long human history of horticulture and animal husbandry. Here he demonstrated that artificial selection had produced variations that were often greater than those separating what were generally recognized as different species, and at the same time that these variations could be traced to a common ancestry. He then turned, in Chapter 2, to the question of variation under nature. Not only was there enormous variation in nature, the question arose as to whether there was some mechanism in nature, equivalent to the action of the breeder, which would produce the same result although on a greater scale over immense periods of time. The answer came in Chapter 3, entitled The Struggle for Existence, in which Darwin began to articulate the workings of such a mechanism. This was elaborated more fully in Chapter 4 in terms of the principle of natural selection. The remainder of the work was then devoted to exploring the full complexity of the issues raised by the general principle of natural selection in the context of a struggle for existence. In Chapter 6, for example, Darwin examined the issue of the evolution of organs of extreme perfection such as the eye, upon which Palean natural theologians had placed so much emphasis. And in Chapter 7 he took up the question of the development of complex instinctual behavior, such as that of hive-making bees. In each case he explained how all of this could have originated in innumerable gradations by means of natural selection. As a result, the natural theological argument on the fineness of adaptation as constituting irrefutable evidence for divine intervention in nature was at last laid to rest. Darwin's argument went further than natural theology itself in recognizing the variation and adaptation of organisms in nature. Yet it did so without resorting to final causes. Central to the whole argument was the idea of the struggle for existence, an idea that had to a considerable extent been inspired by Malthus. As Darwin stated in the introduction to The Origin, this is the doctrine of Malthus, applied to the whole animal and vegetable kingdoms. As many more individuals of each species are born than can possibly survive, and as, consequently, there is a frequently recurring struggle for existence, it follows that any being, if it vary however slightly in any manner profitable to itself, under the complex and sometimes varying contributions of life, will have a better chance of surviving, and thus be naturally selected. From the strong principle of inheritance, any selected variety will tend to propagate its new and modified form. Point 10. This principle was stated somewhat differently in the chapter on the struggle for existence itself. There Darwin wrote, "A struggle for existence inevitably follows from the high rate at which all organic beings tend to increase. Every being, which during its natural lifetime produces several eggs or seeds, must suffer destruction during some period of its life, and during some season or occasional year, otherwise, on the principle of geometrical increase, its numbers would quickly become so inordinately great that no country could support the product. Hence, as more individuals are produced than can possibly survive, there must in every case be a struggle for existence, either one individual with another of the same species, or with the individuals of different species, or with the physical conditions of life. It is the doctrine of Malthus applied with manifold force to the whole animal and vegetable kingdoms, for in this case as opposed to the human case with which Malthus was concerned there can be no artificial increase of food, and no prudential restraint from marriage. Although some species may be now increasing, more or less rapidly, in numbers, all cannot do so, for the world would not hold them. There is no exception to the rule that every organic being naturally increases at so high a rate, that if not destroyed, the earth would soon be covered by the progeny of a single pair. Even slow-breeding man has doubled in 25 years, and at this rate, in a few thousand years, there would literally not be standing room for his progeny. Point 11. So intense was the struggle for existence within nature that Darwin was unable to explain it except by means of a dramatic metaphor, first used in his notebooks. The face of nature may be compared to a yielding surface, with 10,000 sharp wedges packed close together and driven inwards by incessant blows, sometimes one wedge being struck, and then another with greater force. The wedge image, which Darwin used repeatedly, was, in the words of Stephen Jay Gould, the image of a surface absolutely chock-full with wedges, representing species in an economy of nature sporting a no vacancy sign. Evolutionary change can only occur when one species manages to insinuate itself into this fullness by driving, wedging, another species out. All organic beings, Darwin argued, were striving to increase at a geometrical ratio, and each of these organic beings was forced at some period of its life, during some season of the year, during each generation or at intervals, to struggle for life and to suffer great destruction. 12. Darwin was careful, however, to explain that the notion of the struggle for existence should not be seen as simply, or even mainly, representing a direct struggle between individual organisms and or species. I use the term struggle for existence, he noted. In a large and metaphorical sense, including dependence of one being on another, and including, which is more important, not only the life of the individual, but success in leaving progeny. Two canine animals in a time of dearth, may be truly said to struggle with each other over which shall get food and live. But a plant on the edge of a desert is said to struggle for life against the drought, though more properly it should be said to be dependent on the moisture. The mistletoe is dependent on the apple and a few other trees, but can only in a far-fetched sense be said to struggle with these trees, for if too many of these parasites grow on the same tree, it will languish and die. But several seedling mistletoes, growing close together on the same branch, may more truly be said to struggle with each other. As the mistletoe is disseminated by birds, its existence depends on birds, and it may metaphorically be said to struggle with other fruit-bearing plants, in order to tempt birds to devour and disseminate its seeds rather than those of other plants. In these several senses, which pass into each other, I use for convenience sake the general term of struggle for existence. Point 13. The use of the concept of struggle for existence, which Darwin understood often in a metaphorical, rather than literal, sense, gave a Malthusian tone to his theory which was in large part misleading. Although the reading of Malthus's essay on population certainly inspired Darwin, his direct intellectual debt to Malthus was extremely limited, scarcely going beyond the hypothesis that a geometrical rate of natural increase must be subject to some external check associated with the struggle for existence. To be sure, Malthus seems to have inspired Darwin to engage in what evolutionary biologists refer to as population thinking. In the words of Ernst Mayr, one of the foremost contributors to the neo-Darwinian synthesis, referred to by Stephen Jay Gould as our greatest living evolutionist, population thinking is a viewpoint which emphasizes the uniqueness of every individual in populations of a sexually reproducing species and therefore the real variability of populations. Malthus's discussion of the geometric rate of population increase, when unchecked, had highlighted the struggle among individuals of a single species, and the application of this even to the dominant species, human beings, since, as the human species suggested, there was no exception to the general rule. By combining this insight with population thinking and focusing on variation and hence the struggle for existence within a given population, and not simply between different species, Darwin was able to visualize the full force of an evolutionary process enacted by means of innumerable small, innate variations, or what he called descent with modification. But although Darwin himself attributed his intellectual breakthrough, his moment of inspiration, to reading Malthus, the latter, as Mayr has pointed out, rejected the notion of variability of species beyond certain very strict limits, and hence the very possibility of improvement in adaptation. Indeed, Malthus's crucial arithmetical ratio which he applied to plants and animals was based initially, to the extent that it had a basis, on this very negative assumption, namely, that productivity in agriculture was limited by the inability to improve, except very marginally, either the condition of the soil or the plant and animal species upon which human subsistence depended. In Malthus's natural theological view, adaptation was a divine gift to nature, part of the fixed design of God, not a product of species transformation. Hence, there is no trace of evolutionary analysis in his thinking. Moreover, population thinking, as it is now conceived within biology, was completely missing from Malthus. Mayr himself is explicit on this point. Curiously, when we go through Malthus's writings we find no trace of population thinking. There is nothing whatsoever even faintly relating to the subject in those chapters of Malthus that gave Darwin the idea of exponential growth. 14. If the direct theoretical influence of Malthus on Darwin was very small, there is nonetheless no denying that Darwin's articulation of his views in terms of Malthusian metaphors had a significant effect on the reception of his doctrines. As Marx was to say, it was the discovery of Hobbes' bellum omnium contra omnes applied to the natural world. 15. Indeed, given the pervasiveness of Malthusian views among the upper class in Britain, a Malthusian interpretation of the struggle for existence was perhaps inevitable. Darwin's own acquaintance with Malthusianism was an intimate family one, reflecting the class to which he belonged, as well an intellectual one. Harriet Martineau, a leading Malthusian and close acquaintance of Malthus himself, had a long relationship with Darwin's brother Erasmus. Darwin's cousin, and his wife Emma's brother Emma was a Wedgwood, and Darwin's first cousin, Hensley Wedgwood, had married Fanny Mackintosh, the daughter of economist Sir James Mackintosh, Malthus's close friend and fellow lecturer at the East India College at Haileybury. Malthus's daughter, Emily, had been a bridesmaid at the wedding for Fanny and Hensley. All of this virtually guaranteed that Malthus was a persistent topic of discussion at the dinner table of the extended Wedgwood Darwin clan. 16. Darwin was to contribute even further to the Malthusian interpretation of his theory, pointing the way to what eventually came to be known as social Darwinism by reluctantly adopting, in the 1869 edition of The Origin, the concept of survival of the fittest, a term first introduced by Herbert Spencer in 1864 as roughly synonymous with natural selection. 17. In biology, the notion of the fittest eventually came to mean survival of an individual organism to the point that it could pass on its genes to its progeny. In the Spence-Ryan/Malthusian, that is, social Darwinist, sense in which the concept came to be applied to human society, however, it seemed to offer a justification for the law of the stronger, and for the superiority of those on top. Malthus's theory had been an equilibrium theory of an 18th-century kind, designed to show that improvement or progress in the social realm was made impossible by strict natural laws enforcing a struggle for existence meant to keep population growth in equilibrium with the means of subsistence. Yet Spencer, as J.W. Burrow, in his introduction to Darwin's The Origin of Species, has pointed out, turned Malthus upside down by making his Malthus's theory the basis of a theory of human progress based on the elimination of the unfit. 18. In the United States, this view was taken up by the social Darwinist William Graham Sumner, who argued that the millionaires are a product of natural selection. This outlook was extremely attractive to robber barons such as John D. Rockefeller, James J. Hill, and Andrew Carnegie. Rockefeller told a Sunday school class that the growth of a large business is merely a survival of the fittest, merely the working out of a law of nature and a law of God. Internationally, social Darwinism was used to justify the imperialist policy of mass violence and annihilation, succinctly summarized by Kurtz in Joseph Conrad's Heart of Darkness: exterminate all the brutes. 19. All of this was anathema to Darwin himself, and opposed to his theory, properly understood. Yet, so powerful was this image, and so widespread, that it has dominated the popular image of Darwinism up to this day. If the idea of the survival of the fittest and Spencerian Malthusianism seemed at times to overwhelm Darwin's scientific message, so did the concept of evolution, which, like survival of the fittest, did not appear in the first edition of The Origin of Species. In that initial edition, Darwin had referred simply to natural selection, the mutability of species, and descent with modification. Only once does he use the term evolve, never evolution. Evolution, with its sense of unrolling and progress, contained an almost teleological view, a sense of direction, toward ever greater perfection, in the overall organic process, which was opposed to Darwin's decidedly materialistic views. Never higher or lower, he had written epigrammatically in the margins of his copy of The Vestiges of Creation. Natural selection in Darwin's theory related only to adaptation to local environments. If the environment changed, a species, say the woolly mammoth, that was superbly adapted to the old environment might not be to the new one. In no way did adaptability to changing local environments suggest superiority/inferiority. Nevertheless, here too a more Spence-Ryan view, which explicitly associated evolution with general progress, triumphed. Darwin's theory was thus rapidly converted into what it was not, a theory that reinforced specifically bourgeois ideals of progress. The more revolutionary materialistic aspects of his theory were thus curtailed, and indeed had to be rediscovered by later biologists. Today biologists no longer think of evolution in terms of higher or lower, but the general public continues to use the term in its Spence-Ryan sense. 20. Unfortunately, Darwin occasionally allowed such inconsistencies to creep into his analysis, inconsistencies that can be traced to his class position. Thus he himself contributed to the view of evolution as constituting progress. In the second to last paragraph of The Origin of Species, a paragraph that was devoted to downplaying the revolutionary nature of his doctrines and calming his shaken readers, he wrote that, as natural selection works solely by and for the good of each being, all corporeal and mental endowments will tend to progress towards perfection. For a thinker who had previously taken such a decidedly materialist, that is, anti-essentialist/anti-teleological stance not only in his book but even more so in his theoretical notebooks, this was a case of dissimulation on a grand scale. Darwin, Huxley, and the defeat of teleology. Nevertheless, the revolutionary character of Darwin's thought was not easily buried, and stood out starkly in the beginning. In June 1860 the British Association for the Advancement of Science met in Oxford, ushering in one of the most memorable encounters in the history of science. On Saturday, June 30, roughly 7 months after the publication of The Origin of Species, a large public crowd of between 700 and 1,000 packed into Oxford's new Gothic Revival Museum. Both Thomas Huxley and Joseph Hooker, leading Darwinists, were in attendance. The white chokers of the clergy dominated the center of the room. On the podium was the Bishop of Oxford, Sam Wilberforce, nicknamed by his Oxford students Soapy Sam in reference to his oratorical skills, a mathematician, an ornithologist and a Baz vice president. After speaking at length on Darwin's origin, the bishop aimed a sarcastic shot at Huxley, who was in the audience, asking him whether the apes were on the maternal or paternal side of his family. The intent was clearly to score a point by showing that Huxley had impugned the inviolability of the Victorian lady. Rather than simply denying, or affirming, the implications and getting trapped in what would have seemed to have been a vulgarity, Huxley replied, as he later recounted the affair in a letter, that it would not have occurred to me to bring forward such a topic as that for discussion myself, but that I was quite ready to meet the right revelation prelate even on that ground. If then, said I, the question is put to me, would I rather have a miserable ape for a grandfather or a man highly endowed by nature and possessed of great means of influence and yet who employs these faculties and that influence for the mere purpose of introducing ridicule into a grave scientific discussion, I unhesitatingly affirm my preference for the ape. The students in the hall burst into inextinguishable laughter. The attack on rank and wealth as adjudicator of science could not have been more clearly expressed. Robert Fitzroy, who had captained the HMS Beagle when Darwin had made his famous voyage, and afterward had become mentally unhinged, blaming himself for the Darwinian attack on teleology, stalked about during this great confrontation holding the Bible about his head and shouting, "The book, the book." In all the pandemonium, perceptions of what had transpired naturally differed greatly, but Huxley, Joseph Hooker, and the new model army of Darwinists left the affray convinced that they had triumphed and quickly informed Darwin at Down House of their victory. Natural theology, history would record, had suffered a decisive defeat. 21. The Darwinian revolution struck blows at two fundamental tenets of traditional thought, essentialism and teleology. Mayer has written, of the ideologies challenged by Darwin's theories, none was more deeply entrenched than the philosophy of essentialism. Essentialism, as a definite philosophy, is usually credited to Plato, even though he was not as dogmatic about it as some of his later followers. Plato's cave allegory of the world is well known. What we see of the phenomena of the world corresponds to the shadows of the real objects cast on the cave wall by a fire. We can never see the real essences. Variation is the manifestation of imperfect reflections of the underlying constant essences. 22. Darwin's Cambridge teachers were all essentialists, as well as teleologists, schooled in Platonism and scholasticism and conforming to natural theology. Even Charles Lyell, the great geologist and Darwin's later mentor, argued that there are fixed limits beyond which the descendants from common parents can never deviate from a certain type. Likewise, John Stuart Mill wrote that species were natural kinds, between which there is an impassable barrier. For Darwin, in contrast, all species were mutable, and there were in fact no firm divisions. Species designations were heuristically useful but inherently arbitrary and changing. A race, once produced, Huxley wrote, is no more a fixed and immutable entity than the stock whence it sprang, the same applying to species themselves. This was in fact the essence of the transmutation hypothesis. 23. Moreover, the ultimate implications of Darwin's critique of essentialism went even further, questioning the supposedly fixed, exalted position of human beings and the permanence of human nature. Darwin's revolutionary critique of teleology was of even greater importance in that it was directed at the central tenet of natural theology. As Thomas Huxley put it in 1864, teleology, as commonly understood, had received its death blow at Mr. Darwin's hands. The teleological argument, according to Huxley, ran as follows. An organ or organism, A, is precisely fitted to perform a function or purpose, B, therefore it was specially constructed to perform that function. In Paley's famous illustration, the adaptation of all the parts of the watch to the function, or purpose, of showing the time, is held to be the evidence that the watch was specially contrived to that end, on the ground, that the only cause we know of, competent to produce such an effect as a watch which shall keep time, is a contriving intelligence adapting the means directly to that end. But if it could be shown that there was an entirely contingent natural process producing the same set of results without intention or a contriver, then the teleological argument from design for the doctrine of special creation would be extinguished. This, according to Huxley, constituted the enormity of Darwin's achievement. Point 24. The teleological position had argued that cats were so well adapted to catching mice because they had been specially contrived to do so, as their primary purpose. Yet, such teleological arguments, from Huxley's standpoint, were, as a question of dialectics, not very formidable. Far from imagining that cats exist in order to catch mice well, Darwinism, Huxley declared, supposes that cats exist because they catch mice well, mousing being not the end, but the condition, of their existence. Responding to those who wanted to find a way to make Darwin compatible with teleology and who based their arguments on Darwin's misleading statement on the tendency of organisms to evolve toward perfection at the end of the origin, Huxley insisted that if we apprehend the spirit of the origin of species rightly, then nothing can be more entirely and absolutely opposed to teleology, as it is commonly understood, than the Darwinian theory. Downplaying Darwin's reference to the tendency of organisms to advance toward perfection, Huxley insisted that Darwin's theory, properly understood, was independent of any linear conception of progress, or purposive teleological process. So far from a gradual progress towards perfection forming any necessary part of the Darwinian creed, it appears to us that it is perfectly consistent with indefinite persistence in one state, or with a gradual retrogression. Suppose, for example, a return of the glacial epoch and a spread of polar climatal conditions over the whole globe. The operation of natural selection under these circumstances would tend, on the whole, to the weeding out of the higher organisms and the cherishing of the lower forms of life. The fact that environments could change radically, thus making an organism that was previously superbly adapted to its environment, such as the woolly mammoth, no longer so well adapted, actually driving it into extinction, in itself contradicted any simple notion of progression. Point 25. For Huxley, the significance of the Darwinian revolution, from the first, was the annihilation of the doctrine of final causes. Further, it did so without relying on Lamarckian assumptions as to modification through exercise and the hereditary transmission of such modifications once produced. Lamarck, for example, had erroneously observed that the efforts of some short-necked bird to catch fish without wetting himself have, with time and perseverance, given rise to all our herons and long-necked waders. Yet, there always remained the question, voiced by Huxley in his earliest discussions of the origin of species, of whether Darwin had overestimated the role of natural selection. In Huxley's view, Mr. Darwin's position might, we think, have been even stronger than it is if he had not embarrassed himself with the aphorism, natura non facit saltum, nature makes no leaps, which turns up so often in his pages. We believe, that nature does make jumps now and then, and a recognition of the fact is of no small importance in disposing of many minor objections to the doctrine of transmutation. Point 26. Such doubts about Darwin's exclusive emphasis on the slow process of natural selection as the sole mechanism of evolution persisted even among Darwin's greatest followers, and these doubts were to become greater over the remainder of his lifetime. By the end of his life, Darwin himself had retreated from reliance on natural selection as an exclusive cause of evolutionary development. This was due to three objections that came to be leveled at his theory. The first of these objections centered on the incompleteness of the fossil record and the absence of intermediate types between species. Relying on Lyell's uniformitarian geology, which ruled out catastrophic events in the explanation of geological change, thereby extending enormously the length of geological time which had to work by way of slow, incremental changes, Darwin ruled out any leaps in nature. Yet, the paleontological record which was then rapidly being revealed seemed to indicate vast, unbridgeable gaps. Nowadays scientists acknowledge sudden abrupt shifts in evolutionary history but integrate this with the theory of evolution by means of natural selection through concepts such as punctuated equilibrium. A second criticism arose from physics. The greatest physicist of Darwin's day, William Thomson, later Lord Kelvin, argued, based on calculations regarding the supposed rate of cooling of the Earth's crust, in which it was assumed that the Sun was like a huge figurative coal pile, that the Earth was around 100 million years old. Given the simplifying assumptions in his estimates, he sometimes widened his net to 20 million to 400 million years, far more, to be sure, than the biblical view of 6,000 years, but far less than what was needed to explain the evolution of all known species by means of a slow accumulation of chance variations as in Darwin's theory of natural selection. Following the discovery of radioactivity by the French physicist Antoine-Henri Becquerel in 1896, Thomson's estimates were shown to have been incorrect based on insufficient knowledge, and the estimated age of the Earth was once again increased to Lyellian proportions. Finally, in 1867 a professor of engineering, Fleming Jenkin, introduced the argument that if, as was then assumed, the inherited characteristics of each parent were blended in the offspring, then the actual chances that an important variation would be repeated in the offspring were minute, since the chances were halved in the next generation, halved again in the succeeding generation, and so on, the assumption being that the variation would distribute itself in steadily diminishing amounts and would be swamped out and obliterated in any given population. Ironically, the answer to this had already been provided, but was unknown or unrecognized by the scientific community until the beginning of the 20th century, in the form of Mendelian genetics, which demonstrated that genetic factors behaved as if they were indivisible particles that did not dilute themselves when inherited. 27. Faced with the criticism of the physicist Thomson, Huxley struck a counter-blow by arguing that biology takes her time from geology. The only reason we have for believing in the slow rate of the change in living forms is the fact that they persist through a series of deposits which, geology informs us, have taken a long while to make. If the geological clock is wrong, all the naturalist will have to do is to modify his notions of the rapidity of change accordingly. This defense was, however, a mere delaying action at best, since Huxley had at hand no theory to replace that of natural selection in accounting for the evolutionary process. With respect to geology, he hinted at the need to retreat from an absolutely pure uniformitarian with respect to geological change and to add in elements traditionally associated with catastrophism. As for biological evolution, the only alternatives to replace natural selection and to speed up the clock of evolutionary change at the time seemed to be Lamarckianism or some theory of macromutations or saltations. But Huxley, in his response to Thomson, addressed neither. 28. Darwin himself was unimpressed by this rhetorical game and was compelled by the Thomson and Jenkin nightmares to retreat more and more back into the Lamarckian notions of his youth, and of his grandfather. Increasingly he adopted Lamarck's notion of inheritance of acquired characteristics, although always struggling to maintain as much as seemed possible of his theory of natural selection. Even in the first edition of The Origin of Species such Lamarckian views had not been entirely absent, but they had been very much in the background, the center stage being occupied by natural selection. By the sixth edition, however, Lamarckianism had come to play a large role in Darwin's argument, for the simple reason that in this way he was able to speed up the biological clock to conform to the much shorter time allowed by geology, which was falling into line with Thomson's physics. 29. Yet, despite the fact that Darwin's theory of natural selection had, by the end of his life, been abandoned to a large extent by even his most prominent followers and even to a degree by himself, and was to continue to decline in influence through the remainder of the century, not fully revived until the neo-Darwinian synthesis later in the 20th century. The general evolutionary view had nonetheless triumphed, and natural theology had been vanquished. Extinguished theologians, the materialist Huxley had declared in 1860, lie about the cradle of every science as the strangled snakes beside that of Hercules. Huxley's bellicose advance of Darwin's theory of descent with modification was waged, in the words of one of Huxley's biographers, as an onslaught on parsonism. Charles Lyell, though a less belligerent advocate than Huxley and a late convert to evolutionism, saw matters in those terms as well, once complaining to friends in the United States that his own country was more parson-ridden than any in Europe except Spain. Geological questions, he objected, were subject to the pronouncements of 30,000 clergymen. Hence, the Darwinian revolution was regarded by its leading protagonists as a victory of science, and for some of materialism, over natural theology, which had sought to bind science to religion. Rather than overthrowing religion, this scientific revolution, like others before it, sought only to push it into the background, like the gods confined to the intermundia in Epicurus' philosophy, leaving science as the sole arbiter of the material world. 30. For materialist scientists such as Thomas Huxley and the British physicist John Tyndall, the magnificent poem of Lucretius, as Paul Shorey writes in Platonism, Ancient and Modern, was the truest expression of the spirit and poetry of science. At the time of the great Victorian poet Alfred Lord Tennyson's death in 1892, Huxley, who joined the Royal Society elite at Tennyson's funeral, declared that Tennyson, who was known for supposedly anticipating Darwinian ideas, with his famous reference to nature, read in tooth and claw, had a right to such scientific honors as the first poet since Lucretius who has understood the drift of science. Attacked many years before by Richard Owen for being a Lucretian upstart, Huxley, ever the combatant, chose to commemorate Tennyson's lifetime of achievement by reminding the world, via Lucretius, of the great materialist victory over teleology that Darwinism had represented. As Huxley was to state on another occasion, Lucretius had drunk deeper in the scientific spirit than any poet of ancient or modern times except Goethe. 31. Another thinker with whom Huxley had strong connections, and who viewed Lucretius as one of his own scientific forebears, was Darwin's leading follower in Germany, Ernst Haeckel, 1834–1919. 32 Haeckel coined the word ecology or ecology in his Generelle Morphologie der Organismen in 1866, the year before the publication of Marx's Capital. In doing so he drew on the same Greek root, oikos, for household, out of which had arisen the word economy. For Haeckel, ecology related to what Darwin in The Origin of Species had called the economy of nature. Thus in defining the word ecology in 1866, Haeckel wrote, "By ecology we mean the body of knowledge concerning the economy of nature, the investigation of the total relations of the animal both to its inorganic and its organic environment, including above all, its friendly and inimical relations with those animals and plants with which it comes directly and indirectly into contact. In a word, ecology is the study of all those complex interrelations referred to by Darwin as the conditions of the struggle for existence. This science of ecology, often inaccurately referred to as biology in a narrow sense, has thus far formed the principal component of what is commonly referred to as natural history." 33. Haeckel's concept of ecology caught on slowly and was not immediately embraced by the Darwinian literature, not coming into fashion until the 20th century. Marx and Engels, who were well acquainted with Haeckel's work, and who saw the human species in evolutionary terms as part of the animal world, rejecting the teleological view that put human beings at the center of creation, were to embrace the older concept of natural history, the equivalent, as Haeckel said, of his new word ecology, rather than the newer one of ecology itself. At the same time they applied the notion of natural history in a Baconian fashion, which focused on the natural history of human beings in relation to production. In contrast, Haeckel imbued his concept of ecology with social Darwinist connotations associated with his philosophical monism. This was brought out clearly later on, in his monism as connecting religion and science, The Confession of Faith of a Man of Science, 1892, where he wrote, "We now know that the whole of organic nature on our planet exists only by a relentless war of all against all. Thousands of animals and plants must daily perish in every part of the earth, in order that a few chosen individuals may continue to subsist and enjoy life. The raging war of interests in human society is only a feeble picture of the unceasing and terrible war of existence which reigns throughout the whole of the living world. The beautiful dream of God's goodness and wisdom in nature, to which as children we listened so devoutly 50 years ago, no longer finds credit now, at least among educated people who think. It has disappeared before our deeper acquaintance with the mutual relations of organisms, the advancement of ecology and sociology, and our knowledge of parasite life and pathology. 34. These social Darwinist views meant that Haeckel's ideas were eventually to exert influence in a tragic direction, on National Socialism. As Stephen Jay Gould has written, his evolutionary racism, his call to the German people for racial purity and unflinching devotion to a just state, his belief that harsh, inexorable laws of evolution ruled human civilization and nature alike, conferring upon favored races the right to dominate others, the irrational mysticism that had always stood in strange communion with his brave words about objective science, all contributed to the rise of Nazism. The Monist League that he had founded and led, though it included a wing of pacifists and leftists, made a comfortable transition to active support for Hitler. 35. Marx and Engels, Labor and Human Evolution. As Marx began the most productive period of his life, his contribution to the Critique of Political Economy was published in 1859 and Capital, Volume I, in 1867. All of England was rocked by the Darwinian Revolution. Unable to ignore this revolution in science, Marx was to use the occasion to add specificity to his materialist conception of nature, or approach to natural history, making more concrete its relation to the materialist conception of history. For Marx, the impact of what he was to call Darwin's epoch-making work ultimately had to do with the conception of human evolution that it necessitated, leading Marx to form a definite hypothesis on the relation of human labor to human evolution. In order to appreciate the complex, critical nature of this response, it is essential to view Marx's thinking on Darwin step by step from 1859 to 1867, from the date at which The Origin of Species appeared to the date at which the first volume of Capital was published, in which Marx codified his relation to Darwin, followed by an elaboration of how this theoretical position was developed subsequently, mainly by Engels. The first edition of The Origin of Species was published in late November 1859. It consisted of just 1,250 copies and sold out on its day of publication. On December 12, 1859, Engels, who had one of these 1,250 copies in his hands, reported to Marx, "Darwin, by the way, whom I'm just reading just now, is absolutely splendid. There was one aspect of teleology that had yet to be demolished, and that has now been done. Never before has so grandiose an attempt been made to demonstrate historical evolution in nature, and certainly never to such good effect. One does, of course, have to put up with the crude English method." A year later, Marx himself took up the study of Darwin, writing back to his friend on December 19, 1860, "During my time of trial, these last 4 weeks Marx had been nursing his wife, Jenny, through a severe illness. I have read all sorts of things. Among others Darwin's book on natural selection. Although it is developed in the crude English style, this is the book which contains the basis in natural history for our view." A month later, Marx observed to the German socialist Ferdinand Lassalle that Darwin's work is most important and suits my purpose in that it provides a basis in natural science for the historical class struggle. One does, of course, have to put up with the clumsy English style of argument. Despite all shortcomings, it is here that, for the first time, Teleology in natural science is not only dealt a mortal blow but its rational meaning is empirically explained. 36. The impact of Darwin's work on Marx was so great that, as his German communist friend and fellow émigré Wilhelm Liebknecht recalled, when Darwin drew the conclusions from his research work and brought them to the knowledge of the public, we Marx and Liebknecht spoke of nothing else for months but Darwin and the enormous significance of his scientific discoveries. 37. Paul Heyer has suggested in his Nature, Human Nature and Society, 1982, that Marx's attraction to the open-ended materialism of Epicurus that allowed for freedom as well as determinism helps to explain his enormous enthusiasm for Darwin. One aspect of Darwin's theory of evolution by natural selection that must have pleased Marx's philosophical sensibility, Heyer points out, was its stress on the interplay of random chance, opportunism, and environmental determinism. While many of Darwin's critics wrongly referred to his approach as being mechanistic, what philosophers sometimes label mechanistic materialism, Marx believed that Darwin provided a materialistic perspective compatible with his own, although it was being applied to a different set of phenomena. 38. In June 1862, Marx returned to The Origin of Species, writing to Engels that, "I'm amused that Darwin, at whom I have been taking another look, should say that he also applies the Malthusian theory to plants and animals, as though in Mr. Malthus's case the whole thing didn't lie in its not being applied to plants and animals, but only with its geometric progression to humans as against plants and animals. It is remarkable how Darwin rediscovers among the beasts and plants, the society of England with its division of labor, competition, opening up of new markets, inventions, and the Malthusian struggle for existence. It is Hobbes' bellum omnium contra omnes. 39. During this period, Marx, along with his German communist friend Wilhelm Liebknecht, attended some of the popular lectures that Thomas Huxley delivered on Darwin and evolutionary theory to audiences of English workers. These lectures, despite the fact that they were delivered to workers, were extremely erudite, and Huxley was satisfied enough with those of 1863 to include them in his collection of Darwiniana at the end of his life. Moreover, Marx, along with Friedrich Lessner, a German friend from the International Working Men's Association, occasionally attended lectures by Huxley and Tyndall at London University between 1860 and 1864. Although Marx admired Huxley's materialism, he was critical of the latter's tendency always to leave a loophole for a religious point of view, actually going so far as to deny philosophical materialism as speculative, no better than religion in this respect, while affirming materialism as absolute in all scientific analysis. It was in this convoluted context that Huxley was to declare, in seeming contradiction to many earlier statements, that I, individually, am no materialist, but, on the contrary, believe materialism to involve grave philosophical error. 40. Ultimately, Huxley seems to have adopted a view that subsumed materialism within a Kantian viewpoint, as in Lang's History of Materialism. 41. Continuing his own studies of the Darwinian Revolution, and of the breakthroughs in paleontology and ethnology that were then occurring, Engels devoted part of the spring of 1863 to reading Charles Lyell's Geological Evidences of the Antiquity of Man and Thomas Huxley's Evidence as to Man's Place in Nature, both published that same year and both of which he considered very good. 42. Huxley's book demonstrated the anatomical similarity, close genealogical relation between human beings and apes. Lyell's book presented the revolution in ethnological time occurring parallel with the Darwinian revolution. In this work Lyell provided evidence that the human species was very ancient. Contrary to the scientific consensus up to that time, which included his own principles of geology, Lyell was reluctantly forced to admit that human beings had existed on the earth not for a few thousand years only, but for thousands of centuries. 43. In August 1866 Marx read a book, entitled Origine et Transformations de l'Homme et d'autres êtres, Origin and Transformation of Man and Other Beings, published in Paris by Pierre Trémoz. Although Trémoz's work turned out to contain many egregious errors and to be of little scientific importance, Marx was initially impressed by his attempt to see biological evolution as patterned by conditions of geological succession and the changing condition of the soil. For Marx, this represented, despite all of its shortcomings, a very significant advance over Darwin in that it explained both progress and degeneration, which Darwin cannot explain, as a result of geological change. It also pointed to the rapid extinction of merely transitional forms, compared with the much slower development of species, so that the gaps in paleontology, which Darwin finds disturbing, are necessary here. From these tentative remarks it seems that Marx was looking for a theory of evolutionary change that would be connected to geological succession, and that emphasized the influence of the soil, and that he saw the gaps in the paleontological record as a major problem for evolutionary theory. Yet Engels, who was sharply critical of Tremaze for his poor knowledge of geology and his absurd ideas about race, seems to have convinced Marx in this respect, since all mention of Tremaze ceases after October 1866.44. Up to the time of the publication of the first volume of Capital, therefore, Marx and Engels had discussed the following aspects of Darwin's work in their correspondence: the fact that Darwin had dealt the death blow to teleology in the realm of natural history, the irony of Darwin's discovery of Malthusian/Hobbesian relations in the plant and animal kingdom, as well as Darwin's failure to understand that Malthusian theory demanded that the plant and animal kingdom not evolve, and the fact that Darwin's theory provided the natural historical basis for our view. In addition, such issues as the relation of geological succession to evolution and the problem of the incompleteness of the paleontological record had been alluded to. For some present-day critics, the fact that Marx emphasized that Darwin's theory provided the basis in natural history for his own analysis has presented a serious enigma, since Marx did not actually specify in his letters what he meant by this, leading to all sorts of speculations about the relation of natural selection and survival of the fittest to the class struggle. How, precisely, the Darwin scholar Ralph Kolb has asked, can the theory of natural selection be shown to be the basis for the theory of the class struggle? 45. The key to answering this question is to be found in Capital, Volume I, where Marx theorizes briefly, in 2 footnotes, on the relation of Darwin's theory to his own analysis of the development of human history through changing production and technology. Referring to Darwin's epoch-making work, Marx uses Darwin's comparison of the development of specialized organs in plants and animals to that of specialized tools, in Chapter 5 of The Origin on Laws of Variation, to help explain his own notion of how the historical process of manufacturing multiplies the implements of labor by adapting them to the exclusive and special functions of each kind of worker, already separated by the division of labor. Further along in Capital, Marx draws on the same distinction in Darwin to differentiate between the development of natural technology in the process of the natural evolution of plants and animals and the development of human technology in the process of human history, human evolution. Darwin has directed attention to the history of natural technology, i.e. the formation of the organs of plants and animals, which serve as the instruments of production for sustaining their life. Does not the history of the productive organs of man in society, of organs that are the material basis of every particular organization of society, deserve equal attention? And would not such a history be easier to compile, since, as Vico says, human history differs from natural history in that we have made the former, but not the latter? Technology reveals the active relation of man to nature, the direct process of the production of his life, and thereby it also lays bare the process of the production of the social relations of his life, and the mental conceptions that flow from those relations. 46. In drawing this comparison between natural technology and human technology, Marx was of course aware that the Greek word organ, organon, also meant tool, and that organs were initially viewed as grown tools of animals' tools, as the artificial organs of human beings. 47. As Engels stated, animals in the narrower sense also have tools, but only as limbs of their body. 48. Human technology was thus distinguished from natural technology in that it did not consist of such adnated organs, but rather occurred through the social production of tools, the productive organs of man in society. Building both on a conception of the human relation to nature that was already evident as early as the economic and philosophical manuscripts where he had viewed tools as the external extension of human beings, that is, man's inorganic body, and on the results of Darwin's analysis, Marx, writing in Capital, was able to define the labor process and the human relation to nature, eventually leading to his notion of the metabolic interaction between human beings and nature, in terms that were both materialist and evolutionary. Leaving out of consideration such ready-made means of subsistence as fruits, in the gathering of which a man's bodily organs alone serve as the instruments of his labor, the object the worker directly takes possession of is not the object of labor but its instrument. Thus nature becomes one of the organs of his activity, which he annexes to his own bodily organs, adding stature to himself in spite of the Bible. As the earth is his original larder, so too it is his original tool house. It supplies him, for instance, with stones for throwing, grinding, pressing, cutting, etc. The earth itself is an instrument of labor, but its use in this way, in agriculture, presupposes a whole series of other instruments and a comparatively high stage of development of labor power. As soon as the labor process has undergone the slightest development, it requires specially prepared instruments. Thus we find stone implements and weapons in the oldest caves. In the earliest period of human history, domesticated animals, i.e., animals that have undergone modification by means of labor, that have been bred specially, play the chief part as instruments of labor along with stones, wood, bones and shells, which have also had work done on them. The use and construction of instruments of labor, although present in germ among certain species of animals, is characteristic of the specifically human labor process, and Franklin therefore defines man as a tool-making animal. Relics of bygone instruments of labor possess the same importance for the investigation of extinct economic formations of society as do fossil bones for the determination of extinct species of animals. 49. Human evolution then, for Marx, had to be traced through the development of tools, much more than fossils. This was because tools represented the development of human productive organs, the evolution of the human relation to nature, just as animal organs represented the instruments by which animals had adapted to their local environments. In this very sophisticated way, Marx, 8 years after the publication of Darwin's The Origin of Species, and 4 years before the publication of Darwin's Descent of Man, 1871, sought to specify the distinctive nature of human development and evolution. Such analysis, moreover, was based on close study. Marx carefully read and took marginal notes on Lyell's geological evidence of the antiquity of man, scrutinizing Lyell's analysis of the development of tool-making in prehistory, and questioning his assumption of the reluctance of savage tribes to adopt new inventions. 50. To put all of this into historical perspective, it is useful to note that in 1864 Alfred Russel Wallace, the co-discoverer with Darwin of the theory of natural selection, had written an influential paper on the origin of the human races and the antiquity of man deduced from the theory of natural selection. Wallace argued, in terms that had already been suggested by Darwin and that were later more widely adopted within Darwinian theory, that animals can only adapt to changes in their environment through alterations in bodily structure. For an animal to alter its food, its clothing, or its weapons, it can only do so by a corresponding change in its bodily structure and internal organization. However, human beings, he contended, were able to change their relation to their environment, by making weapons and tools, thus taking away from nature that power of changing the external form and structure which she exercises over all other animals. In Wallace's view, the human body, as distinct from the mind, was relatively immune to evolutionary processes, as a result of this tool-making ability or human technology which gave impetus to the development of the mind. Even at this early stage of his thought, Wallace demonstrated a tendency to view the mind or intellect as separated from the physical body, so that he did not talk about the evolution of the brain as such, a tendency that was later to lead him in the direction of spiritualism and a radical break with Darwin's consistently materialist standpoint. 51. Writing only 3 years later, but in terms that were closer to Darwin than Wallace, Marx had sought to distinguish between natural and human technology, by pointing to the distinctiveness of tool-making, recognizing even then that certain animals had shown such capacity, but that tool making was characteristic only of human beings. In this way, Marx sought to provide a natural historical basis, linked to Darwin, for his own general theory of the role of labor, which was of course related to the development of tool making, in the development of human society. Engels was to develop this analysis even further in his path-breaking essay The Part Played by Labor in the Transition from the Ape to Man, written in 1876, first published posthumously in 1896. According to Engels's analysis, which derived from his materialist philosophy but which was also influenced by views voiced by Haeckel a few years before, when the primates, who constituted the ancestors of human beings, descended from the trees, erect posture developed first, prior to the evolution of the human brain, freeing the hands for tool making. The hand became free and could henceforth attain ever greater dexterity and skill, and the greater flexibility thus acquired was inherited and increased from generation to generation. Thus the hand is not only the organ of labor, it is also the product of labor. Only by labor, by adaptation to ever new operations, by inheritance of the resulting special development of muscles, ligaments, and, over longer periods of times, bones as well, and by the ever-renewed employment of these inherited improvements in new, more and more complicated operations, has the human hand attained the high degree of perfection that has enabled it to conjure into being the pictures of Raphael, the statues of Thorwaldsen, the music of Paganini. 52. As a result, early humans, hominids, were able to alter their relation to their local environment, radically improving their adaptability. Those who were most ingenious in making and using tools were most likely to survive, which meant that the evolutionary process exerted selective pressures toward the enlargement of the brain and the development of speech, necessary for the social process of labor, leading eventually to the rise of modern humans. Thus the human brain, like the hand, in Engels's view, evolved through a complex, interactive set of relations, now referred to by evolutionary biologists as gene culture coevolution. All scientific explanations of the evolution of the human brain, Stephen Jay Gould has argued, have thus far been theories of gene culture coevolution, and the best 19th century case for gene culture coevolution was made by Friedrich Engels. 53. Up until the early 20th century, the consensus of the scientific community was radically opposed to the kind of explanation provided by Engels, although largely unaware of Engels's speculations, which unfortunately had little discernible influence on the development of evolutionary science. The cerebral focus of most biological thought, which Engels had attributed to the dominance of idealist notions, placed overwhelming emphasis rather on the development of the brain as the impetus behind human evolution. The expectation was that the missing links between primates and human beings, when they were discovered, would exhibit a brain at an intermediate level of development. These expectations collapsed with the discovery beginning in the 1920s of the genus Australopithecus, dating back as much as 4 million years ago. The brain of Australopithecus was enlarged only very slightly, and was generally of ape proportion in relation to the body. Nevertheless, the Australopithecines were clearly hominid species, standing erect, exhibiting evolved hands and feet, and already tool makers. 54. In recent decades, the great paleontological discoveries associated with the uncovering of various remains of the Australopithecines in the 20th century have led to the development of theories of human evolution in close accord with Engels's 19th century analysis. Anthropologist Sherwood L. Washburn exhibited the shock produced by these discoveries in his essay Tools and Human Evolution in Scientific American in September 1960. A series of recent discoveries has linked pre-human primates of 500,000 years ago with stone tools. For some years, investigators have been uncovering tools of the simplest kinds from ancient deposits in Africa. At first they assumed that these tools constituted evidence of the existence of large-brained, fully bipedal men. Now the tools have been found in association with much more primitive creatures, the not fully bipedal, small-brained near men, or man-apes. Prior to these finds, the prevailing view held that man evolved nearly to his preset structural state and then discovered tools and the new ways of life that they made possible. Now it appears that man apes creatures able to run but not yet walk on two legs, and with brains no larger than those of apes now living had already learned to make and to use tools. It follows that the structure of modern man must be the result of the change in the terms of natural selection that came with the tool-using way of life. 55. The analysis later evolved into the thesis, expressed by Sherwood Washburn and Ruth Moore in 1974, that tools maketh the man. As a few apes left the jungle, these writers explain, and the most bipedal and upright survived in the new terrain, their legs grew longer and the foot and pelvis changed. But at first there was little change in the low dome of the head, in the small brain, and almost no change in the trunk, in its breadth, in the shortness of the lumbar region, or in the length of the arms. Most bones, joints, and muscles remained as they had been through most of the time of the apes. Hands then began to change. Those best able to manipulate the chipped stone tools and win themselves more food had a decided advantage. The hand bones found by Leakey at Old Duvet Gorge are about halfway in form between those of contemporary man and the modern apes. The thumb was growing longer and was capable of a powerful grasp. 56. The key to the understanding of human evolution, according to Washburn and Moore, is to be explained in the development of the hand associated with tool making, and labor in general. In this way much of modern anthropological theory has come around to the materialist co-evolutionary view pioneered by Engels in the 19th century. It was labor that constituted the secret, from the very first, not only to the development of human society but also to the transition of ape to man. It was labor, moreover, that defined the distinctive ecological niche occupied by humanity. Marx and Engels thus saw the human relation to the earth in co-evolutionary terms, a perspective that is crucial to an ecological understanding, since it allows us to recognize that human beings transform their environment not entirely in accordance with their choosing, but based on conditions provided by natural history. In subsequent writings Engels continued to see natural history in terms of Darwin's theory of natural selection, remaining a strong defender of Darwin's theory even as the attacks on it grew. In his critique of Eugen Düring's Revolution of Science in 1878 and in other works, including The Dialectics of Nature, Engels sought to defend Darwin's views against distortions and to counter social Darwinist tendencies, the use of Darwin to promote Malthusian viewpoints in the social realm, particularly where these developments affected the nascent socialist movement. In his response to Düring, the whole of which he read to Marx prior to publication, Engels defended Darwin against Düring's charges that Darwin had simply transferred Malthusian theory to the plant and animal realm, that he never got past the viewpoint of an animal breeder, and that whatever was useful in the origin of species actually came from Lamarck. Rather than objecting to the view of the plant and animal kingdom that saw it as a struggle for existence, Engels strongly supported this. Nevertheless, he argued, in Darwinian terms, that struggle for existence should not be viewed simply in terms of direct struggle between individuals or species, but also, more importantly, in terms of the struggle for life, symbolized by the plant's struggle to obtain space and light. Darwin, Engels goes on to point out, would not dream of saying that the origin of the idea of the struggle for existence is to be found in Malthus. He only says that his theory of the struggle for existence is the theory of Malthus applied to the animal and plant world as a whole. However great the blunder made by Darwin in accepting the Malthusian theory so naively and uncritically, nevertheless anyone can see at the first glance that no Malthusian spectacles are required to perceive the struggle for existence in nature. Defending Darwin against Düring's charge that he never rose above the perspective of an animal breeder, Engels proceeds to a step-by-step discussion of the development of Darwin's thought, explaining how the origins of his thinking were to be found in his voyage on the Beagle, how he used variation under domestication to introduce his idea, but that the real analysis focused on natural variation and natural selection, not domestic variation and artificial selection. Finally, Engels provides a crushing attack on Düring's attempt to argue that Darwin was second to Lamarck. Lamarck's importance, Engels argued, was only fully appreciated once Darwin's revolution had occurred. But Lamarck's views of inheritance of acquired characteristics were deficient. In Lamarck's time, embryology and paleontology had not developed sufficiently to make a correct scientific theory of evolution possible. Ironically, Dühring's own approach, despite its invocation of Lamarck, Engels contends, still smacks of the teleology of natural theology, of a Parsons mode of thought. 57. Engels's close adherence to Darwin's theory was even more evident in his response to Russian populist theorists who sought to move in the direction of cooperation and mutualism in the analysis of nature, a movement that eventually came to be identified with the work of Prince Petr Alekseyevich Kropotkin, 1842–1921. In 1873, a leading Russian populist thinker, Peter Lavrovich Lavrov, 1823–1900, published an article entitled Socialism and the Struggle for Existence in the radical émigré journal Viperd, Forward. Lavrov sought to expel Malthusianism from Darwin's theory and to counter those critiques of socialism that were based on the notion that the struggle for existence was the law of life and therefore made socialism impossible. In order to accomplish this, Lavrov deconstructed Darwin's notion of the struggle for existence, arguing that this struggle occurred on various levels, that the lowest level was the struggle for existence between individuals of the same species or family. In this struggle, he wrote, the casualties are incalculable, nature is full of bodies. The highest form of the struggle for existence, however, was that which occurred between species, organized as societies, such as societies of insects. In such societies the main characteristics were solidarity and mutual aid. Such mutual aid, Lavrov contended, was the ultimate answer to those who argued on Darwinian grounds that socialism was impossible. 58. Lavrov discussed his analysis with Friedrich Engels, and in 1875 the latter wrote a letter back that, while sympathizing with Lavrov's desire to counter Malthusianism and social Darwinism, nevertheless warned against getting too distracted by one-sided expressions such as struggle for existence or cooperation, while losing sight of the dialectical interconnections. In this regard, Engels pointed out how cooperation in organic nature, the way in which the plant kingdom supplies oxygen and food to the animal kingdom and, conversely, the latter supplies plants with carbonic acid and manure, as indicated by Liebig, had, prior to Darwin, been stressed by some of the same scientists Voigt, Buchner, Moleschott, and others who now see nothing but the struggle for existence. Both conceptions, Engels argued, that is, the one derived mainly from Liebig and the one derived mainly from Darwin, are to some extent justified, but each is as one-sided and narrow as the other. The interaction of natural bodies, both dead and living, comprises harmony as well as strife, struggle as well as competition. For Engels, the real problem, once again, was not the idea that a struggle for existence existed in nature, that is, the extrapolation of Malthusianism or of Hobbes's bellum omnium contra omnes to the plant and animal kingdoms, although this tended to produce a one-sided understanding of nature, but rather the attempt of some theorists to re-extrapolate the same theories from organic nature to history, and then claim to have proved their validity as eternal laws of human society. 59. In the kind of dialectical, coevolutionary perspective that Marx and Engels advocated, then, organic nature, and the human relation to nature, was characterized by both harmony and strife, a perspective that brought out the insights associated with both Liebig and Darwin. In 1873 the second German edition of Capital, Volume 1, was published, 2 years after the appearance of Darwin's Descent of Man. Marx sent a copy of the new edition to Darwin inscribed, Mr. Charles Darwin / on the part of his sincere admirer / signed, Karl Marx / London, June 16, 1873, 1 Medina Villas / Maitland Park. In October Darwin wrote back to Marx. Dear Sir, I thank you for the honor which you have done me by sending me your great work on Capital, and I heartily wish that I was more worthy to receive it, by understanding more of the deep and important subject of political economy. Though our studies have been so different, I believe that we both earnestly desire the extension of knowledge, and that added this in the long run is sure to add to the happiness of mankind. I remain, dear Sir / yours faithfully / Charles Darwin. 60. The plight of the materialists. In 1874, in his inaugural address in Belfast as President of the British Association for the Advancement of Science, John Tyndall, 1820–1893, the arch-democrat of science and Huxley's closest friend, declared war on the establishment and delivered a lengthy exegesis on the development of materialism from Epicurus to Darwin. Tyndall and Huxley went to Ireland, as Tyndall was to say, as Luther did to Worms, and were to meet all the devils in hell there. 61. Tyndall was born an Irish Protestant and started out as a railroad surveyor. He subsequently studied chemistry in Germany under the great Bunsen, and became acquainted, superficially at least, with German philosophy. In 1851 he went to London, where he soon became the assistant of Michael Faraday at the Royal Institution, eventually taking Faraday's place. Tyndall emerged as a leading physicist and chemist and was reputed to be the greatest teacher and popularizer of science in England. As Huxley's comrade in arms, he was part of the small group of materialist scientists who promoted Darwin's theory of evolution in the turbulent atmosphere of the 1860s and 1870s. Tyndall was known for his alpine mountaineering, and for being a poetic materialist, who gave a humanist cast to his thought, even while presenting views that had frequently been associated with mechanism. 62. In his Belfast address, Tyndall presented what Friedrich Engels was to call the boldest speech to have been delivered in England to such an audience. He sought to provide a coherent materialist philosophy, reaching back to Epicurus, to support the revolutionary developments in science. Influenced by Frederick Albert Lang's History of Materialism, 1865, Tyndall retraced the entire history of science. He pointed to Bacon's high appreciation of Democritus and to the fact that Bacon considered Democritus to be a man of weightier metal than either Plato or Aristotle. It was Empedocles, among the pre-Socratics, who had first introduced the notions of adaptation and survival of the fittest. For Tyndall, however, ancient materialism developed to its highest point in the work of Epicurus and Lucretius. Like Bacon in Of the Dignity and Advancement of Learning, and like Marx in the preface to his doctoral thesis, Tyndall saw the essence of Epicurus' defiance of orthodox religion as lying in the statement that not he is godless who rejects the gods of the crowd, but rather he who accepts them. 63. For Tyndall, Epicurus, through Lucretius, had provided the essence of the modern scientific view in his treatment of atoms and void and his recognition that matter could be neither created nor destroyed. Giordano Bruno had become one of the earliest converts to Copernican astronomy as a result of the influence that Epicurus, through Lucretius, exerted on his thought, opening him up, Tyndall contended, to the notion of the infinity of worlds. Epicurus' vaguely grand conception of the atoms falling eternally through space suggested the nebular hypothesis to Kant, its first propounder. To be sure, the ancient atomists had no notion of magnetism or electricity and thus had no way of understanding molecular force, the fact that molecules are endowed with attractive and repellent poles. In postulating the swerve, Lucretius quit the domain of physics in order to have the atoms move together, but in doing so he was not entirely at fault, since his instincts led him in the right direction from the standpoint of modern science. The initial ground for the discoveries of Julius Robert Meyer and other 19th-century scientists regarding the conservation of energy was first established by the notion of the indestructibility of matter so clearly enunciated by the ancient materialists. 64. Although Tyndall celebrated the work of Descartes and Hobbes in the 17th century, it was Gassendi, he explained, who, despite his Catholicism, had first provided a solid philosophical basis for modern materialism based on Epicurus. In Gassendi, he writes, the principle of every change resides in matter. In artificial productions the moving principle is different from the material worked upon, but in nature the agent works within, being the most active and mobile part of the material itself. Thus this bold ecclesiastic, without incurring the censure of the Church or of the world, contrives to outstrip Mr. Darwin. 65. Darwin's great achievement, in Tyndall's conception, was that, while considering all those details that had supposedly constituted the evidence of the teleologist, he nonetheless rejects teleology, seeking to refer these wonders to natural causes. The problem that Darwin left behind, however, was the primordial form. Out of what did life arise, if not from a creator? Insisting on Luther's view that nature is seen to do all things spontaneously of herself without the meddling of the gods, and on Bruno's claim that matter was the universal mother, Tyndall went on to affirm the need for purely materialist explanations in science and to identify this with the development of science itself. The impregnable position of science may be described in a few words. We claim, and we shall wrest from theology, the entire domain of cosmological theory. 66. Although famous for contributing, along with Pasteur, the definitive scientific critique of spontaneous generation, Tyndall nevertheless insisted on numerous occasions that in the deep abyss of time life had emerged out of matter, and that the origins of life were connected to the origins of the solar system to be explained by the nebular hypothesis of Kant and Laplace. Thus life had at one time emerged from non-life, though the conditions that made that possible belonged to the history of the solar system and no longer pertained. Only 4 years before, Huxley had adopted a similar position, though not so clearly connected to the nebular hypothesis, and strikingly similar in outline to scientific views held today, in his 1870 presidential address to the British Association for the Advancement of Science, in which he had declared, "If it were given to me to look beyond the abyss of geologically recorded time to the still more remote period when the Earth was passing through physical and chemical conditions, which it can no more see again than a man can recall his infancy, I should expect to be a witness of the evolution of living protoplasm from not living matter." William Thomson, Darwin's nemesis, had responded by unfairly accusing Huxley of advocating spontaneous generation. 67. Tyndall's Belfast address created a storm of protest. He was attacked in particular for discerning in matter, the promise and potency of every form and quality of life. He was accused of hastening the ruin of mankind and of promoting blasphemy. He found himself defending himself against a myriad of blows. 68 Engels, reading the addresses that Tyndall and Huxley had delivered in Belfast, reported to Marx, who was in Germany at the time, that all of this had once again revealed the plight of these people, and the way they are stuck fast in the thing in itself and their cry of anguish for a philosophy to rescue them. Writing of the tremendous impression and panic created by Tyndall's address, Engels told Marx of Tyndall's courageous defiance of the establishment, adding that his acknowledgement to Epicurus will amuse you. So much is certain, the return to a genuinely reflective view of nature is making much more serious progress here in England than in Germany, and people here seek salvation at least in Epicurus, Descartes, Hume, and Kant. The French thinkers of the 18th century, of course, are still taboo. Engels pondered how to transcend the difficulties that such adamant materialists as Tyndall and Huxley had found themselves caught up in, and suggested that the way out lay in Hegel's dialectics, especially the Encyclopedia, where, because of the more popular presentation, much of the analysis was comparatively free of idealism and tailor-made for these people. There can be little doubt that it was at this point that Engels began to formulate his own great project, which was to take the form of his unfinished Dialectics of Nature. 69. Engels's larger project was evident in 1878 in his old preface to Anti-Düring on Dialectics, his original, draft preface to the first edition of Anti-Düring, which he decided to use only in a shortened version. In the old preface Engels, relying in part on notes that had been provided for him by Marx, observed that natural scientists wrote frequently in ignorance of the history of philosophy. As a result, propositions which were advanced in philosophy centuries ago, which often enough have long been disposed of philosophically, are frequently put forward by theorizing natural scientists as brand new wisdom and even become fashionable for a while. Since physics and chemistry once more operate almost exclusively with molecules and atoms, the atomic philosophy of ancient Greece has of necessity come to the fore again. But how superficially it is treated by the best of them. Thus Kekule tells us, that Democritus, instead of Leucippus, originated it, and he maintains that Dalton was the first to assume the existence of qualitatively different elementary atoms and was the first to ascribe to them different weights characteristic of the different elements. Yet anyone can read in Diogenes Laertius, that already Epicurus had ascribed to atoms differences not only of magnitude and form but also of weight, that is, he was already acquainted in his own way with atomic weight and atomic volume. 70. For Engels, this ignorance of ancient Greek philosophy was tied to the failure since 1848 in Germany, as elsewhere, to comprehend the significance of the dialectic and Hegelianism. The two great sources of dialectical knowledge had been the ancient Greeks and Hegel. Failure to understand their philosophies and hence the dialectic was the main obstacle to the development of a philosophy adequate to the needs of modern natural science. Engels noted how it was becoming increasingly rare for natural scientists to look down upon the Greeks, particularly those fragments of Greek atomic philosophy, namely, Democritus, Epicurus, and Lucretius, simply because the Greeks had no empirical natural science. The strength of the holistic view of the Greeks was at last beginning to force itself on contemporary natural science. So far, however, natural scientists had failed to make even the first steps in embracing the second great source of dialectical knowledge, that of Hegel. 71. The object, of course, from Engels' standpoint, was the creation of a materialist dialectics applicable to natural science. By the time he wrote Anti-Düring he had concluded that the French materialists of the 18th century were useless for this purpose since they had developed a materialism that was exclusively mechanical. The answers, to the extent that they were to be found in the history of philosophy, lay in the Greek materialists and Aristotle, Kant, and Hegel. With respect to Epicurus, the old contention, presented by Diogenes Laertius, that he had scorned dialectics no doubt was a stumbling block. All of this helps explain Engels's enormous enthusiasm at the end of his life for Marx's dissertation on Epicurus with its explanation of the immanent dialectics of the latter. 72. For Engels, the brilliant intuition of the ancient Greeks, although vastly inferior in its empirical knowledge to the science of the 18th century, was still superior to the latter in its general conception, because of its intuitive understanding of the material world as evolving out of chaos, as developing, coming into being. Only in the 19th century, in particular with the Darwinian revolution, was this general conception surpassed within science. Yet, the Darwinian materialists were nonetheless philosophically weak, and surrounded at every point by philosophical and theological opponents. Hence they needed the dialectical heritage which constituted the main legacy of Greek philosophy and of classical German philosophy. 73. The Revolution in Ethnological Time, Morgan and Marx. The year 1859 saw not only the publication of Darwin's On the Origin of Species, which for the first time provided a strong theory of evolution, but also a closely related revolution in ethnological time, which had sources independent of Darwin's analysis and which was in many ways as important in altering the Victorian conceptions of self and the world as Darwin's work itself. This was the discovery and acceptance within the scientific community of conclusive evidence found in Brixham Cave near Torquay in southwestern England that human beings had existed on Earth in periods of great antiquity, extending back, as Lyell was later to conclude, as much as thousands of centuries. 74. To understand the significance of this revolution it is important to understand that although the development of geology and the understanding of paleontological succession had long since destroyed the old biblical clock of Genesis, creating a sense of almost infinite time, and thus making possible Darwin's theory of evolution, the paleontological view up until 1859, with few exceptions, did not extend to human beings. Humanity was still viewed as appearing on the Earth recently, that is, only a few thousand years ago. Hence, the fossil record did not apply to human beings. There are no fossil human bones, Cuvier had argued. More to the point, perhaps, there was no such thing as antediluvian man. 75. It is true that various human remains, sometimes accompanied by primitive implements, had been found in caves in Europe, including the discovery of the first Neanderthal remains in the Neander Valley in 1856. Some of these remains were examined by leading geological authorities of the 19th century, including William Buckland and Charles Lyell, but the significance of these discoveries was doubted. Although evidence was accumulating as to the antiquity of humanity, this was still questionable enough to be denied. The poor way in which these discoveries were excavated, deviating from the slow, careful process required by geological work, often failing to preserve the proper stratigraphic context, allowed scientific observers to conclude that remains from distinct geological strata had been mingled with one another. In 1837 Buckland, author of one of the Bridgewater treatises, concluded that no human remains had yet been found in conjunction with extinct animals. This view was reiterated by Lyell as late as 1855. It was the discoveries at Brixham Cave, the excavation of which was supervised by the Geological Society of London, rather than the ultimately more important paleontological discovery associated with the unearthing of Neanderthal man near Dusseldorf in Germany, that was to change Lyell's view, and that, given his authority, was to bring about a revolution in ethnological time. After examining the Brixham discoveries, Lyell announced, in a presidential address to the geological section of the British Association for the Advancement of Science in September 1859, his own conversion to the view that human beings had existed on the earth in ages of great antiquity. This was followed by a 3-year intensive search for further evidence, in which Lyell reconsidered evidence found in caves in France, leading to the publication of his formidable work Geological Evidences of the Antiquity of Man, 1863, which made clear this revolution in the understanding of ethnological time. Lyell's book was published in the same year as Huxley's important work in comparative anatomy, Evidence as to Man's Place in Nature, in which Huxley examined the anatomical evidence from the Neanderthal skulls and concluded that man had descended from the same stock as the apes. Both of these developments reinforced in different ways the effects of the Darwinian revolution, making clear that this revolution extended to human beings themselves. 76. It would be difficult to exaggerate the importance that the revolution in ethnological time had on mid-19th century thinkers. John Lubbock, a leading Darwinian who contributed to the development of ethnology, wrote on the first page of his Prehistoric Times, 1865, that the first appearance of man in Europe dates from a period so remote, that neither history, nor even tradition, can throw any light on his origin, or mode of life. A new science has been born among us, which deals with times and events far more ancient than any which have yet fallen within the province of the archaeologist. 77. Looking back on these developments in 1881, the influential geologist James Geikie wrote, "When the announcement was made some years ago that rude stone implements of undoubted human workmanship had been discovered in certain alluvial deposits in the valley of the river Somme under circumstances which argued for the human race of very high antiquity, geologists generally received the news with incredulity. That the advent of man was an occurrence merely of yesterday, as it were, and a matter to be discussed properly by chronologists and historians alone, most of us until lately were taught to believe. So ingrained, indeed, had this belief become, that although evidence of the antiquity of our race similar to those subsequent French discoveries, which succeeded at last in rooting the skeptical indifference of geologists, had been noted from time to time, yet it was noted only to be explained away. 78. No thinker understood the significance of the revolution in ethnological time better than American anthropologist Lewis Henry Morgan, 1818 to 1881, often viewed as the founder of social anthropology. In the preface to his Ancient Society, or Researches in the Lines of Human Progress from Savagery through Barbarism to Civilization, 1877, Morgan wrote, "The great antiquity of mankind upon the earth has been conclusively established. It seems singular that the proofs should have been discovered as recently as within the last 30 years, and that the present generation should be the first called upon to recognize so important a fact. Mankind are now known to have existed in Europe in the glacial period, and even back of its commencement, with every probability of their origination in a prior geological age. They have survived many races of animals with whom they were contemporaneous, and passed through a process of development, in the several branches of the human family, as remarkable in its courses as in its progress. Since the probable length of their career is connected with geological periods, a limited measure of time is excluded. 100 or 200,000 years would be an unextravagant estimate of the period from the disappearance of the glaciers in the northern hemisphere to the present time. Whatever doubts may attend any estimate of a period, the actual duration of which is unknown, the existence of mankind extends backward immeasurably, and loses itself in a vast and profound antiquity. 79. In his Ancient Society, Morgan attempted to provide a general theory of human social development, encompassing this longer conception of ethnological time, in which he sought to transcend regional particularities of development, and to seek out at a theoretical level, informed by ethnological data, the common basis of the development of human institutions and ideas, focusing on three branches of human institutions: government, family, and property. In doing so, however, Morgan took a decidedly materialist historical approach, rooting his understanding of the evolution of these spheres in material conditions, namely the growth of the arts of subsistence, and within this various inventions and implements which he took as indicators revealed by the ethnological record. 80 Like other thinkers who sought to reconceptualize the development of human beings over vast reaches of time, Morgan reached back to Lucretius' broad contention that human beings had first relied on nails, teeth, wood, and stones in their struggle for existence, and then had learned, following their forming of mutual alliances and the mastery of fire, to forge implements and weapons, successively, from copper, bronze, and iron. In his own division of human development in terms of three ages of stone, bronze, and iron, Lubbock, in his prehistoric times, 1865, had quoted from Lucretius, who, he observed, mentions the three ages. 81. Morgan delineated various ethnical periods, the great epochs of savagery and barbarism, each of which could be divided into lower, upper, and middle periods, and the stage of civilization. In lower savagery, humankind, he argued, referring to Lucretius as his classical source on the arts of subsistence at this stage, subsisted mainly on fruits and nuts, a primitive gathering basis of subsistence. Though little could be said with certainty, Morgan cited Lucretius' contention that human beings at the earliest stage of their existence had existed in groves and caves, the possession of which they disputed with the beasts. 82 This was followed, in middle savagery, by the growth of a fish subsistence, made possible by the knowledge of the use of fire. Upper savagery, in contrast, was defined by the introduction of the bow and arrow. The main indicator of the great change of subsistence represented by lower barbarism was the practice of the art of pottery. Middle barbarism, according to Morgan, was characterized by domestication of animals in the Eastern Hemisphere and by the use of irrigation in the growing of crops and of adobe brick and stone in architecture in the Western Hemisphere, where large animals suitable for domestication were much more scarce. Upper barbarism began with the manufacture of iron and ended with the invention of the phonetic alphabet, and the use of writing in literary composition. The great transition from barbarism to civilization represented a period of enormous cultural advance, according to Morgan. Yet, grand barbarism already supported a rich literary tradition. Language had attained such development that poetry of the highest structural form was about to embody the inspirations of genius, he observed, with the heroic age of Greece in mind. Language, like everything else, had developed with human culture. Human speech, he observed, seems to have developed from the rudest and simplest forms of expression. Gesture or sign language, as intimated by Lucretius, must have preceded articulate language, as thought preceded speech. This great subject, a department of knowledge by itself, does not fall within the scope of the present investigation. 83. Instead, Morgan's analysis in Ancient Society consistently focused on the material basis for human institutions established at the level of subsistence. The iron plough, he insisted, unleashed a period of unlimited subsistence, which was, in addition to writing, to characterize the stage of civilization. With the introduction of the iron plough, Morgan observed, citing Lucretius, arose the thought of reducing the forest, and bringing wide fields under cultivation. Arriving at exaggerated conclusions from this, Morgan contended that mankind are the only beings who may be said to have gained an absolute control over the production of food, which at the outset they did not possess above other animals. 84. The stages that Morgan described are still generally employed in anthropology, although the names have been changed, reflecting the negative connotations associated with the terms savagery and barbarism. Morgan's savagery is now generally referred to as gathering, with marginal hunting, society, a form of subsistence that obtained throughout the Paleolithic period. Instead of barbarism, today, reference is made to societies practicing horticulture. Domestication of plants is usually associated with the Neolithic Revolution around 10,000 years ago. The terms Paleolithic and Neolithic, or New and Old Stone Ages, were originally introduced by Lubbock to distinguish between an age of crude, chipped stone implements, followed by a later age of polished stone implements. Nowadays, however, the emphasis is much more on Morgan's changing forms of subsistence. 85. Morgan hinted at a rudimentary theory of gene culture coevolution, focusing on the development of tools or inventions. With the production of inventions and discoveries, and with the growth of institutions, the human mind necessarily grew and expanded, and we are led to recognize a gradual enlargement of the brain itself, particularly of the cerebral portion. The slowness of this mental growth was inevitable, in the period of savagery, from the extreme difficulty of compassing the simplest invention out of nothing. The argument closely paralleled that of Darwin in The Descent of Man. 86. For a long time it was assumed that Morgan's evolutionary approach to the development of human society was derived mainly from Darwin, whom Morgan knew, and who clearly influenced his thought. More recent scholarship, however, has focused on the crucial role that Lucretius, hence Epicurus, exerted on the development of his view of the evolution of human society. As Thomas R. Trotman states in Lewis Henry Morgan and the Invention of Kinship, Morgan regarded Darwin's theory as a special case of evolutionism that, so far from being a novelty, is traceable to Horace and above all to Lucretius, who is for Morgan evolution's first theorist. The basis for this contention is the Morgan papers themselves. The first manuscript version of Ancient Society, MS dated 1872 to 1873, included a chapter entitled The Roman Genesis of Human Development, which presented Lucretius' system. In this early manuscript version of Ancient Society, Morgan wrote, "Those who adopt the Darwinian theory of the descent of man from a quadruped, and those who, stopping short of this, adopt the theory of evolution, equally recognize the fact that man commenced at the bottom of the scale and worked his way up to civilization through the slow accumulation of experimental knowledge. That early state of man, on either alternative, was one of extreme rudeness and savagism, the precise conditions of which, though not wholly inconceivable, are difficult of apprehension." 87. According to Trotman, this passage makes it clear that in Morgan's conception the Darwinian theory was but a special case of the theory of evolution. In his own view again, the intellectual charter of the work he had just undertaken was the invention not of Darwin but of Horace and Lucretius, the latter above all, and he devoted the second chapter of the draft of Ancient Society to an appreciation of the Roman genesis of human development, as precursor of modern evolutionism. 88. Essentially the same point was made earlier by Carl Resac in his important biography of Morgan. Referring to the early draft manuscript of Ancient Society, Resac wrote, "The theory of evolution," he Morgan went on to say, "did not really belong to Darwin. Ancient philosophers like Horace and Lucretius recognized the fact that man started in savagery and went through a slow and tortuous ascent." 89. Upon these foundations Morgan went on to develop his analysis of the origin of the idea of government, the idea of family, and the idea of property, the three parts into which the remainder of his work was divided. Morgan's analysis was to interest Marx, who had carefully read Lyell's great work on Antiquity of Man, scrutinizing its treatment of prehistory, and making critical comments in the margins of the book. 90 As early as 1857 to 1858, in the Grundriss, Marx had already observed that one can determine a priori a people's degree of civilization if one knows no more than the metal, gold, copper, silver, or iron which it uses for weapons, tools or ornamentation. Here he had quoted Lucretius on the fact that bronze was known before iron. 91 later, in Capital, Volume 1, Marx noted, probably referring to Lyell here, how in the study of prehistoric times classification was being made on the basis of the investigations of natural science, rather than utilizing the methods of so-called historical research. Prehistory has been divided, according to the materials used to make tools and weapons, into the Stone Age, the Bronze Age and the Iron Age. For Marx, this approach of writers of prehistory was superior to the classificatory schemes that writers of history had thus far employed, since the latter tended to pay little attention to the development of material production, which is the basis of all social life, and therefore of all real history. 92. Marx took down extensive extracts in his ethnological notebooks in 1880 to 1882, which were devoted principally to Morgan, but also to the work of John Bud Fear, Henry Sumner Maine, and John Lubbock. In the year following Marx's death, Engels used these notebooks of Marx, together with Morgan's work, in developing his own argument in The Origin of the Family, Private Property and the State, 1884. Morgan, in his own way, Engels wrote, had discovered afresh in America the materialistic conception of history discovered by Marx 40 years ago, and in his comparison of barbarism and civilization it had led him, in the main points, to the same conclusions as Marx. For Engels, following Morgan, private property and class struggle now dominated only hitherto existing written history. Before that, in what Lubbock and others in the 1860s had begun to call prehistory, society had been organized around kinship groups. Nevertheless, it was the production and reproduction of immediate life, on the one side, the production of the means of existence, of food, clothing, and shelter and the tools necessary for production, on the other side, the production of human beings themselves, the propagation of the species, which always constituted the decisive set of conditions defining a given historical epoch. 93. The importance of the debates over the origins of the family, private property, and the state that arose from this analysis, however, tended to obscure certain crucial elements governing Marx's, and even Engels's, work in this area. It is crucial to understand that Marx and Engels, like other early analysts of prehistory, were impelled toward these studies by the revolution in ethnological time that began in 1859. Moreover, in Marx's case this was tied very closely to concerns about the development of agriculture, that is, the long-term relation to the soil, which was a continual focus of his studies in his last decade. He continued to take hundreds of pages of notes on geology and agricultural chemistry in the late 1860s and 1870s, both in relation to the third volume of Capital and due to his concerns over the direction of Russian development, as reflected in the populist debates in Russia. At issue with respect to Russia was the fate of the archaic Russian communal land system, and how all of this related to the prospects of revolution. Finally, there was the question of the roots in historical development of the materialist conception of history, which needed now to be extended back before ancient Greece, before written history, and before philological analysis. What was at issue, then, was the origins of human beings and of human institutions over the long ages of prehistory. In these latter years Marx also sought to break out of the literature of colonialism, through which he had naturally been compelled to view the development of the rest of the world, becoming increasingly critical of the history of capitalist penetration into what is now called the periphery. He thus tried to construct a massive radical chronology of world history, breaking with dominant conceptions. All of these preoccupations have come to be seen as defining the last decade of Marx's life, which Tedershanen famously described as late Marx 94. We can better understand Marx's struggle and its relation to his times if we understand how close, and overlapping, were these debates about human evolution and the origins of human society. In 1871 Darwin had published his long-awaited Descent of Man, which attempted to account for human biological evolution and in the process referred to important ethnological questions. The descent of man had less impact than it might have had, however, because it had already been preceded by Huxley's Evidences as to Man's Place in Nature, 1863, Lyell's Geological Evidences of the Antiquity of Man, 1863, Lubbock's Prehistoric Times, 1865, as well as other works, which within a decade of the publication of The Origin of Species and the Brixham Cave discoveries had revolutionized thinking about human development. Of the four thinkers on whom Marx concentrated in his ethnological notebooks, the three most important, Morgan, Lubbock, and Maine, had all been referred to by Darwin in The Descent of Man. How, then, was one to think about the question of human development, prior to written history? Marx studied geology and paleontology as well as agricultural chemistry and ethnology with a fervor in this period. He was attracted to ancient society undoubtedly because of Morgan's emphasis on the arts of subsistence. Morgan, who had adopted a materialist approach to ethnology that was independent of, but took into account, Darwin's analysis, focused on the development of the arts of subsistence, even embracing Darwin's hint that there was a relation between inventions necessary for subsistence and the development of the brain. The outline of the arts of subsistence was crafted in relation to Lucretius' analysis into rerum natura. Marx, with his deep understanding of Lucretius, carefully noted Morgan's references to Lucretius and was aware of the deep implications of this way of approaching the problem of subsistence, the relation between the materialist conception of nature and the materialist conception of history that it entailed. This focus on the arts of subsistence, the human relation to nature through the transformation of production and reproduction as it was developed by Morgan, inspired by Lucretius, and ultimately Epicurus, was deeply ecological, in the sense that it focused on human coevolution with the environment. Already in Capital, Marx had said that tools as relics of bygone instruments of labor possess the same importance for the investigation of extinct economic formations of society as do fossil bones for the determination of extinct species of animals. 95 Morgan's focus on the arts of subsistence, in which he singled out the development of tools, ensured that his analysis followed a similar track while connecting this to changes in family/kinship relations, property, and the state. Marx dissented, however, from Morgan's contention that human beings had developed absolute control over the production of food. Rather, the ecological problem associated with the development of the arts of subsistence existed into the capitalist period, where the contradictions had become quite extreme, and would outlast capitalism itself, posing problems that the society of associated producers would have to approach rationally and based on an understanding of the metabolic relation between human beings and the earth. Since the 1950s we have seen the rise of the field of ethnoecology within anthropology, as anthropologists have sought to understand traditional environmental knowledge embedded in now extinct or threatened cultures, not only in order to retrieve that essential knowledge in a time characterized by ecological crisis, but also in order to emphasize the importance of cultural survival for those indigenous communities now threatened by the penetration of capitalism. Within this literature, subsistence is understood by leading ethnoecologists such as Eugene Hun as the long-term relationship between community and land base. This knowledge of basic subsistence relations is also, it is argued, an invaluable heritage of ecological understanding, not based on the severance of human beings from nature. Marx's continual emphasis, throughout his work, particularly in the Grundrisse and in the work of his last decade on traditional communal relations and the importance of a non-alienated relation to the earth, has been seen by some ethnoecologists as the essential critical standpoint from which this new field must proceed. As Hun has recently argued in The Value of Subsistence for the Future of the World, Marx valued the organic unity of a community of human beings tied to their land by their own labor with which they produced their livelihood and in so doing reproduced their community. 96 For Marx, a crucial part of his materialist conception of history linked in this way to his materialist conception of nature, that is, to its basis in natural history, was always how the alienation from the land had developed in relation to the alienation from labor, a problem addressed today by radical ethnoecology, and by cultural materialist ecology more generally. The most important problem facing the society of associated producers, Marx emphasized again and again in his work, would be to address the problem of the metabolic relation between human beings and nature, under the more advanced industrial conditions prevailing in the wake of the final revolutionary crisis of capitalist society. To this end it was clearly necessary to learn more about the human relation to nature and subsistence, through the development of property forms, over the great span of ethnological time. Marx was thus driven back, by the materialist precepts of his analysis, to a consideration of the origins of human society and the human relation to nature as a means for envisioning the potential for a more complete transcendence of an alienated existence. In 1882, the year before Marx's death, Marx and Engels raised the question, in the preface to the second Russian edition of the Manifesto of the Communist Party, of whether the archaic Russian commune could provide the basis for a proletarian revolution, rooted in communal land ownership, that would serve as the point of departure for a communist development. What was at issue, they emphasized, was the existence not simply of communal social forms, but of a non-alienated relation to nature that would stand in sharp contrast to the system of giant farms of capitalist America. The question of the material development of society was thus linked to the material development of the human relation to nature. In both cases history was not simply linear, but followed a complex, contradictory, dialectical pattern. In this complex, contradictory development lay the entire potential for revolutionary transformation. 97. A young Darwinian and Karl Marx. Marx's interest in ethnological issues in the last few years of his life may help to explain the mystery of his close friendship in these last years with the young Darwinian E. Ray Lankester, 1847–1929, already a prominent evolutionary biologist and a Fellow of the Royal Society, later to become one of the most celebrated of all British scientists in his day, serving from 1898 to 1907 as the director of the British Museum, Natural History, at the very apex of his field. Lankester knew Darwin, Huxley, and Hooker intimately from childhood and had met Lyell, Haeckel, and Tyndall. He patterned himself after Huxley, who viewed Lankester as his protégé. Although primarily a scientist, Lankester was something of a nonconformist politically, revealing himself as an intellectual aristocrat with progressive sympathies during the most active part of his life, becoming more conservative in his old age. Thus Lankester exhibited socialist sympathies at times and counted numerous radicals among his friends, including in his youth Marx, and later H. G. Wells and J.B.S. Haldane. He also knew and admired William Morris. Fluent in German, he read Marx's Capital in 1880 with enthusiasm, observing in a letter to Marx that he was absorbing your great work on capital, with the greatest pleasure and profit. Decades later, after the Titanic disaster, Lankester wrote to the Times that business associations were necessarily by their nature, devoid of conscience, and were impersonal mechanisms driven by laws of supply and demand. In the notes for his influential Nature and Man talks of 1905 he declared that the capitalist wants cheap labor, and he would rather see the English people poor and ready to do his work for him, than better off. He greeted the February 1917 revolution in Russia with enthusiasm, though the October revolution that followed had him bewildered. Eventually, like his friend Wells, he became very anti-Bolshevik. As an intellectual aristocrat, Lankester was often elitist, even conservative, in his views, particularly in the cultural domain. In the words of his biographer, he did not believe that women should have the vote, and indeed thought that the fewer people who could vote the better. Still, Lankester's more general commitment to a militant humanism is evident throughout his published writings. 98. As a scientist, Lankester was a convinced materialist, a Darwinian, and an opponent of religion and superstition. Like Marx in his last years, he was particularly interested in the early ethnological development of human beings. In his youth he visited Boucher de Perthes, the French pioneer in the field of prehistory. Lankester was thus caught up early on by the revolution in ethnological time, an interest that was to persist throughout his career. His Kingdom of Man, 1907, sought to extend estimates of human antiquity, based on the discovery of what were believed to be extremely primitive Stone Age tools, or eoliths. Lancaster's materialism and Darwinism put him frequently in conflict not only with religion but also with other scientists, notably William Thomson, Lord Kelvin, and Alfred Russel Wallace. Lancaster opposed Thomson's recourse to vitalism in his discussion of life. More importantly, he was one of the first Darwinian scientists to note that the discovery of radioactivity overturned Thomson's estimate of the age of the Earth, a fact that Lancaster emphasized in his presidential address to the British Association for the Advancement of Science in 1906. Lancaster criticized Alfred Russel Wallace for his resort to metaphysical explanations for the evolution of the human brain, arguing that these developments could be explained in materialist terms, an argument that paralleled that of Engels in the manuscripts for the Dialectics of Nature, point 99. Among scientists of his day, Lancaster was notable for his protests against the human ecological degradation of the earth. In his popular essay The Effacement of Nature by Man, he wrote one of the most powerful ecological critiques of his, or any, time, pointing to a vast destruction and defacement of the living world by the uncalculating reckless procedure of both savage and civilized man. Lancaster was particularly concerned about extinction of species and the relationship of this to the destruction of habitat. The most repulsive of the destructive results of human expansion, he wrote, is the poisoning of rivers, and the consequent extinction in them of fish and of well-nigh every living thing, save mold and putrefactive bacteria. In the Thames it will soon be 100 years since man, by his filthy proceedings, banished the glorious salmon, and murdered the innocence of the eel fair. Even at its foulest time, however, the Thames mud was blood red, really blood red, since the color was due to the same blood crystals which color our own blood, with the swarms of a delicate little worm like the earthworm, which has an exceptional power of living in foul water, and nourishing itself upon putrid mud. In smaller streams, especially in the mining and manufacturing districts of England, progressive money-making man has converted the most beautiful things of nature, trout streams, into absolutely dead corrosive chemical sewers. The sight of one of these death-stricken black filth gutters makes one shudder as the picture rises, in one's mind, of a world in which all the rivers and waters of the seashore will be thus dedicated to acrid sterility, and the meadows and hillsides will be drenched with nauseating chemical manures. Such a state of things is possibly in store for future generations of men. It is not science that will be to blame for these horrors, but should they come about they will be due to the reckless greed and the mere insect-like increase of humanity. 100. Marx met Lancaster in 1880 and a firm friendship seems to have been developed between the two men during the final 3 years of Marx's life. It is not known how Marx and Lancaster were introduced, but they had a number of friends and acquaintances in common, including Lancaster's colleague at University College, Professor of History E.S. Beazley, who had been for many years a close friend of the Marx family. We do know that Marx approached Lancaster in September 1880 for medical help for his wife, Jenny, who was dying of breast cancer. Lancaster recommended his close friend, the physician H.B. Donkin. Donkin treated Jenny Marx and eventually Marx himself in their final illnesses. Lancaster subsequently became a fairly regular visitor at the Marx home, and both Marx and his daughter Eleanor were invited to visit Lancaster at his residence. When Marx died in 1883, Lancaster was one of the small group of mourners at his funeral. Since Marx was, during the time that he knew Lancaster, hard at work on his ethnological notebooks, which addressed issues of human antiquity, and delved into the work of figures whose ethnological studies overlapped with Darwin's speculations in the descent of man, namely, Lubbock, Morgan, and Maine, it is fairly certain that they discussed some of these issues, as well as more general questions of materialism and evolution. Marx made inquiries on Lancaster's behalf as to whether the latter's short Darwinian tract on degeneration had been translated into Russian. Although Marx's relation to Lancaster has long been seen as a mystery, nothing could be more natural, given Marx's lifelong interest in materialism and science. As Stephen Jay Gould has indicated, Marx in his declining years clearly derived enjoyment from befriending a younger man of great promise, one whom Darwin had seen as the flower of his generation. But the friendship with Lancaster also symbolizes Marx's strong commitment to the materialist conception of nature, and his enduring conviction that Darwin, when disentangled from Malthus, had provided the basis in natural history for our view 101. On September 28, 1881, Darwin hosted Edward Aveling, who was later to become the common-law husband of Marx's daughter Eleanor, and a group of freethinkers, the most distinguished of whom was Ludwig Buchner of Germany, at Down House. In the discussion that followed, Darwin admitted that he had finally given up completely on Christianity at 40 years of age. But he insisted that he was agnostic on the issue of God and was unwilling to attack religion from the standpoint of science. In the following spring, on April 19, 1882, Darwin died. To the end of his days he remained a consistent materialist in his approach to natural history but refused to pronounce on religion, instead adopting the precept which Stephen Jay Gould has called non-overlapping magisteria, NOMA, whereby it is recognized that science and religion operate in essentially different spheres, one material, the other moral. 102 Darwin's death was followed in less than a year by the death of Marx, on March 14, 1883. In a letter written the day after Marx's death, Engels stated that he had been in the habit of referring to a passage from Epicurus, "Death is not a misfortune for him who dies, but for him who survives," he used to say, quoting from Epicurus 103. Marx thus remained true to the very end to the fundamental materialist doctrine of Epicurus as expressed by Lucretius, Mors Immortalis. Where Marx differed from that philosophy was in his call for the revolutionary transformation of the world of the human material relation to nature and society extending beyond mere contemplation. The philosophers have only interpreted the world, in various ways. The point, however, is to change it. Epilogue. We know only one science, the science of history. History can be viewed from two sides. It can be divided into the history of nature and that of man. The two sides, however, are not to be seen as independent entities. As long as man has existed, nature and man have affected each other. Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels, The German Ideology 1. In February 1937 Nikolai Bukharin, 1888–1938, one of the leading figures of the Russian Revolution, whom Lenin had called the golden boy of the revolution, the favorite of the entire party, and its biggest theorist, was arrested on Stalin's orders and placed in Lubyanka prison. Except when taken to the interrogation room, he was confined to a tiny cell lit by a single bare bulb, alone for months, but for a time sharing his cell with an informer. For more than a year he awaited trial and possible execution, fearful for the survival of his family. In March 1938 he was forced to stand trial publicly, with not only his own life but that of his family as well at stake, and to confess to being a vile enemy of the revolution. 2 days later he was shot in a secret execution cell. His biography was systematically removed from the history of the revolution, and he was officially remembered only as an enemy of the people. Bukharin had fought despair during his time of terror in Lubyanka by writing 4 book-length manuscripts, mostly at night. The interrogations increasingly occupied his days, including an autobiographical novel, How It All Began, a book of poetry, The Transformation of the World, a treatise on socialism, socialism and its culture, and a wide-ranging philosophical theoretical work, Philosophical Arabesques. Only Stalin and a few jailers knew of the existence of the 4 manuscripts. Recognizing that execution probably awaited him, Bukharin fought hard to have the manuscripts preserved, sending letters to Stalin pleading that they be saved even if his own life were to be taken. In the end, Stalin did not burn the manuscripts but instead consigned them to his personal archive, the deepest repository of the terror, where they were only rediscovered in the late 1980s under Gorbachev. Their existence was first revealed to Stephen Cohen in 1988 by an aide to Gorbachev. Not until 1992, however, was Cohen able to obtain copies of the manuscripts. Both How It All Began and Philosophical Arabesques were published soon after in Russian. 2. Bukharin believed Philosophical Arabesques to be his most important and mature intellectual work. In it he sought to reassess philosophy from the standpoint of dialectical materialism and the development of science. His aim was to construct a more philosophically advanced, humanistic Marxism, based on Marx's practical materialism, in order to transcend some of the cruder elements of mechanical materialism, and at the same time providing a weapon against solipsism, mysticism, and fascism. For Bukharin, as he indicted in philosophical arabesques, the ultimate basis of materialism was to be found in ecology, in the theory, emanating from V.I. Vernadsky, of the Earth's biosphere, full of infinitely varied life, from the smallest microorganisms in water, on land, and in the air, to human beings. Many people do not imagine the vast richness of these forms, or their direct participation in the physical and chemical processes of nature. Human beings, he went on to observe, are both products of nature and part of it, if they have a biological basis. When their social existence is excluded from account, it cannot be abolished, if they are themselves the summits of nature and its products, and if they live within nature, however much they may be divided off from it by particular social and historical conditions of life and by the so-called artistic environment, then what is surprising in the fact that human beings share in the rhythm of nature and its cycles? 3. Although it may seem startling today to hear these words coming from the Marxism of the 1930s, the deep ecological character of Bukharin's work would not have surprised Bukharin's more informed readers if philosophical arabesques had been published at the time that it was written, instead of being consigned to Stalin's deepest, darkest, most secret archive. Of the leading Marxist theorists of that time, Bukharin was the one with the closest ties to natural science. His important work of the 1920s, Historical Materialism, 1921, had contained a chapter on the equilibrium between society and nature, which had analyzed the material process of metabolism between society and nature, which he saw as the fundamental relation between environment and system, between external conditions and human society. Here Bukharin built his analysis on Marx's concept of the metabolic interaction between nature and society, with the result that Stephen Cohen, whose landmark biography of Bukharin played a role in the political thought in the Soviet Union under Gorbachev, has characterized Bukharin's theory as one of naturalistic materialism. Already in 1931, 6 years before his arrest, Bukharin was arguing that the real living, breathing human subject was not the stenographer providing convenient signs in shorthand, as in Wittgenstein and other seekers after solipsism, but rather an active, transformative being who has changed the face of the whole of the earth. Living and working in the biosphere, social man has radically remolded the surface of the planet. 5. V.I. Vernadsky's work The Biosphere, 1926, had made a deep impression on Bukharin, who came to believe that placing human history within the larger context of the biosphere was an essential element in bringing Marx's practical materialism up to date. Although mechanistic explanations entered into his analysis of the equilibrium between nature and society, along with what seemed at times to be a triumphalist view of the human relation to nature, Bukharin was well aware of the complex, reciprocal relation associated with coevolution, the possibility of ecological degradation, especially, following Marx, in relation to the soil, and the need to avoid a radical social constructionism that failed to consider the natural physical conditions of existence. Yet, this way of thinking, which might be characterized as dialectical naturalism, to distinguish it from the greater mechanism or positivism that came to characterize dialectical materialism, perished for the most part within Marxism with Bukharin's fall, which was accompanied by the purge of some of the greatest Russian ecologists. Hence, Bukharin's fate can be taken as symbolic of the grand tragedy that befell Marxist ecological thinking after Marx. Although the seeming absence of ecological thinking within Soviet Marxism, and within Marxian social science in the West prior to the 1970s, has long reinforced the view that Marx's legacy in this area was at best a very weak one, such conclusions ignore the real struggles that took place. The story of what happened to Marx's ecology in the decades immediately following his death is a very complex one, involving as it does the most controversial stage in the development of Marxist theory, Engels's attempt to develop a dialectics of nature, followed by the development of dialectical materialism in its various post-Engels phases, eventually metamorphosing into Soviet ideology, as well as its dialectical twin in the West in the rejection of all connection to science and nature. In this brief epilogue only a rough sketch of some of these developments can be provided. An attempt will be made to understand what happened to Marx's materialism, and how Engels's own very important, never completed efforts to elaborate a dialectal materialism that encompassed the materialist conception of nature were appropriated, and misappropriated, by later theorists. The roles played by Morris, Babel, Koski, Luxemburg, Lenin, and Bukharin in keeping alive some of Marx's ecological notions will be examined. The enormous vitality of Russian ecology of the 1920s and early 1930s will be considered, along with its rapid decline under Stalinism. Finally, attention will be given to the Marxist theorist in the West in the 1930s who came closest to developing an analysis that dialectically bridged the epistemological divide, and that pointed to a co-evolutionary theory of human history and nature, rooted in both Marx and Darwin. But herein too lay a tragedy, that of Christopher Caldwell, who died in the Spanish Civil War at age 29. If a Marxism armed with a materialist conception of nature, and a dialectics of nature, was eventually to re-emerge in the West in the 1970s, it will be argued, it was only by way of natural science, where the legacy of the materialist conception of nature had not been extinguished. Dialectical naturalism. The responsibility for carrying forward Marx's vision after his death initially fell on Engels. It was Engels who provided the most direct connection between Marxism and science. Moreover, it was Engels who initially defined the relation of Marxism to philosophy, since Marx's most important philosophical writings, namely, the economic and philosophical manuscripts of 1844, were unknown, even to Engels. Here it is important to note that although in referring to Engels's contributions to the later development of Marxist theory it has become common, in recent years, to cite mainly the Dialectics of Nature, this work was not published until 1927, after Lenin's death. The initial conceptions of Marxism within the Second and Third Internationals were therefore influenced not by that work but by Engels's Anti-Düring, 1877–1878, and Ludwig Feuerbach and the Outcome of Classical German Philosophy, 1886. Engels had read all of Anti-Düring to Marx, who wrote one chapter for it and clearly approved of the general argument. Ludwig Feuerbach was Engels's attempt to explain the origins of Marxism in the critique of the Hegelian system, by way of Feuerbach, to argue for the necessity of a materialist conception of nature, and to insist on a dialectical approach to materialism, opposed to its mechanical interpretation. Although it has frequently been argued that these works were marred by positivism, that mechanistic assumptions were embedded within Engels's analysis, a close inspection reveals the extent to which Engels managed to transcend the mechanistic forms of thinking, based on a dialectical critique and a knowledge of evolution. The latter was critical, since in Engels's view, like Marx's, it was the conception of natural history that emerged from Darwin's analysis that allowed one to understand nature dialectically, that is, in terms of its emergence. It was this that became, in his thought, the key to the understanding of the relation between what he called the materialist conception of nature and the materialist conception of history. Yet, what was principally missing in Engels's analysis was a deep enough understanding of the philosophical basis of Marx's own materialist conception of nature as this had emerged through his confrontation with Epicurus and Hegel. If Kant had treated Epicurus as the foremost philosopher of sensibility, and Plato that of the intellectual, Marx, as we have seen, substituted Hegel for Plato in his own antinomy, thus struggling to comprehend the relation between the immanent dialectics of the foremost materialist philosopher and the foremost idealist philosopher. From this critical, dialectical inquiry arose Marx's synthesis of materialism and dialectics, overlapping with a similar synthesis being carried out by Feuerbach at the time, but going beyond the latter, and beyond Epicurus, in shifting from a purely contemplative to a more practical materialism. Epicurus, Marx argued, was the first to discover the alienation embedded via religion in the human conception of nature. Hegel was the first to discover the alienation of labor, but only in an idealist mode as the alienation of thought. Marx's goal within the history of philosophy was simply to combine within a larger dialectical synthesis the conception of alienation within praxis, associated with Hegel, and the materialist conception of alienation of human beings from nature to be found in Epicurus. It is clear that in the last years of his life Engels had begun to recognize the importance of Marx's doctoral thesis on Epicurus, and its relation to the development of a materialist dialectic. He had clearly expected Alexei Vodin, with whom he discussed these issues, to carry the message to the Russian Marxist George Valentinovich Plekhanov, 1856–1918, that it was here, and not in the study of the mechanistic French materialists, that the basis for a dialectical approach to materialism, that is, the materialist conception of nature, was to be found. Plekhanov, who developed his own conception of materialism based on a critical analysis of the materialism of the French Enlightenment, and who fell into various positivist traps, clearly did not get the message. As Vodin put it, Plekhanov was of the opinion that when Engels spoke of the materialists Democritus and Epicurus, I should have shifted the conversation onto the more interesting French materialists of the 18th century. I noted that I could not forego the delight of hearing Engels's account of Marx's first philosophical work. 6. For Engels, like Marx, the origins of materialism, its natural basis, was to be found not in the French materialists of the 18th century, who developed a materialism that was exclusively mechanical, but in ancient Greece. The materialist outlook on nature means no more than simply conceiving nature just as it exists without any foreign admixture, and as such it was understood originally among the Greek philosophers as a matter of course. But between those old Greeks and us lie more than 2,000 years of an essentially idealist world outlook, and hence the return to the self-evident is more difficult than it seems at first glance. 7. This failure to recognize these deeper philosophical roots of materialism to be found in both Marx and Engels had important consequences for subsequent Marxist thought, after Engels, which all too often fell prey to mechanistic conceptions, and to a simple reflective, or correspondence, view of knowledge, even while supposedly emphasizing dialectical perspectives that rejected both mechanism and idealism. Thus theorists like Plekhanov produced some of the worst forms of Marxist positivism. Lenin's materialism, particularly the Lenin of the philosophical notebooks, was more philosophically sophisticated but was caught up in the same difficulties, which posed genuine problems for the development of dialectical materialism. In the 1920s the positivistic influence within Marxism became more and more apparent, prompting the revolt of such Western Marxists as Lukács, Korsch, and Gramsci. But if these thinkers, and the subsequent Frankfurt School, resisted the invasion of positivism into Marxism, they did so, as E.P. Thompson emphasized, at a very heavy cost, opening the way to a fashionable Marxist epistemology which has become locked into an idealist theoretical practice. It was one that represented a serious regression when compared not only to Marx and Engels but also to a figure like Caudwell, who still integrated within his analysis both a materialist conception of history and a realist emphasis on the natural physical basis of existence rooted in an understanding of the necessary interconnection between nature and society. 8. Engels, as we have noted, has been criticized by Western Marxists both for being mechanistic and reductionist in his materialism and for attempting to impose an idealist philosophy of nature derived from Hegel onto science. 9 Thus one possible interpretation is that Engels drew too heavily on Hegel's philosophy of nature and logic, superimposing a despiritualized Hegelian dialectic on top of an otherwise mechanical view of the universe. 10 Engels's application of a simplified notion of dialectics, conceived in terms of three general laws, directly to natural phenomena seems to reinforce this view. Yet, such an interpretation of the synthesis that Engels was aiming at is unsatisfactory for a number of reasons. First, because of the extent of his critique of Hegel for his idealism and of mechanical materialism for its mechanism, and his clear adherence to Marx's practical materialism. Second, because of the very strong emphasis that Engels placed on Kant of the third critique, specifically, the critique of teleological judgment, which he came to believe provided a basis for understanding not only the critique of teleological thinking, but also how this could be integrated with Darwinism. Third, and most importantly, because of his clear intention to develop a dialectic of emergence in which Darwin's theory of evolution played the crucial part. For Engels, as for Marx, a materialist and dialectical conception of nature was not only possible, but had actually been provided in large part for the natural world by Darwin's The Origin of Species. The difficulty in reading Engels's unfinished dialectics of nature is that there is an unresolved tension within it reflecting its unfinished state that seems to allow for more than one interpretation, a strong dialectics of nature and a weak dialectics of nature. Engels sometimes writes as if the dialectic was an ontological property of nature itself. At other times he appears to be leaning toward the more defensible, critical postulate that the dialectic, in this realm, is a necessary heuristic device for human reasoning with regard to nature. In fact, the two arguments may be regarded as consistent. As Hegel wrote, the truth is the whole. But he immediately added that it can only be understood therefore in terms of its development. 11 Hence, we can know reason, or the world, only in the context of its emergence. Marx himself took from Epicurus the materialist conception that we perceive nature through our senses only as it passes away, that is, in a temporal process. Hence the free movement in matter is part of our cognition, inasmuch as we are part of nature and perceive it sensuously, and in accordance with the concepts that we abstract from this sensuous perception. Dialectical reasoning can thus be viewed as a necessary element of our cognition, arising from the emergent, transitory character of reality as we perceive it. The free movement in matter, Marx wrote, is nothing but a paraphrase for the method of dealing with matter, that is, the dialectic method. 12 The dialectical method thus presents a more radical alternative to Kant's argument, in his third critique, that even though teleology could not be defended on the grounds of pure reason, it was nonetheless necessary to use teleological, that is, purposive, accounts for heuristic purposes in order to describe nature at all. Here dialectical reasoning, the logic of emergence, plays the same necessary, heuristic role for our cognition that teleology played for Kant. But the reasons for this, in the case of Marx and Engels, are themselves material, rooted in a materialist ontology of emergence, one that encompasses human beings themselves. The material world as it is given to us, the world of objective appearance, is, Marx believed, nothing other than embodied time, mores immortalis. Point 13. Given the fact that an immanent materialist dialectic of this sort was conceived by Marx, and also Engels, as an alternative to both teleology and mechanism, it should come as no surprise that it is in his evolutionary ecological understanding, arising out of Darwin, that Engels provides the most sophisticated version of his own dialectical naturalism. Here we see his complex understanding of evolution, in which the Darwinian theory was to be demonstrated as the practical proof of Hegel's account of the inner connection between necessity and chance. Thus hard and fast lines, Engels argued, are incompatible with the theory of evolution. Even the border line between vertebrates and invertebrates is now no longer rigid, just as little is that between fishes and amphibians, while that between birds and reptiles dwindles more and more every day. Dialectics, which likewise knows no hard and fast lines, no unconditional, universally valid either or, and which bridges the fixed metaphysical differences, and besides either or recognizes also in the right place both this and that and reconciles the opposites, is the sole method of thought appropriate in the highest degree to the stage in the development of science. 14. In his plan for the dialectics of nature, Engels had indicated that the discussion of the limits of knowledge in regard to biology would begin with the German scientist, electrophysiologist, Émile du Bois-Reymond, 1818–1896, who had argued in the 1870s and 1880s that evolutionary theory could provide the answer to the origin of life, a world mystery that was not transcendent but rather soluble precisely because the relation of life to matter is one of emergence. In this respect du Bois-Reymond was following a tradition that went back to Epicurus, and even further back to Empedocles and Democritus. In Engels's view, this was an essential part of immanent materialist dialectic. Point 15. The philosophy of emergence, moreover, was applicable beyond mere organic evolution, to the realm of the inorganic as well, to cosmogony and cosmology. Engels' position, Ted Benton has written, in his more mature assessment of Engels's ecology, can be seen as a first approximation to a view of emergent properties consequent upon successive levels of organization of matter in motion. 16. Such a dialectical view, focusing on emergence, Engels argued, was opposed to the determinism which he associated with the French materialists, who had sought to dispose of chance by denying it altogether. Rather, necessity, as Hegel taught, and as Marx also discovered in Epicurus, was grounded in chance, or contingency. Darwin, in his epoch-making work, Engels wrote, set out from the widest existing basis of chance. Precisely the infinite, accidental differences between individuals within a single species, differences which become accentuated until they break through the character of the species, and whose immediate causes even can be demonstrated only in extremely few cases. The material on chance occurrences accumulated in the meantime has suppressed and shattered the old idea of necessity, compelled him to question the previous basis of all regularity in biology, viz., the concept of species in its previous metaphysical rigidity and unchangeability. Without the concept of species, however, all science was nothing. All its branches needed the concept of species as basis: human anatomy and comparative anatomy, embryology, zoology, paleontology, botany, etc. What were they without the concept of species? All of their results were not only put in question but directly set aside. Chance overthrows necessity, as conceived hitherto. The previous idea of necessity breaks down. To retain it means dictatorially to impose on nature as a law a human arbitrary determination that is in contradistinction to itself and to reality. It means to deny thereby all inner necessity in living nature. Point 17. The fact that Darwin had started from chance in no way took away from the fact that evolution generated a necessity compatible with emergent development. Each advance in organic evolution, Engels wrote, is at the same time a regression, fixing one-sided evolution and excluding the possibility of evolution in many other directions. This evolutionary development needed, Engels insisted, to be seen both from the standpoint of the harmonious cooperative working of organic nature as in theories of metabolic exchange, and in terms of the struggle for existence within nature. 18. It was these two elements, taken together, that, as Marx understood, created the possibility of rifts in nature, particularly with the growth of the human ecology. It was this complex, dialectical naturalism, in which nature was seen as the proof of dialectics, that accounts for the brilliant array of ecological insights that pervade Engels's later thought. Point 19. The Darwinian revolution and the discovery of prehistory, he argued, had made possible, for the first time, an analysis of the prehistory of the human mind, following its various stages of evolution from the protoplasm, simple and structureless yet responsive to stimuli, of the lower organisms, right up to the thinking human brain. Without this prehistory, the existence of the thinking human brain remains a mystery. 20. The understanding of the evolution of human beings from their primate ancestors could be explained as arising from labor, that is, from the conditions of human subsistence, and from its transformation by means of tool making, simply because it was at this level that human beings interacted with nature, as real, material, active beings who must eat, breathe, and struggle for survival. In this way Engels developed his distinctive theory of gene culture coevolution, whereby the development in prehistory of the human species of erect posture, the human hand, and finally the human brain could be seen as arising dialectically out of the material process of labor, whereby human beings satisfied their subsistence needs by transforming their relation to nature through tool making and production. From the moment human beings begin to produce, human history begins, distinguishing itself from the history of animals, though here too there are no hard and fast distinctions. Animals too relate to the natural world in a way that is coevolutionary, changing their environments as well as being affected by it. We have seen how goats have prevented the regeneration of forests in Greece. On the island of St. Helena, goats and pigs brought by the first arrivals have succeeded in exterminating its old vegetation almost completely, and so have prepared the ground for the plants brought by later sailors and colonists. But animals exert a lasting effect on their environment unintentionally and, as far as the animals themselves are concerned, accidentally. Although animals can in some cases plan responses to their environment, all the planned action of all animals has never succeeded in impressing the stamp of their will upon the earth. That was left for man. 21. But the human capacity to place its stamp on nature is limited by the continuing dependence of human beings on a natural system of which humanity is a part. Hence, human history, according to Engels, continually comes up against ecological problems that represent contradictions in the human relation to nature, contradictions that can only be addressed by relating to nature rationally through the understanding of nature's laws, and thus organizing production accordingly. Let us not, however, flatter ourselves overmuch on account of our human victories over nature. For each such victory nature takes its revenge on us. Each victory, it is true, in the first place brings about the results we expected, but in the second and third places it has quite different, unforeseen effects which only too often cancel the first. The people who, in Mesopotamia, Greece, Asia Minor and elsewhere, destroyed the forests to obtain cultivable land, never dreamed that by removing along with the forests the collecting centers and reservoirs of moisture they were laying the basis for the present forlorn state of those countries. When the Italians of the Alps used up the pine forests on the southern slopes, so carefully cherished on the northern slopes, they had no inkling that by doing so they were cutting at the roots of the dairy industry of their region. They had still less inkling that they were thereby depriving their mountain springs of water for the greater part of the year, and making possible for them to pour still more furious torrents on the plains during the rainy season. Thus at every step we are reminded that we by no means rule over nature like a conqueror over a foreign people, like someone standing outside nature, but that we, with flesh, blood and brain, belong to nature, and exist in its midst, and that all our mastery of it consists in the fact that we have the advantage of all other creatures of being able to learn its laws and apply them correctly. 22. Marxism and ecology after Engels. It is often contended that Marxism after Marx and Engels contributed very little to ecological analysis, at least prior to the 1970s, and that whatever legacy that the founders of historical materialism left in this area had no influence on the next few generations of Marxist theorists. The truth, however, is that Marx's ecological critique, together with that of Engels, was fairly well known, though its philosophical foundations were more obscure, and had a direct impact on Marxism in the decades immediately following his death. It was discarded only later on, particularly within the Soviet Union under Stalin, as the expansion of production for production's sake became the overriding goal of Soviet society. This can be understood in terms of two major themes arising out of Marx's, and Engels's, ecological critique, the concept of sustainable development, associated with Liebig, and the co-evolutionary analysis, emanating from Darwin. Even while Engels was still alive, the close connection between Marx's vision of communism and ecological sustainability was already evident in the utopian Marxist conceptions of William Morris. Morris first read Marx's Capital in 1883, the year of Marx's death, and openly declared himself a socialist at the same time. In addition to his argument on the dispersal of population in order to transcend the antagonism between town and country and his defense of wilderness, see Chapter 6, he is to be remembered, within environmental analysis, for his emphasis on production only for art or use not for profit. 23. Morris was alarmed by the pollution in the cities and the toxic environment in which industrial workers were compelled to labor. As he wrote in Commonweal in 1886. A case of white lead poisoning reported in the press this week is worth a little notice by workmen generally. Stripped of its verbiage, it amounts to this, that a man was killed by being compelled to work in a place where white lead was flying about and that no precautions were taken to prevent his dying speedily. A shilling a week extra was the handsome sum given to the poor man thus murdered in compensation for his being killed. It is quite impossible that the man's employers did not know the risk he ran of speedier death, and the certainty of his being poisoned sooner or later, and yet all that the jury durst say about the matter was to express a hope that Mr. Lakeman, the factory supervisor, would be able to make representations to the Home Office with reference to the case, to show the necessity of some extra precaution being taken for people working in mixing factories. Yet, further, this is only an exaggerated example of the way in which the lives of working people are played with. Under present conditions, almost the whole labor imposed by civilization on the lower classes is unwholesome, that is to say that people's lives are shortened by it, and yet because we don't see people's throats cut before our eyes we think nothing of it. 24. In a factory as it might be, Morris envisioned a socialism in which factories would be set amidst gardens, cultivated by means of the voluntary labor of workers. Impossible, I hear an anti-socialist say. My friend, please to remember that most factories sustain today large and handsome gardens, and not seldom parks and woods of many acres in extent, with due appurtenances of highly paid Scotch professional gardeners, wood reeves, bailiffs, gamekeepers, and the like, the whole being managed in the most wasteful way conceivable. Only the said gardens, etc., are, say, 20 miles away from the factory, out of the smoke, and are kept up for one member of the factory only, the sleeping partner to wit, who may, indeed, double that part by organizing its labor, for his own profit, in which case he receives ridiculously disproportionate pay. Additional. 25. Such a factory of the future, Morris suggested, must make no sordid litter, befoul no water, nor poison the air with smoke. I need say nothing more on that point, as profit apart, it would be easy enough. 26. The Socialist League, which Morris, along with Eleanor Marx, helped to found, and which was the focus of his activities in this respect, was, however, short-lived, and was to be overwhelmed by more mechanistic, reformist, and non-ecological varieties of British socialism. It was not just a utopian Marxist like Morris who was to build on the ecological components of Marx's thought, such as the need to transcend the contradictions between use value and exchange value, between town and country, but also the main line of the Marxist tradition, represented by thinkers such as Babel, Koski, Lenin, Luxemburg, and Bukharin. First published in 1879, and republished in an improved edition in 1884, August Bebel's Woman Under Socialism, later retitled Woman in the Past, Present, and Future, was one of the most important early works of German social democracy and Marxism. Indeed, Bebel, 1840–1913, who was a close associate of Marx and Engels, was also one of the political founders of German social democracy. Bebel's Woman, as it was called, was his most influential theoretical work. It was known principally for its critical discussion of the exploitation of women, and the centrality of women's emancipation to the future of socialism. Bebel's discussion of the prospects for the creation of socialism, however, incorporated aspects of Marx's analysis of the ecological crisis of the soil in capitalist society, and the need to remedy this in the rational reorganization of production under socialism. At the same time he wrote an extensive critique of Malthusian overpopulation theory. Hence, his work contained important ecological elements. The mad sacrifice of forest, for the sake of profit, he wrote, is said to be the cause of the appreciable deterioration of climate and decline in the fertility of the soil in the provinces of Prussia and Pomerania, in Styria, Italy, France, and Spain. Frequent inundations are the consequence of stripping high ground of trees. The inundations of the Rhine and Vistula are chiefly attributed to the devastation of forest land in Switzerland and Poland. Drawing on Liebig's, and Marx's, analysis of the need to restore nutrients taken from the soil, Bebel wrote that manure is precisely the same to the land as food to man, and every kind of manure is just as far from being of the same value for the land as every kind of food is from being equally nutritive for man. the ground must receive exactly the same chemical ingredients as those which have been extracted from it by the previous crops, and it must especially receive those chemical ingredients which the crop to be next sown requires. Animal and human refuse and excrements principally contain the chemical ingredients which are the most appropriate for the reconstruction of human food. It is therefore desirable to obtain this manure to as large an extent as possible. This rule is being constantly transgressed at the present day, especially in large towns, which receive enormous quantities of food, but only restore a small portion of the valuable refuse and excrements to the land. The consequence is, that all farms at a distance from the towns to which they annually send the greater part of their produce, suffer considerably from want of manure. That obtained from the human inmates and from the cattle of the farm is insufficient, because they consume only a small portion of the crops, and a ruinous system of cultivation ensues, by which the soil is impoverished, the harvests lessened, and the price of food is raised. All those countries which principally export produce of the soil, but receive no materials for manuring in return, are being gradually but inevitably ruined: Hungary, Russia, the Danubian principalities, and America. It is true, artificial manure, especially guano, replaces that of men and cattle, but few farmers are able to buy it in sufficient quantities on account of its price, and in any case it is reversing the natural order of things to import manure from a distance of many thousands of miles, whilst that which one has close at hand is wasted. 27. Karl Koskai's landmark work The Agrarian Question, 1899, developed these themes more systematically. It included a section on the exploitation of the countryside by the town, in which he argued that the net flow of value from country to town corresponds to a constantly mounting loss of nutrients in the form of corn, meat, milk, and so forth, which the farmer has to sell to pay taxes, debt, interest, and rent. Although such a flow does not signify an exploitation of agriculture in terms of the law of value of capitalism, it does nevertheless lead, to its material exploitation, to the impoverishment of the land of its nutrients. Arguing at a time when the fertilizer industry had advanced beyond that of Marx's day, Koskai presented a critique of the fertilizer treadmill resulting from the metabolic rift. Supplementary fertilizers allow the reduction in soil fertility to be avoided, but the necessity of using them in larger and larger amounts simply adds a further burden to agriculture, not one unavoidably imposed by nature, but a direct result of current social organization. By overcoming the antithesis between town and country, the materials removed from the soil would be able to flow back in full. Supplementary fertilizers would then, at most, have the task of enriching the soil, not staving off its impoverishment. Advances in cultivation would signify an increase in the amount of soluble nutrients in the soil without the need to add artificial fertilizers. 28. Following the general outline of Marx's argument, Koksy went on to argue that the growth of towns and the expansion of industry, which increasingly exhausts the soil and imposes burdens on agriculture in the form of the fertilizers needed to combat this exhaustion, does not rest content with this achievement. It also robs agriculture of its labor power through the depopulation of the countryside. 29. Koskai went on to discuss the increasing use of pesticides, attributing the growth of pests to the killing of insect-eating birds due to the extension of cultivation, to the replacement of natural selection with artificial selection in the growth of plants, tending to reduce resistance to diseases and pests, and to the characteristics of modern large-scale operations whereby in forestry, for example, the destruction of forests is encouraged by the elimination of slow-growing deciduous trees by rapid-growing, and more rapidly exploitable, conifers. Hence the costs of fertilizers are joined by those of pesticides. 30. Related concerns were expressed in Lenin's work. In The Agrarian Question and the Critics of Marx, 1901, he wrote that the possibility of substituting artificial for natural manures and the fact that this is already being done, partly, do not in the least refute the irrationality of wasting natural fertilizers and thereby polluting the rivers and the air in suburban and factory districts. Even at the present time there are sewage farms in the vicinity of large cities which utilize city refuse with enormous benefit to agriculture, but by this system only an infinitesimal part of the refuse is utilized. 31. In prison in May 1917, Rosa Luxemburg also demonstrated her concern in this area. She wrote to her friend Sonia Liebknecht that she was studying natural science, geography of plants and animals. Only yesterday I read why the warblers are disappearing from Germany. Increasingly systematic forestry, gardening and agriculture are, step by step, destroying all natural nesting and breeding places, hollow trees, fallow land, thickets of shrubs, withered leaves on the garden grounds. It pained me so when I read that. Not because of the song they sing for people, but rather it was the picture of the silent, irresistible extinction of these defenseless little creatures which hurt me to the point where I had to cry. It reminded me of a Russian book which I read while still in Zurich, a book by Professor Sieber about the ravage of the Redskins in North America. In exactly the same way, step by step, they have been pursued from their land by civilized men and abandoned to perish silently and cruelly. 32. It was Bukharin among the early followers of Marx and Engels, however, who was to go furthest in applying Marx's concept of the metabolic interaction of human beings and nature, at least on a general level. The material process of metabolism between society and nature, Bukharin wrote in Historical Materialism, is the fundamental relation between environment and system, between external conditions and human society. The metabolism between man and nature consists, as we have seen, in the transfer of material energy from external nature to society. Thus, the interrelation between society and nature is a process of social reproduction. In this process, society applies its human labor energy and obtains a certain quantity of energy from nature, nature's material, in the words of Marx. The balance between expenditures and receipts is here obviously the decisive element for the growth of society. If what is obtained exceeds the loss by labor, important consequences obviously follow for society, which vary with the amount of this excess. 33. It was technology that, for Bukharin, was the principal mediating force in this metabolic exchange. The social metabolism with nature was therefore an unstable equilibrium, which could be either progressive or regressive from a social standpoint. The productivity of labor, he wrote, is a precise measure of the balance between society and nature. An increase in social productivity arising from this relation was seen as a progressive development. Conversely, a decrease in social productivity due to an ill-adapted metabolic relation. Here Bukharin cited the exhaustion of the soil as a possible cause of such a decrease, meant that the relationship was a regressive one. Such a decline, he argued, could lead to society being barbarianized. 34. The whole process of social production, he insisted, is an adaptation of human society to external nature. Consequently, nothing could be more incorrect than to regard nature from the teleological point of view, man, the lord of creation, with nature created for his use, and all things adapted to human needs. Instead, human beings were engaged in a constant, active struggle to adapt. Man, as an animal form, as well as human society, are products of nature, part of this great, endless whole. Man can never escape from nature, and even when he controls nature, he is merely making use of the laws of nature for his own ends. 35. No system, including that of human society, Bukharin stressed, can exist in empty space. It is surrounded by an environment, on which all its conditions ultimately depend. If human society is not adapted to its environment, it is not meant for this world. To be sure, the human relation to nature is less direct than that of other species, since it is mediated by society, and society is the immediate human environment. But society has nature as its environment. For the tree in the forest, as Bukharin himself put it, the environment means all the other trees, the brook, the earth, the ferns, the grass, the bushes, together with all their properties. Man's environment is society, in the midst of which he lives. The environment of human society is external nature. 36. Indeed, human beings, as Bukharin emphasized in 1931 at the London Conference on the History of Science and again in 1937 in Philosophical Arabesques, needed to be conceived as living and working in the biosphere. Soviet ecology in the 1920s was arguably the most advanced in the world. While Western models of ecology still tended to rely on reductionist, linear, teleologically oriented models, geared to natural succession, Soviet ecology was pioneering in the development of more dialectically complex, dynamic, holistic, coevolutionary models. The two greatest Russian ecologists of the 1920s and 1930s were V.I. Vernadsky, 1863–1945, and N.I. Vavilov, 1887–1943. Vernadsky achieved international renown both for his analysis of the biosphere and as the founder of the science of geochemistry, or biogeochemistry. In 1926 Vernadsky published The Biosphere. As Lynn Margulis et al. Have written in the foreword to the English translation of his book, he was the first person in history to come to grips with the real implications of the fact that Earth is a self-contained sphere. It was only as a result of Vernadsky's work on the biosphere, with its holistic approach, that a solution to the problem of the origins of life from inanimate matter finally became available to science, through discussions between British and Soviet scientists. 37. More closely connected than Vernadsky to the proletarian revolution was the brilliant plant geneticist Vavilov, who was the first president of the Lenin Agricultural Academy and who, with the support of the Soviet state, applied a materialist method to the question of the origins of agriculture. It was Vavilov who in the 1920s determined that there were a number of centers of great plant gene diversity, the richest banks of germplasm, the basis for all human cultivation, located in the underdeveloped countries in tropical and subtropical mountain regions. For Vavilov, who adopted a dialectical, coevolutionary perspective, these centers of plant genetic diversity were the product of human culture, which arose in 7 principal centers out of which all of the principal crops originated, and in which the richest genetic stock, the product of millennia of cultivation, are consequently to be found. The fundamental centers of origin of cultivated plants, he wrote, very frequently play the role of accumulators of an astonishing diversity of varieties. 38 For many years now, since Vavilov's discovery, scientists, particularly in the West, have been returning to these genetic reservoirs, in places such as Mexico, Peru, Ethiopia, Turkey, and Tibet, for new germplasm to use in breeding resistance in commercial varieties. Today there is an international struggle between countries in the periphery, where these sources of germplasm are located, and the center of the capitalist system over the control of these genetic resources. 39. Other Soviet scientists, connected to Bukharin, shared his view of the ecological roots of human society. In a book entitled Marxism and Modern Thought, introduced by Bukharin, V.L. Komrov quoted at length from the long passage on illusions of the human conquest of nature in Engels's Dialectics of Nature, and went on to note that the private owner or employer, however necessary it may be to make the changing of the world comply with the laws of nature, cannot do so since he aims at profit and only profit. By creating crisis upon crisis in industry, he lays waste natural wealth in agriculture, leaving behind a barren soil, and in mountain districts bare rocks and stony slopes. Similarly, Y.M. Uranovsky placed heavy emphasis, in a discussion of Marxism and science in the same book, on Marx's research into Liebig and the theory of the exhaustion of the soil. 40. All of these contributions to ecology were products of the early Soviet era, and of the dialectical, revolutionary forms of thinking that it engendered. The ultimate tragedy of the Soviet relation to the environment, which eventually took a form that has been characterized as ecocide, has tended to obscure the enormous dynamism of early Soviet ecology of the 1920s, and the role that Lenin personally played in promoting conservation. 41 Lenin was a sophisticated materialist, whose materialism, especially as developed in his philosophical notebooks, was dialectical and non-reductionist. He was a close student of Hegel, and of Hegel's analysis of Epicurus, and saw Epicurus' philosophy as embodying the guessworks of genius and signposts for science, but not for clericalism. 42. In his writings and political pronouncements, Lenin insisted that human labor could not simply substitute for the forces of nature, and that a rational exploitation of the environment, or the scientific management of natural resources in accord with the principles of conservation, was essential. As the leader of the young Soviet state, he argued for preservation of the monuments of nature. He appointed the dedicated environmentalist Anatoly Vasilievich Lunacharsky as head of the People's Commissariat of Education, Enlightenment, which was put in charge of conservation for all of Soviet Russia. 43. Lenin had enormous respect for Vernadsky, to whom he had referred favorably in Materialism and Empirio-criticism. In response to the urging of Vernadsky and the mineralogist E.A. Fersman, Lenin in 1920 established in the southern Urals the first nature preserve in the Soviet Union, the first reserve anywhere by a government exclusively aimed at the scientific study of nature. Hence, under Lenin's protection, the Soviet conservation movement prospered in the 1920s, particularly during the new economic policy period, 1921 to 1928. But with the early death of Lenin in 1924, and the subsequent triumph of Stalinism, conservationists were increasingly attacked for being bourgeois. To make matters worse, the rise of Trofim Denisovich Lysenko as an arbiter of biological science meant that scientific attacks were launched on ecology and genetics. 44. By the late 1930s, the Soviet conservation movement had been completely decimated. Many of the more ecological thinkers has been purged, including Bukharin, Vavilov, and Uranovsky. As a crowning irony, ecological factors were eventually to play a major role in the precipitous decline of Soviet economic growth rates and the onset of stagnation in the 1970s. 45. Caldwell's dialectics. Western Marxism, as a distinctive tradition arising in the 1920s, was characterized by its unrelenting war against positivism in the social sciences, which unfortunately carried a very heavy cost, due to a tendency to create a fissure between nature and society, resulting in a neglect of all of those aspects of existence related to ecology and the coevolution of human beings and nature. Thus both Lukács and Gramsci were harshly critical of Bukharin's historical materialism. For Lukács, Bukharin's weakness was his preoccupation with the natural sciences, which created a false methodology, leading him, like Engels before him, to attempt to make a science out of the dialectic. Indeed, the closeness of Bukharin's theory to bourgeois natural scientific materialism, Lukács wrote, derives from his use of science as a model. By applying dialectics to nature, Bukharin had allowed positivism to intrude into the study of society. 46. Both Bukharin's historical materialism and his later introduction to science at the crossroads, his 1931 paper presented to the International Conference of the History of Science and Technology held in London, were criticized in Gramsci's prison notebooks, where Bukharin was in many ways Gramsci's principal target. Gramsci objected to any tendency to make science the base of life and to neglect the fact that science is a superstructure. Such a view would suggest that the philosophy of praxis needed philosophical supports outside of itself. 47. Nevertheless, Gramsci was somewhat less inclined than Lukács to exclude the dialectic from nature. In criticism of the latter he wrote, "It would appear that Lukács maintains that one can speak of the dialectic only for the history of men and not for nature. He might be right and he might be wrong. If his assertion presupposes a dualism between nature and man, he is wrong because he is falling into a conception of nature proper to religion and to Greco-Christian philosophy and also to idealism, which does not in reality succeed in unifying and relating man and nature to each other except verbally. But if human history should be conceived also as the history of nature, also by means of the history of science, how can dialectic be separated from nature?" Perhaps Lukács, in reaction to the Baroque theories of the popular manual Bukharin's historical materialism, has fallen into the opposite error, into a form of idealism. 48. Yet Gramsci, like Lukács, failed to perceive the strengths, as well as the weaknesses, evident in Bukharin's analysis, strengths which derived from the attempt to connect the materialist conception of history to a materialist conception of nature. Although a certain mechanism intruded itself into Bukharin's analysis, which took equilibrium as one of its defining characteristics. The often profound understanding of ecological connections, including a co-evolutionary perspective, was a crucial aspect of Bukharin's synthesis which was lost within the Western Marxist tradition. The Frankfurt School, which followed the lead of Lukács in this respect, developed an ecological critique which was almost entirely culturalist in form, lacking any knowledge of ecological science, or any ecological content, and generally attributing the alienation of human beings from nature to science and the Enlightenment an analysis that arose more from romantic roots and from Weber's critique of rationalization and the disenchantment of the world than from Marx. 49 In this perspective, the alienation was grasped one-sidedly in terms of the alienation of the idea of nature. What was lacking, however, was any analysis of the real, material alienation of nature, for example, Marx's theory of metabolic rift. Alfred Schmidt's very influential book The Concept of Nature in Marx, 1962, extends this one-sided perspective of Lukács and the Frankfurt School. The central contradiction that pervades Schmidt's analysis lies in his repeated contention that materialism and dialectics are incompatible. 50 Although Schmidt continually stresses the significance of Marx's concept of metabolism, this is removed from all relation to natural material conditions, other than labor itself in its most abstract form, that is, devoid of metabolic relations to the earth. Consequently, barely any mention is made in his book of the metabolic rift in the soil nutrient cycle or the Marx-Liebig critique of capitalist agriculture, despite the fact that this was the material context in which Marx's concept of metabolic exchange was developed. Having failed to perceive Marx's concept of metabolism in the terms in which Marx actually applied it, that is, to the real earthly problems of capitalist agriculture, and thereby missing Marx's materialist dialectic, the real co-evolutionary basis of his thinking, Schmidt ends up concluding that Marx simply fell prey in the end to his materialism, and thus to a Promethean view, emphasizing the domination of nature. 51. Hence, direct ecological analysis was almost non-existent in Marxian social science, as was also the case for social science in general, with only a few exceptions, from the late 1930s to the 1960s, when the publication of Rachel Carson's Silent Spring helped to rekindle environmental struggle. The destruction of Soviet ecology in the East had been accompanied in the West by the rejection of any attempt to apply the dialectical method of Marxist analysis to nature and science. The one figure within Western Marxism in the 1930s who, as we now know, managed to transcend these contradictions in large part if only for a brief, glorious moment was Christopher St. John Sprigg, better known by his pen name of Christopher Caudwell. Yet Caudwell was to die at the age of 29 on February 12, 1937, in the Spanish Civil War, at his machine gun guarding the retreat of his fellows, in the British battalion of the International Brigade. Caudwell's breathtaking intellectual achievements in a brief period of time, the years 1935 to 1936, in which all of his major works were written, ranged widely over the cultural and scientific landscape, resulting in such brilliant, if somewhat rough, works as Illusion and Reality, Studies and Further Studies in a Dying Culture, The Crisis in Physics, Romance and Reaction, a volume of poems, and Heredity and Development, all published posthumously. His general viewpoint is best expressed by his famous statement in the foreword to Studies and Further Studies: either the devil has come amongst us having great power, or there is a causal explanation for a disease common to economics, science, and art. 52 Caudwell saw the central problem as the atomized, alienated world of bourgeois science and culture, characterized by dialectical rifts between nature and society, idealism and mechanism and vitalism within science. These dualisms and partial, one-sided rationalities so characteristic of bourgeois society arose, in his perspective, out of the necessary defenses of a dying culture. For Caudwell, as E.P. Thompson wrote, bourgeois culture was characterized by the repeated generation of idealism and mechanical materialism, not as true antagonists but as pseudo-antitheses, generated as twins in the same moment of conception, or, rather, as positive and negative aspects of the same fractured moment of thought. 53 But Caudwell opposed not merely these dualisms, he also opposed that form of positivism which simply denied the antithesis, by adopting a crude reflective view of the subject-object relation within knowledge. He thus directed much of his fire at the crude epistemological position of what was then the dominant school of dialectical materialism. The central element in Caudwell's thought was rather the mutual determination, or conditioning, of subject-object within what now might be called a critical realist standpoint, emphasizing dialectic as emergence. Concretely, this took the form of a constant insistence on the coevolutionary character of the relation between human beings and nature. For Caudwell, the triumph of Marx's materialism, which was active and dialectical in character, over earlier mechanical, reductionist, and contemplative forms of materialism, could be explained in part as a product of the greater materialist and dialectical coherence within science itself that arose with the development of evolutionary theories. Thus, the rise of the evolutionary sciences from 1750 to 1850 preceding the Darwinian Revolution was what altered the mechanical materialism of Condillac, d'Holbach, and Diderot to the dialectical materialism of Marx and Engels and made it capable of including all the active side of the subject-object relation developed by idealism. 54. If this central theme, running through Caudwell's thought, was not easily perceived by subsequent analysts, it was no doubt because Caudwell's heredity and development, his critical study of biology, was not published, as Caudwell had clearly intended it would be, along with the other studies that made up studies and further studies in a dying culture and the crisis in physics. Rather, heredity and development remained unpublished until mid-1986, a half-century after it was written. 55. In this extraordinary work, Caudwell attempted to deal with the epistemological and ideological problems associated with the crisis of biology, which was also a crisis of Darwinian theory at a time of renewed Lamarckianism and the growth of genetics. Although his analysis sometimes contains errors a product of the crisis and disorder within biology itself prior to the development of the neo-Darwinian synthesis, in the main his analysis points towards a complex coevolutionary synthesis that anticipates much of the most sophisticated biological and ecological analysis that was to follow. For Caudwell, the new field of ecology, like biology itself, was characterized by a dichotomous conception of the relationship between organism and environment, one which was undialectical, in the sense that it denied the mutual determination of subject-object, of organism and environment. Teleology, Caudwell argued, was a form of subjective mechanism. The universe is God's machine, the counterpart of the objective mechanism more commonly associated with positivism. Rather than simply rejecting teleology, positivism, as its dialectical twin, had in a sense naturalized it, creating a one-sided, purposive conception of evolution. Although science, insofar as it was materialist and dialectical, opposed teleology, and no scientist believes in the determinism of phenomena by a God as a methodological rule, yet he does today in a tired part of biology admit the possibility of phenomena being determined by a purpose, not life's own consciousness of purpose, nor the necessity of matter, but a purpose, or pattern, or plan, or entelecheia outside both. The failure of science to remain materialist and dialectical is manifested therefore in the bourgeois self-contradiction as to the relation of individual and environment expressed as a myth about the machine. This gives us the basic biological metaphysic of Cartesian materialism or mechanism, which eventually reappears in its apparently contradictory but really twin forms of vitalistic idealism or teleology. 56. The value of Darwin's own work, according to Caudwell, is that it largely eluded such one-sided viewpoints, pointing toward a coevolutionary perspective. For the first time Darwinism had taught people to view nature historically. If we picture life diagrammatically, Caudwell wrote, falling somewhat into a metaphor of linear progression. As a series of steps, then at each step the environment has become different. There are different problems, different laws, different obstacles at each step, even though any series of steps besides its differences has certain general problems, laws, and obstacles in common. Each new step of evolution is itself a new quality, and this involves a newness which affects both terms organism and environment. 57. Caldwell rejected the crude notion that the environment was simply inimical, to be understood one-sidedly in terms of the natural generation of overpopulation and a struggle for existence within and between species. Rather, the environment had to be seen as enabling as well as limiting. An earlier society, he points out, relying on anthropological discoveries, saw nature as a system, in which the whole world of life cooperated in mutual assistance. Although in many ways just as illusory, or even more so because of the teleological conceptions adopted, this view of nature as cooperative captured a part of reality that the crude Darwinian view of nature, not to be confused with Darwin's own work or that of his immediate followers such as Huxley, as a world of unbridled competition and survival of the fittest, all too often missed. Caldwell argued convincingly that the same breaks in the dialectic that characterized the bourgeois approach to economics also characterized the conception of biology and ecology, and some of the same general type of criticisms thereby applied. Namely, 1. It is not possible to separate organism from environment as mutually distinct opposites. Life is the relation between opposed poles which have separated themselves out of reality, but remain in relation throughout the web of becoming. 2. The evolution of life cannot be determined by the wills of living matter alone, or by the obstacles of non-living matter alone. 3. The laws of the environment, insofar as they constrain the operations of life, are not given in the environment, but given in the relation between environment and life. 4. The development of life is determined by the tendencies of life. But history does not realize the wills of individuals, it is only determined by them, and in turn determines them. 5. The relation within a species or between species is not solely inimical, in the sense of individuals fighting for individual possession of a limited food supply. The food supply is itself an outcome of the particular relations between life and nature. Similarly, the multiplication of one species is not inimical to another, if it is the food of that species. Or the relation between species may be beneficial but indirect, as when birds distribute seeds, bees pollen, and coral polyps form reefs. 58. The very fact that the relation between organisms and environment was a relation, according to Caldwell, meant that, like all relations, it was a mutually determining one, connected to material change. Indeed, a material becoming is what reality is. 59. This complex materialist, dialectical, co-evolutionary perspective captured the essence of an ecological worldview. As E.P. Thompson argued 4 decades after Caldwell's death, Caldwell had managed to transcend positivism while also avoiding paying the heavy cost associated with Western Marxism after the 1920s, in which materialism was rejected once again as inherently mechanical in favor of a dialectical approach that was essentially idealist. 60. In this way he maintained a critical, dialectical realism and the possibility of naturalism, avoiding the tearing apart of the Marxian dialectic and the bifurcation of the human and natural realms. The dialectical ecologist. Caldwell's great contribution, as we have seen, did not escape the tragedy that beset Marxist ecological analysis during this period. Caldwell died before the age of 30, and Heredity and Development, his most co-evolutionary, ecologically oriented work, remained unpublished, unlike all of his other studies that made up Studies and Further Studies in a Dying Culture, because of its explicit criticism of Lysenkoism, which went against the ideology of the British communists at that time, who took responsibility for the publication of Caldwell's manuscripts. 61. Yet, despite the virtual disappearance of ecological discussions within Marxian social theory from the 1930s to the 1970s, all was not lost. Ecological understandings permeated the British cultural materialist tradition represented by Raymond Williams and E.P. Thompson. Thompson, in particular, was deeply influenced by the ecological socialism of William Morris, as well as by the materialism of Caldwell. 62. Some recognition of ecological issues was retained within certain schools of Marxian political economy, particularly the Monthly Review school, which, unlike most of the Western Marxist tradition, retained a strong materialist orientation. an emphasis on the critique of economic waste under the regime of monopoly capital, which was related to the contradiction between use value and exchange value, gave an ecological cast to Paul Sweezy's analysis as early as the 1940s, a theme that was to be strengthened in his work of the 1960s to 1990s. 63. Of greater significance, however, was the fact that a second foundation of Marxist ecological thinking existed in the West within science itself, particularly biology, where a deep commitment to both materialism and dialectics was found among leading scientists influenced by Marxism, even constituting, in some cases, the fundamental philosophical basis for their scientific discoveries. In England in the 1930s, a strong tradition of left-wing scientists emerged, including J.D. Bernal, J.B.S. Haldane, and Joseph Needham. For Bernal and Needham, the presentations of the Soviet delegation, including Bukharin, Vavilov, and Boris Hessen, at the Second International Conference on the History of Science and Technology in London in 1931, were crucial in the formation of their views. Bernal was to become famous principally for his histories of science, most notably his 4-volume Science in History. In this work he took a decided materialist perspective, though one that has been criticized for occasionally exhibiting mechanistic views. For Bernal, the greatest ancient expression of materialism to survive was Lucretius de Rerum Natura, on the nature of things, which shows both its power and danger to established order. It is essentially a philosophy of objects and their movements, an explanation of nature and society from below and not above. It emphasizes the inexhaustible stability of the ever-moving material world and man's power to change it by learning its rules. The classical materialists could go no further because, as we shall see, of their divorce from the manual arts, nor could, in later days, the great reformulator of materialism, Francis Bacon. Bernal was the first to suggest that in criticizing contemplative materialism in his theses on Feuerbach, Marx was thinking not simply about Feuerbach, but even more about his old favorite Epicurus. 64. The Cambridge biochemist Joseph Needham, a member of the Royal Society, adopted a dialectical perspective, arguing that Marx and Engels were bold enough to assert that the dialectic happens in evolving nature itself. Moreover, the undoubted fact that it happens in our thought about nature is because we and our thought are a part of nature. 65. Needham explicitly rejected both mechanistic and vitalistic views, favoring a dialectical and materialist approach. More important than either Bernal or Needham was Haldane, also a member of the Royal Society, who was a leading figure in the development of the neo-Darwinian synthesis within biology. Haldane in 1929, a year after a trip to the Soviet Union, working along parallel lines with but independently from the Soviet biochemist A.I. Oparin, was the co-discoverer, as we have already seen in Chapter 5, of the first genuine materialist explanation for the emergence of living organisms from the inorganic world, a hypothesis which is now known as the Oparin-Haldane hypothesis, and was made possible in part by Vernadsky's analysis of the biosphere. Commenting on this materialist theory of the origins of life, now widely adhered to in science, Bernal wrote in his monumental work The Origins of Life, 1967, that the great liberation of the human mind, of the realization first stressed by Vico and then put into practice by Marx and his followers that man makes himself, will now be enlarged with the essential philosophical content of the new knowledge of the origin of life and the realization of its self-creative character. 66. Haldane himself was a strong adherent of Engels's dialectical naturalism and wrote a preface to the Dialectics of Nature. According to Haldane, had Engels' method of thinking been more familiar, the transformations of our ideas on physics which have occurred during the last 30 years would have been much smoother. Had his remarks on Darwinism been generally known, I for one would have been saved a certain amount of muddled thinking. 67. Although there were all sorts of discontinuities, this tradition of materialist and dialectical research by Marxist-influenced thinkers within the life sciences continued, and even gained a new impetus between the 1970s and the 1990s in the work of such important figures as Richard Lewontin, Stephen Jay Gould, and Richard Levins, all professors at Harvard. The materialism of these thinkers is derived as much or more from Darwin as from Marx. Yet the debt to Marx is clear. Significantly, an understanding of the long debate over materialism and teleology, which philosophers now have generally lost sight of, is retained in the work of these thinkers, providing the basis for a thoroughgoing ecological materialism. Indeed, the very prominence of these scientists schooled in paleontology and natural history, Lewontin in genetics, and Levins in ecology points to the continuing importance of Marx, Darwin, materialism, and dialectical reasoning in the analysis of what can broadly be termed ecological phenomena. A general attempt to outline a new dialectical naturalism was developed in Levins and Lewontin's now classic work, The Dialectical Biologist, 1985. The hallmark of this work, which was dedicated to none other than Friedrich Engels, who got it wrong a lot of the time but who got it right where it counted, is its complex, non-teleological, co-evolutionary perspective. A commitment to the evolutionary worldview, Levins and Lewontin write, is a commitment to a belief in the instability and constant motion of systems in the past, present and future. Such motion is assumed to be their essential characteristic. At the heart of Levins and Lewontin's analysis, like Engels and Caldwell but on a far sounder scientific basis, is the notion of the organism as the subject and object of evolution. What this means is that organisms do not simply adapt to their environment, they also change it. It is often forgotten that the seedling is the environment of the soil, in that the soil undergoes great and lasting evolutionary changes as a direct consequence of the activity of the plants growing in it, and these changes in turn feed back on the organism's conditions of existence. This essentially dialectical point of view is then used to critique ecological reductionism, which dominates much of ecological science, namely, the traditional view of Clementian ecology that ecosystems demonstrate properties of growing diversity, stability, and complexity and pass through stages of succession as if they were in effect superorganisms. For Levins and Lewontin, in contrast, all such analysis is idealistic, and non-dialectical. 68. In Humanity and Nature, Ecology, Science, and Society, 1992, Joe Hala and Richard Levins united this view with a wide-ranging analysis of the problems of ecology that included the social history of nature as seen from a Marxist perspective. Here they introduced the concept of eco-historical periods to explain the complex, changing specificity of the human co-evolutionary relation to nature. Such works emphasize the importance of a sustainable human relation to nature, not within a static framework, but within a larger perspective that attempts to focus on the processes of change inherent in both nature and society and in their interaction. 69. Stephen Jay Gould reflects continually in his writings on the principles of materialism and dialectical reasoning that inspire his own understanding of science and its development. His work is based principally on Darwin, but also occasionally draws on Engels and even Marx. The result is a dynamic materialist and dialectical treatment of nature and human society as a process of natural history that is apparent in everything that he writes, whatever the subject. Most important have been his treatments of chancel contingency and punctuated equilibrium. 70. If the Darwin-Marx relation is evident in the work of such thinkers as Lewontin, Levins, and Gould, the Liebig-Marx relation is also evident in contemporary work within science. The way in which Marx's analysis in this area prefigured some of the more advanced ecological analysis of the late 20th century is nothing less than startling. Some of the more important recent scientific research on the ecology of the soil, in particular the work of Fred Magdoff, Les Lanyon, and Bill Leiphart, has focused on successive historical breaks in nutrient cycling. The first such break, traceable to the Second Agricultural Revolution, is conceived, in this analysis, in generally the same terms in which it was originally discussed by Liebig and Marx, and is seen as arising out of the physical removal of human beings from the land, as well as from the associated rift in the metabolic cycle and the net loss of nutrients to the soil arising from the transfer of organic products, food and fiber, over hundreds and thousands of miles. The result was the creation of a fertilizer industry, external to the farm economy, that sought to replace these nutrients. A subsequent break occurred with the Third Agricultural Revolution, The rise of agribusiness, which was associated in its early stages with the removal of large animals from the farms, the development of centralized feedlots, and the replacement of animal traction with tractors. No longer was it necessary to grow legumes, which naturally fixed nitrogen in the soil, in order to feed ruminant animals. Hence, the dependence on fertilizer nitrogen, the product of the fertilizer industry, increased, with all sorts of negative environmental effects, including the contamination of groundwater, the death of lakes, etc. These developments, and other closely related processes, are now seen as connected to the distorted pattern of development that has characterized capitalism, and other social systems such as that of the Soviet Union that replicated this pattern of development, taking the form of an ever more extreme rift between city and country, between what is now a mechanized humanity opposed to a mechanized nature. 71. Unfortunately, the recent revival of Marxist ecological thinking in social science, which has been centered primarily in the political economy of ecological relations, has taken little notice thus far of the deeper materialism, deeper in its philosophical as well as its scientific standpoint, and more developed ecological materialism, that has often been maintained among radical materialists within science. 72 Despite great advances in ecological thought within Marxist political economy, and the rediscovery of much of Marx's argument, the issue of the relation of the materialist conception of nature to the materialist conception of history, that is, of the alienation of labor to the alienation of nature, is barely broached in such discussions. 73 The barrier set up by the dominant philosophic critique of the dialectics of nature remains hegemonic within Marxist social theory itself, so much so that all creative inquiry in this direction seems to be stymied at the outset. One exception to this is the work of socialist ecofeminists, such as Ariel Sala and Mary Meller, with their notions of embodied nature. 74 All too often the environmental socialists focus simply on the capitalist economy, viewing ecological problems one-sidedly from the standpoint of their effect on the capitalist economy, rather than focusing on the larger problem of the fate of the earth and its species. Where connections with science are made within this analysis, it is frequently within the realm of thermodynamics, that is, energetics and its effects on the economy, while the whole issue of evolutionary biology is curiously viewed as separate from ecological issues and Darwin is seldom discussed. In this respect, a wider theory of ecology as a process of change involving contingency and coevolution is necessary if we are not only to understand the world but to change it in conformity with the needs of human freedom and ecological sustainability. What matters is not whether we modify nature or not. Hala and Levin's right, but how, and for what purpose, we do so. 75 What matters is whether nature is to be dominated one-sidedly for narrow human ends, or whether, in a society of associated producers, the alienation of human beings from nature and from each other will no longer be the precondition for human existence, but will be recognized for what it is, the estrangement of all that is human. The principle of conservation. Nothing comes from nothing, and nothing being destroyed can be reduced to nothing, Epicurus had said. Epicurus, Diogenes Laertius tells us, was a most prolific author and eclipsed all before him in the number of his writings, for they amount to about 300 rolls. Nevertheless, only a few fragments of Epicurus' voluminous writing survived into early modern times. The 3 letters preserved by Diogenes Laertius as the epitome of his system, the principal doctrines, also preserved by Diogenes, the poem of Lucretius, which faithfully rendered Epicurus' system, and various quotations in the works of other writers. Despite the widespread influence of Epicureanism in Hellenistic and Roman times, most of the writings of Epicurus and his followers perished or were destroyed long before the 17th century revival of his thought. The discovery in the 18th century of a whole library of charred fragments in Philodemus' library in Herculaneum, which had been buried by the eruption of Mount Vesuvius in AD 79, seemed to suggest that some of these writings would be recovered. But so slow and laborious was the process of recovery from the charred remains that Hegel concluded in his History of Philosophy that the fragment of one of Epicurus's own writings, found some years ago in Herculaneum, and reprinted by Aureli, has neither extended nor enriched our knowledge, so that we must in all earnestness deprecate the finding of the remaining writings. 76 Marx wrote without the benefit of any more writings than had been available to Hegel. Still the effort of recovery persisted throughout the 19th and 20th centuries. The charred remains have metamorphosed into significant fragmentary sections from Epicurus on nature, with a broad outline of the greater part of this massive work, which took up 37 volumes, emerging only now. This is coupled with other discoveries that have occurred since Hegel and Marx wrote. Only a year after Marx's death, the remains of the Great Wall of Diogenes of Enoanda, carrying inscriptions from Epicurus' writings meant to last through the ages, were discovered, followed by the discovery of the Vatican manuscript of Epicurus' sayings. What has emerged from all of this is a view of Epicurus that conflicts with much of previous thought. He is now revealed as a non-reductionist, non-mechanistic, non-deterministic thinker concerned with the issue of human freedom and embodying a dialectical perspective. In general, the picture of Epicurus that has arisen over the last century is one that conforms startlingly to what Marx argued, and Kant suspected, a thinker who struggled against both the determinism of mechanistic physics and the teleology of idealist philosophy, against Democritus as well as Plato, in order to allow room for contingency and freedom. Moreover, he did so within a standpoint that was critical materialist, one that arose from materialist postulates and yet recognized in his concept of anticipations, or preconceptions, the importance of a priori certain knowledge, not derived directly from the senses. The picture of Epicurus on nature that has arisen in recent years is one that David Sedley, the leading authority on that work, has referred to as methodologically rigorous and dialectical. 77 Epicurus' materialism extended freedom and contingency to human beings and all of nature, while not losing sight of the realm of material necessity. In doing so, it provided the basis for a humanistic and ecological worldview. When all the evidence is duly considered, Long and Sedley write, taking into account the materials recovered from Philodemus' library in Herculaneum, Epicureanism would be better regarded as a radical but selective critique of contemporary politics, rather than the apolitical posture with which it is frequently identified. 78. Marx was deeply influenced by the non-deterministic materialism that he thought he had found in Epicurus, but couldn't quite prove given the sources then available. He transformed this view while absorbing it within his larger dialectical synthesis, which also included Hegel, political economy, French socialism, and 19th-century evolutionary science. Epicurus, according to Marx, had discovered alienation from nature, but Hegel revealed the alienation of human beings from their own labor, and hence from both society and the specifically human relation to nature. Marx forged these insights, together with the critical knowledge obtained from Ricardo's economics, Liebig's chemistry, and Darwin's evolutionary theory, into a revolutionary philosophy that aimed at nothing less than the transcendence of alienation in all of its aspects, a world of rational ecology and human freedom with an earthly basis, the society of associated producers.